hitting that button, and then I intentionally threw my camera all out of focus so that I could start the stream off with like focusing the camera because it looks it looks neat. So that's done. Hello everyone. Welcome and not don't have a good, well, yes, have a good evening. Have a good evening. Welcome and good evening and have a good evening. I hope you have been having a good evening and you continue to have a good evening. Like, hang out in stream and have a good evening. Or else. I totally recovered that one.
Salvaged.
Yeah. Yeah, stuck that landing. How's everybody doing tonight? Yeah, good, yeah. So Crystal is traveling. She is in transit right now. I think she's stuck on a train still, so she's not here tonight. Instead, we have, and that was a throw to you for.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I fucked that one up. Okay, stream's over. Ruined it.
Starting over.
I am Greg, from half of the Isle of Rangoon and other insanities. I'm just here to talk dork stuff.
There we go. That's good.
Dork things that make us angry.
In answer to the question, am I high? Not this week. No, this is just regular performative. We are on display. We are doing an entertainment product level of behaviorism. Last week there was the cough syrup. There was the cough is still here. The cough is still here. Everyone who's keeping tabs on this cough, it still abides within me like the Holy Spirit. And yeah, so last week I have prescription cough medicine that I use to relieve this awful, horrible cough. And unfortunately, the prescription stuff is a little on the potent side. And so last week, figuring, hey, this will be fine. I'll just take a bunch of this and I won't cough throughout the evening and it'll be good. And it kind of took the edge off of the cough a little bit and kind of took the edge off of literally everything else about me. So it was a good thing that that Dr. Nerdlove, Harris, and Crystal were able to do a lot of the heavy lifting for the first all of last week's stream. Yeah. So this week I have opted to not medicate beyond CVS brand sugar-free honey lemon cough drops. And so I'll probably be coughing all over the place, but I will be lucid. So that's the trade-off. Yeah. I really, really wish this would just go away. I want it to go away. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about off the top, while people are just kind of gathering in here. I don't know. Do you watch Jim Sterling's show? Do you watch the Jimquisition?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Have you seen today's episode?
Yet? Today has honestly been a little. That was Unity Engine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I had my own escapades with sinusy drug kind of stuff last night, and it affected me through most of the day.
It's been a bit of a blur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did drive to work, didn't I? Well, I'm at work, so I must have driven. All right.
Mm-hmm. So
one of them days.
I found today's episode of the Jimquisition interesting, but I also have a couple, I don't know, gripes with it. The thing. Okay, so in a capsule, the things that Jim is talking about in the episode are accurate and fair and grounded and yeah, but the main sort of gripe that I have is that the springboard that he used for it was Adrian Adrian Forrest had a Twitter thread last week talking about the way that players are responding to the Unity engine. And he used this in his thread as kind of a springboard to talk about the way that games media has talked about game engines for decades now. And so the issue that I have with today's Jimquisition is that these two kind of things that Adrian and Jim are essentially talking past each other, that Jim wants to talk about Unity's granular problems because they are relevant to him and what he does. And he is not wrong. Unity's image problems are granular and they are intricate and they have many sources, and some of the ones that he highlights are, accurate. Like the fact that Unity as a company doesn't really seem to care about their image is definitely kind of a problem. Like, they're not doing a whole lot to manage it. The fact that that cheaply made games are the ones that are more likely to advertise that they're made on Unity because they get the bumper put at the front, like they have to, and all of these other things. Like these are accurate kind of assessments of Unity's specific issues. But Adrian, on the other hand, is talking a lot more broadly about games media's willingness. Like, this is a decades-long willingness to just be the industry's mouthpiece, to uncritically repeat industry-fed talking points without any sort of due diligence towards education, either on their own part or in passing that along to the reader. So, like, a good example is that it's like, games reviewers and media and writers and pundits would talk about games and just be, it's like, oh, well, it's on the Unreal 3 engine, so it has to be good. That engine would be used as synecdoche for quality. They've been doing that for decades. Blast processing. Nobody knows what blast processing means, but you still had it tossed out there as in reviews as this, like, oh, the blast processing in this game really shows off how awesome it is. And it's like, it doesn't mean anything. It's pure.
If that kind of thing meant something, then the fact that ILM did all the special effects for the Transformers movies would have meant those were good movies.
Yeah, it's kind of like, the games media has for decades been willing to just engage in the worst kind of uncritical tech fetishism.
Mm-hmm.
And that has in turn caused real problems. And Jim, for his part, has this quirk. Like, I like Jim's output for the most part, but he has this quirk where he balks if ever it's suggested that games writers have had a negative impact on the way that the audience as a whole talks about games, thinks about games, and frames them. It's like,
he thinks you protest
too
much.
It's that if the audience has been shaped, if the language that the audience uses has been shaped positively by games writers, whether that's reviewers or journalists or pundits, then that's a good thing. But if it's negative, then it's somebody else's fault.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, even better if there's a kind of thing that can be pointed to. So in this case, like, the actual reality is both of them are right in the spheres that they're talking about. Jim is right. Like, Unity has an unambiguous image problem and image management problem. But at the same time, Adrian is right that, games writers have been willing to uncritically pass along tech fetishism, and that over the course of decades has shaped the way that players frame games and frame quality, and it has shaped the language that they use to shortcut to their conclusions. And so I think if you actually like dug into this, like if you look at the specific problems or a lot of the things that Jim kind of brings up where he's like, I'm going to continue to talk about engines if it's relevant. I don't think Adrian would have any problem about that. Like his thread actually has no complaints about that. And in fact, his thread is actually pointed in the direction of like, that's what you should be doing. Like if you're actually going to dig down into the like politics of an engine, if you're going to dig down into the specifics of an engine, into its behaviors, into the choices being made by the people who are making and distributing the engine and the people who are using it, then yeah, that's relevant. That's educational. That's you going out of your way to talk about the engine. But if you're not talking about the engine, it's not relevant. You know, you should stop, because like if you're just saying it's like, oh, this was made on CryEngine, so
okay,
like the only reason you are uncritically passing along a promo point because the people, you're passing along a bullet point that marketers have figured is going to make their product look better. And Jim even notes this in the video, you know, that Crytek went out of their way to associate the CryEngine with a certain level of quality by producing Crysis first, and you know that they have set their own bar for what their engine is capable of, and they use that to create associated qualities with the engine. But so if you're just saying this game was made on the CryEngine, then all you're doing is you're just doing their marketing work for them. And it's to no one's benefit but Crytek, actually. Like it's not to the benefit of your audience, it's not to the benefit of your readers, it's not to the benefit of players. Like, because you haven't educated your players on like what that means, you've just used it as a selling point. You have just repeated a selling point. So I hate to say they're both right, but they're both right. Like I said back a while ago, they are essentially just talking past each other. And
it kind of feels like Jim got a little bit of the how to put this?
Defensive?
Yeah, defensive is a good way. It's like defensive in a oh, okay. That NyQuil or whatever it was still has a bit of effect because my words are not happening. Yeah, kind of feel like it brushed up against a sore point for him, which led him down the tirade that was, you know, he's correct. It's just not quite.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like this is actually a long-running kind of quirk of Jim's where it's like when it's in character, like when it's in the bumpers, this like Jim can do no wrong. Yeah. Sure, it's character, but when it's in the body of his opinion pieces, there was actually editorials. When it's in the middle of his editorials, well, it's not a good look. It's not a good look that to just kind of have this like, oh, I can do no wrong, pundits can do no wrong, YouTubers can do no wrong, that it's like stumping for games writers as though games writers are incapable of having a negative impact on the audience is irresponsible. Like it's also weirdly self-undercutting to be like, you should listen to me because I am actually incapable of impacting your worldview. Like, okay, one of these things is true. Like, either I should listen to you because you're an authority and you have good viewpoints that will persuade me. Like, either you are persuasive and rhetorical, or you are ineffective and pointless. Which of them is it? So, you know, also, yeah, he had this whole thing about how it's like, your problems are not my problems. And then he's like, games developers and the engine and the storefront should all get together and like come to a mutual agreement about what they need to do in order to work through these problems and to repair these image problems and to repair the way that things are working. I'm like, gee, man, like, you know what? You know who could also be part of this discussion is like maybe games writers could step back and look at the
Yeah.
way that they're framing information. Like, just a thought. Like, maybe people have in fact screwed up and have just uncritically been like allowed themselves to be made into promotional tools. Like, that's a possibility too. Yeah.
We nerds and geeks, we love our bullet points and factoids and info nuggets.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna disappoint people. People want me to talk about Chapo Trap House, and I can't because I only learned this afternoon that Chapo Trap House is a podcast, and that is currently the depth of my information on that subject.
You're about where I am.
Yeah, so I am aware that they're a podcast and that there is a fracas of some kind. I could not, in any good conscience, attempt at this point in time to decipher who the players are, what the stakes are. I don't know what's going on. I am completely uninformed, and I'm not like maybe I should be better informed, but I've literally like they are a name that I've kind of just been peripherally aware of.
Well, it's kind of hard considering the breadth of what's out there.
Yeah, like
It's like
this
I've
is
come to realize, like with that latest, that YouTuber who got fired from Disney. It's like I only just
I didn't
heard
know.
about this guy.
I
He's got
heard
46
I found out about him when he got fired.
Yeah, 75% of the YouTubers I've ever heard about seem to be they have 68 bajillion viewers and live in a mansion, and I've only just heard about them when they got in trouble with the law, and for some reason they all look like that guy. At least.
Yeah. So like this
out
was
of
actually
5
something that I was
have one
commenting
look.
on back after VidCon. You know, people were saying that like John and Hank Green were negligent by not knowing who Carl is. You know, Sargon of Akkad. And
Yeah.
I was like, wait, we need to back up for a second. Like Sargon has a pretty decent amount of followers. Like he's got like I think 630,000 followers or something like that right now. But it's like let's put this in the context of YouTube. And I listed off like 15 or 20 people who were invited guests at VidCon. Like they had signings, they had they had autograph sessions, they had panels, they had photo ops, stuff like that. Like these are invited guests, and I listed like their channel views, and like these are all people with like 1 to 15 million channels, and you go down this list, and I can guarantee that like 2/3 of them you've never heard before. You've never heard of them before. They have millions of followers, and it's, you know, YouTube is so massive in scope that it is almost impossible to actually grasp how something that is important to a lot of people in their circle can be an utter cipher to people even metaphorically like a block away.
Yeah. Yeah, storm in a teacup is a phrase I've come to really enjoy.
Yeah. I mean, and I hate saying
I've been
storm in a
involved in way too many storms in teacups.
I hate saying typhoon in a teacup just because I feel like it downplays it. I feel like it downplays the damage that it does to the people caught in it. But at the same time, it's a useful kind of term because it's like, look, like this is doing a lot of damage to a bunch of people. You know, possibly even like hundreds of people are getting like their lives ruined by these assholes. But in the scope of things, it is still actually weirdly tiny. And that's a that's the thing.
That's a good point. I was referring more towards less harassment and more just general nerd drama.
Yeah. I know the thing is, and this is also
going on to Carl. Yeah, that's something.
And the existence of both of those is why it's so easy for people to like look at something like Carl and just be like, oh well, that's just more nerd stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, no. This one is an actual like this has escalated. There's one thing. I'll be right back. Someone asked me a question and I have a prop.
Okay. Oh God, I gotta entertain everybody by myself now. Shit. I'll answer questions about Dan. I don't know the answers, but I'll answer them. I'll make something up.
So I need to.
Okay.
Oh, where? Let's see if I can find. Um. Oh, I can't. I can't. I'm scrolling up, but I can't quite see it. So, Persuasive Games, Ian Bogo's Persuasive Games, The Expressive Power of Video Games. This is a really, really good book. This is obviously the hardback copy. It's also, well, the earlier parts are pretty well marked up. I'm actually rereading it at the moment for just to refresh myself on a bunch of theory and stuff for upcoming videos. Unfortunately, at this time, I still don't. I'm on the lookout for more to add to I do want to try to make an official or a semi-official reading list, like an actual recommended reading list. And so this is on there, but I don't have anything newer to add than this. And I think part of that, and this is actually part of what I'm talking about in these upcoming episodes, is that games criticism on like the theoretical level of games criticism is moving really, really slowly and is really underdeveloped. And so like a good point here, or so a comparison. All right, in film we have a techno-theoretical framework called cinematography. Maybe you've heard of it before. This is the art of using the camera to convey meaning. We do not have a word for the same in video games. I'll point this out as we go into the games that we're playing tonight. But so like, okay, I as a player have a controller and I am guiding the camera. And there are various techniques that the game creators can use to guide my eye, to guide the way that I am positioning the camera, or to create frames and scenes and tableaus and mise en scène.
To reveal.
We don't have a word to describe that. That entire body of like technological art and concept, we don't have a word for it. It's an entire discipline that has been core to video games for decades, and we do not have a word for it. That's the current state of video game criticism. So, yeah. I think so. It's complicated, but isn't a bit of bad linguistics to suggest we need a single word for a concept? No, it's not. Because having a word to describe a discipline allows you to compartmentalize knowledge in such a way, like it creates an efficiency in teaching people, because you're able to take knowledge and put it into a container. And now there are downsides to that, in that, you know, it will often lead to compression and simplification. But if you don't have a word for describing a discipline, then that discipline is going to go like completely uninterrogated, because it's just going to exist as, instead of being a thing that people can look at and talk about and explore the boundaries of and have arguments about, like, well, does this qualify as ludonarrative dissonance? Like, where's the edges here? You know, if you have a term, if you have an idea, you can explore the edges of that idea, and you can challenge the edges of that idea. If you don't have a term, then it's just a nebulous cloud of unconveyable stuff. So, yeah. In terms of like, and yeah, so that's kind of all. We'll get into that more kind of as we go. I think now is a good time to jump into the main feature, which is going to be, so we've got 3 games that we haven't finished, that we started streaming and we left unfinished, and we're going to do them in order of like how kind of much is left. So Transformers Dark of the Moon is the first up. We have literally 1 fight left to go because the game crashed mid final boss fight, and we just said screw it and ended the stream. So we're going to finish up Transformers Dark of the Moon, then we're going to jump over to G.I. Joe, The Rise of Cobra, and do the final mission. And then we're going to go through, sweet mercy, we're going to go through as much of Too Human as we can stand, and hopefully we'll make it to the end. So...
Leads in with my wheelhouse. And...
Yeah. All right. We are not going to replay campaign. We are going to resume.
I don't think I ever played this one. Actually, I don't think I ever played anything outside of the first movie game.
How was it?
I was paid to play that one. It wasn't terrible. I did get to beat up a Decepticon with a gigantic fiberglass swordfish, so it has got that going for it.
All right, I need to remind myself how to actually. Okay. I'm trying to remember what I need to shoot.
Let's see how it handles some real firepower.
Rockets. That's not very movie-like. Usually you got to get in and like tear it apart manually.
We're in the middle of the final boss fight, and I do not remember the controls to this game in the slightest. This is all right. This might be a good point. This might be a good place to jump into one of the subjects of the evening. Is Dan actually any good at video games? And so, for those who aren't aware of kind of the context of this, is some guy a couple nights ago on Twitter just started lambasting me about being like, it's like, you're actually bad at video games, and why do you pretend that you're not awful at them? Because so Friday night I did a stream where, all right, so for one of these upcoming videos I need footage from Super Mario World, because I'm going to be talking about non-literal stories, like basically visual storytelling and like visual narrative, and how story is constructed visually even in otherwise minimalist games, and basically how much hidden story, air quote, there is in Super Mario World. I know I need to use the rockets, but how do I switch to the rockets? I don't remember.
You gotta felt the shockwave when he's released in the field like that, or
I don't know, maybe. But I also, I mean, I've got health bars corresponding to each of these tentacle things. All right, Optimus is dead. Will, oh, volume down. Volume's too high. All right. So, I did a stream, like, so I needed some footage from Super Mario Brothers, and I decided, like, so I plugged it in. I plugged in the Super, I hooked it up to the capture card, and I went and did some playing. And it turns out that Super Mario Brothers is actually, like, really hard. And it was kind of, like, I was kind of hilariously bad at it. So I put a couple short videos on Twitter making fun of that fact, and then decided that, like, hey, you know what would actually be kind of funny is if I actually just kind of a full stream of this, or like an hour or two of trying to play Super Mario Brothers, or Super Mario World. Sorry, Super Mario World. Let's be accurate here. And now I didn't play Super Mario World as a kid, really. Like, I mean, in the literal sense, like, yeah, I played a bit of it, but I didn't have a Super Nintendo. Like, I didn't actually have a Super Nintendo, so I didn't play it like as a kid. Like, it wasn't a game that was in the house. It was like I played it occasionally at like my cousin's place.
Didn't grow up with that style of platform. You probably wouldn't, because I never played Sonic. Every attempt I've ever made to play a Sonic game has been a disaster because I didn't have a Sega.
Yeah, like, so same kind of thing. Like, I didn't have a Sega either. I had a Game Boy, so I played a lot of Super Mario Land, the first one. Like, we had a copy of that, and my brothers and I, like, we played that a lot in the way that only, like, youth and boredom can allow you to engage in a game. But that was also, like, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, it's been a while. And I had just actually, like, earlier in the week replayed Thomas Was Alone, you know, so, like, I've played modern platformers. Like, I've played a lot of modern platformers because there's a lot out there and a lot of really good platformer games out there. But it's surprising how different they actually control.
Standing on the shoulders of giants, so to speak.
Yeah. You know, and just things have
a lot of
changed
and removed a lot of the eccentricities of those old games.
Yeah, and so going back to Super Mario World, like, it's a very mushy game. Like, the controls are very soft. And now I'm not sure how much of this is actually like the game proper, and how much of this is playing on, you know, 20-year-old hardware, you know, with just a really old controller.
I think there's something to it because a game I recently picked up was the remake of Wonder Boy and the Dragon Trap, I think it's called. It's like a hand-animated, high-definition remake of Wonder Boy from the Sega era, which I've never played. And the only thing that they seem to have changed were the visuals and sound. And you can swap between, but the game controls almost exactly, complete with the sloppy, kind of slidey controller version. But which is disorienting when you play it in original graphics. But if you do the quick switch to new graphics, the visuals account for that. So when you skid to a halt, your character does this, animates fluidly, this little skid and turn.
Yeah. Which
I've found really helps one accommodate for the slipperiness of the controls.
Well, that's pretty cool.
So yeah, I adjusted to it really quickly, which was, and just because of that little visual kick. So of course with the old, even Super Nintendo era, you didn't really get much of that. So.
Mm-hmm. So I did do this stream, and I was like really bad at it. I got better pretty quick, but it's a game. Super Mario World is a game that still relies very heavily on, like, just brute force memorization of level layouts and patterns and timing. Like, there's a pretty stiff learning curve just kind of baked into the game. And it
helps if you've played a whole load of the other ones.
Yeah, like, maybe if you have just a ton of, like, back knowledge, like, if you've been playing this stuff, like, not just at some point, but, you know, currently. Like, so if you have fresh experience, then it turns out I actually do. Wait, what's going on?
This is one long.
I thought I was dead, but I guess I wasn't. I got saved actually by the QuickTime event, because the QuickTime event refilled my health. So that was good. All right, Driller is. I can't tell if Driller is vulnerable, or, like, do I need to take out these other two?
I'd say hit the head.
Because it was darkened out before, but it doesn't really seem to be taking any appreciable. Let's switch to rockets and see if that. Well, health bar's moving.
Oh, this is one of them grind fights, isn't it?
Kinda, yeah. right.
feel like
Are my
I feel
rockets recharged? I need
just because of the visual of it hiding Shockwave like that, I feel like he needs to be taken out, but I guess
But
not.
so the thing is that this is actually a prequel to the movie. So this is the events like immediately before. So like,
I
okay,
was
how did the
beginning to wonder about
Decepticons find the coordinates on the moon? Like this explains that plot hole if that was a
Okay.
thing that you were actually concerned about. But yeah, so as a result, it's like, okay, well, Shockwave is here, but do we actually kill Shockwave? I don't think so, because he has to survive into the movie.
I guess he's got more than one driller. I guess the driller escapes.
You know, one or the other or both, something like that.
Yeah, as somebody who's been involved in Transformers in a very long time, just because they got killed doesn't mean
Just, yeah, it doesn't really mean a whole lot. Got killed in the tie-in video game doesn't,
Oh hell, it doesn't even matter if they were. It doesn't matter if they were killed.
they were killed in the
actual
movie.
thing.
Yeah. All right, there we go. All of them are down. Now Driller's... Oh, yeah, now he's taking massive damage. And new objective, rendezvous with Autobot reinforcements. Okay, because...
Reinforcements are approaching your location.
All right.
And it's not just the movie.
Autobot
I mean, the
reinforcements.
current comics, they've reincarnated people who have no business being alive anymore because to hell with it. We like that character.
Get him in... Okay, so there we go. They showed up, and now they're throwing Shockwave back into stasis lock, and I assume because the room's thawing, he's going to escape, and then he'll show up in the movie and destroy Chicago. The new objective, defeat Shockwave. Oh man, better watch out. He's a 0.1 percenter. That doesn't mean anything in the context of the movies.
No, not really.
But it's fun to say. Does it make me look like a not fake geek boy? Have I passed the gate check?
You're asking the wrong person. I'm the person.
Am I allowed in the clubhouse? Has my reference been accepted at the altar of
not until you
all
can
the
name
Gen
all the
1s?
South American Transformers that came out.
Oh jeez. There's this really weird thing in this game, like this. I mean, this game's bad. Like, let's make no bones about it. But one of the like peculiar badnesses about it is that they actually expect you to like jump over stuff a lot, but you can't see your feet. So it's like, all right, we need to jump over shockwaves, but it's kind of just hard to tell when they're actually like at you.
Yeah, the first game was better about that. You could at least usually see the feet, and it never really. I don't recall it having any kind of leaping attack, but much of that game was actually about scaling buildings and stuff. So.
Oh, does this? Are the Autobots back?
Oh, the good old Circle Strafe.
Oh, hey, L2 is a lock. Oh, that'll save me needing to readjust. I can just, yeah. Oh, but it loses lock a lot and easily. I want my shoulder rockets back. Like, my gun doesn't do any damage. But yes, this is just a Circle Strafe boss fight with way too many hit points.
The minions don't really do anything for you, do they? They're just there to distract.
I
didn't really
guess.
see
I
his
don't
light
really
bar
need
go
a
down, but
distraction. I mean, we're at half. Oh, hey, they're back. Are they gonna do anything? It's going down a little faster. Maybe that's just because with them here, I'm actually able to get at his vents more easily. That's probably it.
Okay,
Just getting more shots in on his back, so.
Well, I suppose the weak point is a little more strategy than normal.
Oh, there we go. Someone actually shot a rocket into his back. Come on, do that again. Knock him down again. Actually do something. This is up there with oh dang it, which one was it? It might have been, actually it might be G.I. Joe. One of the games that we played was intended, actually I guess it also applies to Two Human. Two Human has it a lot where enemies have like weak points on their back. Oh, Terminator Salvation did it too, because that was also co-op, and so you had a lot of like, you know, their weak point is on their back, but because the AI prioritizes player one, it's like you can't really get behind anything too often. You kind of have to pray that your AI companions manage to pull aggro so that you can like sneak around.
You know, Shockwave, you have a tank mode. Just putting that out there.
Wait, can I transform? Oh wait, now it's just letting me use my... What the hell gun am I using? I don't even know what's going on. Whatever, jetpacks online. Weird ass... What the...
I just saw
What is this design? That better have been the final boss. I'm pretty sure it was, but if I'm wrong, I'm going to be pretty sad.
That's ridiculous even for...
Alright, there we go, the digger. Yeah, alright, and they escape.
What's happened? Are you all right? I'm fine, Ratchet. Shockwave has retreated. The battle is won.
But so, back to the Super Mario World story. Like, it was actually a really interesting stream, in my opinion. Like, I mean, it was intensely frustrating, especially with the number of people in chat who were backseat gaming, which is part of the reason why I don't play, like, games anyone cares about, is that no one's going to backseat game Transformers Dark of the Moon, you know? But, like, Super Mario World is a lot trickier, because tons of people have played it for thousands of hours. So if you're going in and you're realistic, like my realistic experience with Super Mario World is probably prior to last weekend, 5 hours over the course of like, what, 27 years? Since that game came out. Something definitely on that level of magnitude. Whatever. So I'm doing this game, and I'm actually making, I think, decent progress for someone who is, for all intents and purposes, going in blind. Yeah. There we go. End credits. Game director Sean Miller, who, yeah. All right. So, but then this guy shows up on Twitter like a couple days later and just like 20 tweets about how I actually like suck at games, and he's been watching my streams for years, and it's like you're just bad at all games forever and always, and why won't you just admit that? And so I gave him a bit of sass back, you know, that it's like, well, I mean, a lot of the game, like, the funny thing is I don't often stream the games that I'm actually like good at. I mean, I did do a whole bunch of Bloodborne streams, and yeah. I'm actually not that bad at Bloodborne. I'm not like a competitive player, but like I have legitimately solo beat some pretty hard stuff in Bloodborne. I've called in help for some of the worst stuff, like Lower Thumerian Amygdala, because F that noise. But you know, it's like, all right, whatever. A lot of these games though aren't really worth being good at, and also like switching control schemes like every single week. I mean, we already saw that. It was like, all right, jump into Transformers. It was only a few weeks ago, and I've already forgotten what the buttons actually do. Because these games, like a lot of them, don't have intuitive control schemes. They've often got really floaty physics or just kind of like really weird movement quirks. And it kind of screws up your ability to play games as a whole if you're not like focusing on a couple that you're getting really used to. And this is kind of the funny thing, like if you look at the like skill streamers is sort of the industry name for them, like people whose main thing is that they play video games to show people high level play. Most of them play like 3 games, and one of them is always Hearthstone. And the reason why they only play 3 games, and usually it'll be like they'll play a MOBA, they'll play a first-person shooter, and they'll play Hearthstone. And it's like 3 games with very different control schemes that do not overlap at all, so that they don't get muscle memory confusion.
Easy to compartmentalize.
Easy to compartmentalize. And they'll only play 2 games in a given night, and it'll always be their like one of their main games and Hearthstone. Like it'll always be Hearthstone as the secondary, because Hearthstone is not going to interfere with your skill set at all. It's just purely about thinking, and it's just clicking. There's no muscle memory to it. There's no reflex motion. And, you know, if you think about it, it's like, okay, Kriparian's a good guy to sort of point to, because he is a skill streamer, whether or not he's actually good at video games. But he rotates through games, but he'll play like one game for years. Like when he was a Warcraft streamer, it was like pretty much just Warcraft, like just World of Warcraft. And then it was like just StarCraft, and then just Diablo, and then Hearthstone came out, and it was Diablo plus Hearthstone. And I don't even know what he's playing these days, but it's like, oh, well, he plays a lot of games. It's like, well, over time, but not like, yeah, like they cycle, like they'll maybe cycle through games, because like I think Crip's probably on, like, I mean, he's probably playing Overwatch like everybody else these days. But it's Overwatch and Hearthstone. Because that's kind of what, like, to actually be a like skill streamer, it's kind of what you got to do. Or you've got to just be one of those people who is, you know, 1 in 1,000, 1 in a million, and is actually just kind of, you know, objectively amazing at whatever game they happen to throw into into the system.
Or they specialize in one game that's been modded to hell and back.
That's actually also a common thing.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of funny. So I gave the guy a ribbing. He's deleted all of the tweets since then. But so I figured we'd broach the subject, and chat can discuss this. Is Dan actually any good at video games? I would contend that I am kind of okay. Like, that I'm not bad, and that, so it's like I don't often play the games, I don't often stream the games, or even the genres that I'm particularly good at. Like, I did do The Witness, and I really wish I had saved all of that stream, because I feel like that's a good counterpoint. Like, yeah, I got hung up on parts in The Witness, but I blew through The Witness in 2 nights. Like, it is not a short game. That is a lot of puzzles. And I beat, like with no hints, some of the hardest puzzles in the game.
Well,
I'm actually kind of okay at puzzle games.
Yeah, games is really kind of
vague and broad. And it's like, yeah, so I got my ass kicked at Mario. But if you want to talk about it in terms of like learning curve, I think that in terms of learning curve, that going from, like, let's say functionally starting from blind, picking up a Super Nintendo controller for the first time in, well, I mean, I guess I played a little bit of Mario Kart for fun a year ago. Like 20 minutes of Mario Kart against the, like, 150cc against the AI. That doesn't exactly count as some, like, hardcore Super Nintendo gaming. you know, so let's say it's like picking up, playing one of these old, like a legit old 2D Mario on original hardware for the first time in decades. Like, I'd say I learned pretty fast. I made a lot of repeated noob mistakes, but I learned a lot. And you could see, like, you could actually, if you played the night and fast forward, you could see the growth. Like, you could look at a level and be just like, okay, super fast death, and then you hit the point where you start actually looking at the levels like, okay, it's predictable. It's always going to be the same. Like, if you behave the same, almost everything in this level will behave identically. The number of random things is basically like the Hammer Brothers, and memory. That's it. Yeah. And so it's like, all right, 90% of any given level in Super Mario World will behave identically given identical inputs. So knowing that, it's like it's just repetition. It's learn the pattern and then just do the same thing, the exact same thing over and over and over again. And the better that you can do it identically to the way that you did it successfully the last time, you know, the faster you're going to get where you're going. And you saw that over the course of the night, that it's like a level went from being, it's like, okay, 2 game overs to get halfway through to an hour later just blasting through the whole thing in about 45 seconds.
And a lot of that does depend on the game itself. I mean, because Mario games are pretty good at establishing a rhythm where you can kind of get... Yeah, you can just kind of feel out how this is going to go. And even when it throws something new, it's that isn't, oh, Hammer Brother, I know exactly what to do, you know. Not all games are good at that. I mean, personally, I suck at anything first-person shootery. I'm not terribly great in anything over the shoulder, for that matter.
All right, so if I remember this, I just need to do this blue mission, I think.
Oh,
all right.
G.I. Joe.
Okay, we're gonna bring Duke and heavy duty.
I have so many thoughts on G.I. Joe as a franchise. The desiccated corpse of a franchise that is G.I. Joe.
So this game, we didn't actually have a whole lot to say about it. It was just kind of bland and rote. Like, it's actually very arcadey.
Joes, I want you at the heart of this operation. Find out what this Eye of Apep is and what their plans are for it.
Ooh, lore trivia.
From what we've decrypted so far, you're looking for some kind of solar panel.
The Eye of Apep is a solar panel. Seriously? I thought they were looking for ancient artifacts here, Breaker.
Cut me some slack, Stalker. My team's trying to make sense out of a lot of chatter.
The funny thing, actually, so if I were to
is,
talk about the one game, the one kind of game that I'm actually like really good at, but I don't play anymore very often, is, so I used to be a hardcore World of Warcraft raider, played healers for years and years and years, and I was good at it. I was actually really good at it. I do not remember the controls in this game.
I'm just loving those Cobra Troopers doing that. And step 1, 2, 3, back.
I need to figure out what my fire. There we go. It's R2.
That it. Is Destro just shipping boxes of helium? Is that what's going on?
Probably.
Wow.
All right. The camera in this one is kind of wonky. Also, there was one level where we got hung up for a super long time because the game was glitchy and wouldn't properly trigger the next event. Oh, no, sorry. It wasn't glitchy. Well, it was kind of glitchy, but it was also just like really, really poorly communicating. So you needed to blow up these computer monitors, but there was no reason to think that you needed to blow up the computer monitors. So it was 2 different triggers that you needed to activate by blowing up the computer monitors on one side of the room and then doing the same on the other side of the room. But the first time it was like I got stuck and then I just started shooting at everything and I wound up triggering it by accident because I just happened to shoot the computer monitor. So then that led to like 3 or 4 minutes of just being like, it's like, well, how did I do it last time? What happened? What changed?
Okay.
All right, I know I've got these I have the super moves. I'm trying to remember how to trigger them. Was it?
Jesus, those are some resilient ninjas. This game has no reason to have the camera this far down. It needs... I'm getting real Smash TV vibes off this. This really needs to be, like, top-down, near top-down.
Well, there are, in a lot of places, a lot more, like, long-range... I shouldn't say long-range, but a lot more depth being used.
Multiple air quotes around depth.
For a very specific definition for the specific spatial meaning of depth. You know, like, okay, so we've got that gun way in the back there. So like that, you wouldn't be able to see that if the camera were better. Now, of course, the answer to that really is place your objects better. But you know, if the camera people kind of had to work with what the layout people had already built, then I guess this is functional.
Yeah, I'm getting real early 90s arcade Akari Warriors kind of.
Oh yeah. It's actually points driven.
Uh-huh. That's something you don't see very often.
Yeah. Like it's super arcadey. So it's not awful for what it is. It's not good. I mean, if I want to play something points driven, I'd rather play, I don't know, Bayonetta.
Is this the one they managed to work in a pork chop sandwich references in?
They might have. I don't remember. This was a few weeks ago, and it made almost no impression, and we read about 2% of the dialogue. So there might have been,
you know.
but
I honestly don't expect anyone to pay that much attention to the fiction in these games.
yeah. Oh, also it was a PSP port, right? Someone has reminded me of that. So that's another reason for the camera kind of being the way that it is that the PSP actually doesn't have a right stick. So
I love the way they're moving in them little suits. It's just so adorable. Like that.
I mean,
kid
I'm
from
sure
the
these
Christmas
animations
Story in the overblown winter outfit.
yeah, I'm sure the animation was a lot less noticeably weird when it was on a 3-inch screen.
Yeah.
Destroy them.
The tunnel ahead appears to lead back outside. Advance with caution. I'm good to go.
But this one's been a great one for, like, all of these factors, that it's a port of PSP game, that it's a licensed video game for a movie based on a, let's be honest, crappy franchise. G.I. Joe was never good.
Not really. I
Not
say this
real.
as somebody who's written official G.I. Joe stuff. It was fun, but as a franchise, oh my god, it has so many things working against it. Even before you get to whatever kind of
even before you get, like, I don't know, I kind of, if I'm gonna talk about why G.I. Joe was never good, I'm going to basically start at the whole thing being propaganda to sell militarism to children. And I
That's a
don't
decent
really
show,
feel like I
yeah.
need to go
That's
beyond
pretty
that.
much-
Like, I feel like that one's a bit of a trump card, honestly. But if we do want to go past that, then we can start talking about the fact that it's all of the worst elements of 80s children like child-focused hyper-consumerism
There's that. There's that.
condensed. And also, you know, it's propaganda to sell militarism. Yeah, no, they're toys. They're toys.
Before you get to a lot of the flaws in just as a storytelling / character driven / whatever.
Oh, people are asking, what do I think about Angry Joe and his fans? Vexel has more or less hit on the the condensed version of it, which is Angry Joe plays a shouty toxic man as his critical persona, which Shock draws authentically toxic shouty people to him, and he has never really done anything to actively guide that or dissuade that. Like, whenever things get particularly bad, he'll step in and be just like, hey guys, don't do that. But it's really kind of the like soft-handed, mealy-mouthed, like everybody's got to be friends, nerd social fallacy kind of thing that is like, people, it's like, no, you can't exclude people from your fan base because that makes you the bad person. And it's like, well, no, you can kick Nazis out of your fan base, you can kick toxic assholes out of your fan base, you can kick all sorts of people out of your fan base, and your fan base will actually be better because then it will be more welcoming than if you leave those people in and let them have kind of the run of the place. I mean, beyond that, I mean, as a critic, I don't know, Joe's a nice guy. I've met him a few times. He's kind of exactly what he says on the tin. He's really passionate about the stuff that he likes, but his work as a critic is shallow.
I can't really add or deny or argue anything on that one. I've only kind of been, what's the word? Tangentially exposed to him, I guess. I just don't really have that much exposure outside of largely like a handful of reviews and, you know, back when the big group movies were a thing.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what my,
Okay, is that a snake armor? I guess so. I guess that's their version of that toy.
my camera's going weird even by this game's camera standards, and I'm trying to figure out why. Also, I still can't remember. I'm just gonna start pushing buttons until, I hope I didn't. Oh no, I died. I got blown. Oh no, I'm fine. We're all fine here.
You can tell.
I'm just gonna start pushing. There we go. Circle is my grenades. Circle is my grenades. So this is one of the things. So these guys have a weak point on their back, and they go down super fast if you can get your heavy to shoot them in the back. The problem being, and you may notice this, that your heavy, in this case, wants to stay by your side.
Oh god, that's starting to get flashbacks now. I got to do the guidebook for the Incredibles Rise of the Underminer, like kind of the sequel game to the movie,
Yep.
and it did this thing where, you know, it was meant to be two-player, so all the levels were designed around the idea that you would have two intelligent players doing the things. But of course, I did not really have that luxury. So it gave you an AI and the ability to swap between them. But a lot of puzzles and a lot of fights were designed around the idea of these two characters doing simultaneous actions.
Yeah.
Didn't work out so well.
Actually, that brings me back to something that I was meaning to talk about earlier with regards to the like playing a different game every single week and learning a new control scheme and a new control philosophy every single week is like people like to rag on professional reviewers, like particularly the ones who are like staff for the bigger outlets, and it's like how often they seem to be not up to the hardcore gamers snuff when it comes to their skills. And it's like, dude, I want you to try playing, like, not just like playing, but trying to complete a new game in a genre that you may be comfortable with and familiar with. Like, it's like, okay, it's an arcade shooter. It's a third-person arcade shooter. It's not exactly like someone would be asking me to review, you know, a soccer team management sim.
Yeah.
You know, it's not some oblique genre. It's just action shooter, and it's like, all right, jump into this and you have like 2 days to finish it, and then you're on to another game. And oh, by the way, immediately before this, you had to play, I don't know, BioShock for 12 hours.
And then there's the simple act of writing something coherent.
Yeah, and then you're squeezing this in between like writing. It's like, and you've been doing this all the time, over and over for, you know, weeks. And it's like, yeah, you end up actually, like, it actually makes you worse at games as a whole.
Yeah, that's what I found during the whole guidebook phase, because I kept having to learn entirely, and Christ, I spent more time sorting data than playing games on any one of those books, and you're on this one thing for a month or 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
So and you get really hyper focused. I was never able to get really good at any of the games I did, despite the fact that I had to complete them. Just because I had to plow through so fast.
Someone's asking a mechanical question. Fizzy, why do rank insignia keep jumping out of the player character, which you then have to collect? So like I said, this is a points-driven game. In fact, that last screen that we were just on was counting up my points. Because I died so often, so whenever you die, you lose like 5,000 points or something like that. And I died like 3 times against that heavy armor, so I had 0 points, so I really only got any points for the last like 2 rooms of the level. And so the insignia that pop out are point multipliers. So if you get a kill streak going, then a 2 times multiplier will pop out, then a 3 times, then a 5 times, then a 10 time multiplier, like if you can keep it going. Also, you can find them in the crates, and the point multipliers do exactly what they say on the tin.
Oh, mass device. That's a reference.
Maybe they needed a big light source to test refraction.
Right, so they could cut the facets to the exact dimensions necessary for the laser.
No chit-chat, Joes. Team, move in. See if this Eye of Apep is a fairy tale, or if there's really cause for concern.
I'm good to go.
Yeah, I mean, I was having enough problems, you know, just having one game to hyper-focus on for that period of time and write about and data sort and everything. I can't imagine, you know, playing a brand new game and trying to run through it in like 2 days. That just don't seem like a lot of fun.
No, that went too far. I need to blow up these crates that are just below
just below gun
I'm pretty
range.
sure I need to go this direction, but these crates are... Oh, there we go. Melee the crates.
Because you can't jump. Your highly skilled soldier doesn't get to, you know, jump.
Tristan is asking, have you thought about making a documentary on Channel Awesome? Not really. I would maybe make a documentary or something on, I don't know, like, because at the end of the day, like, here, the sort of problem is that at the end of the day, like, that, it's such a tempest in a teacup. I think we just bypassed that mini-boss fight. Do we actually need to fight this stuff, or can we just run away from it? Let's just run away. Sweet. Bye.
Why not?
I mean, and the thing is that even kind of best case, like now, okay. Something that I have considered doing for the last couple months is I wouldn't mind doing a series of mini documentaries that are oral histories. So like not a like investigative documentary on that guy with the glasses, but a oral history of that guy with the glasses. I think that would be potentially interesting, but at the same time, I'm kind of the opinion this, like, who's really at the end of the day going to care about that, and can you make it interesting to someone who does not already basically know? Because the thing is that for the majority of people who kind of want something like that, it's because they're already sort of just aware of the fact that there is intrigue of various sorts, but they want details.
A little bit of seeking validation.
A little bit of seeking validation, a little bit of just, you know, court intrigue, a little bit of, you know, it's like, hey, we all like some good gossip. And it's like, I get that instinct. I mean, obviously, I love me some hearsay. But at the same time, it's like that doesn't necessarily make for a good documentary. Like, it's just kind of
And at what
YouTube
point are you just
drama.
kind of going to end up being a dick to people?
Yeah, like, you know, what are the actual stakes involved? That it's like, okay,
Is it a scab worth picking?
yeah, you know, it's like, all right, Mike Michaud is a paranoid asshole who is really difficult to work with. End of story. Like, he makes bad business decisions. Yeah. He's not very good at his job. All right, we have now, like, from there it's basically just specific stories about, you know, it's like, oh well, this one time, and it's like, I can understand why people kind of want that, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily interesting or a good thing to make a whole video on, or to make, like, particularly to make like a documentary on.
And some of the people, even if it's, you know, theoretically vindicating for them, would they even want that?
Would they even want that? Like, is that just going to, you know,
I mean,
pull up old dirt? Is it
going
to open old
with
wounds?
Some of the people who are, you know, who have been directly affected, but who were directly involved in a lot of that stuff, and I don't know that, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be comfortable with, you know.
A lot of them just kind of want to move on.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, like, I mean, I'm friends with people who are still kind of just, you know, going by to get by, because they're not having any problems with, like, they're not running into conflicts with Michaud.
Yeah.
So, you know, and it's fine for that. And I don't want to.
If somebody wants to, if somebody who is directly involved that wants to take an online swipe, that's fine. I you know, I don't.
And kind of at the end of the day, like, for as much as I know, I am ultimately pretty tangential to it. Like I kind of am an outsider, and I guess in some ways that makes me a better voice on it, but in other ways it's kind of worse because then it's like I am airing other people's laundry.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, like it is incredibly petty kind of stuff. Like
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like something. Like I said, an oral history and maybe the impact. And I've lost it already in this thread, but you know, and maybe just a little talk about some of the impact.
yeah, I think
on-
talking about, you know, this if you were to instead kind of go broader, like, hey, a moment in kind of internet history, this sort of burst of internet movie reviews and these character-based movie reviews. Like, I think that's kind of an interesting subject that you could get into.
And then maybe look at how it's kind of evolved since, you know, things went a little pear-shaped.
Yeah.
You know how some reviewers have moved on to new. I mean, Lindsay and Allison have both pretty heavily changed formats.
Yeah. Well, and here's sort of the weird thing is that since things went pear-shaped, like what happened? The actual answer to that is basically nothing. Like, people just moved on.
Yeah.
like it didn't evolve into something bigger. Like, what kind of was the fate of Tigwatig? And it's like, I know it's like, this is kind of weird because it's still, you know, technically going and they're still technically successful, but I don't think it's oh geez. Oh, I think these things. All right, no, these pillars shut down.
Yeah, I just got the Mega Death Beam.
Yeah, I think these pillars suppress the Mega Death Beam. I'm pretty sure what they actually do. Oh nope, there's more Mega Death Beam.
You may just be that far in the fight.
Maybe it's that phase.
Boy, it's nice of it to not actually give you any tells as to where the Mega Death Beam is actually going to shoot. It's also slightly hard because for me to talk about any of that stuff because there's always going to be that slight air of sour grapes.
Yeah.
Didn't even get through the first round.
So I guess one of the things, what was I saying? With the, you know, this like Tigwatig's still going and they are like technically still successful, but it's like I don't feel like this is a controversial opinion to say that their like relevancy as a opinion, like as a tastemaker, that has waned
as an entity. I think just,
you know, that they have kind of they have, if not peaked, they have plateaued. And you know, I mean, I guess there's always the possibility that that'll change, like that they'll hit on something that's gonna go viral and they're gonna like be back in.
Well, I think
that people are gonna be paying attention to them again and looking at like what they're actually saying.
I think part of it is like the era of the big giant Groot movie is certainly over.
Is definitely over, yeah.
Yeah, and that, I think that was a very big part of its identity. And now we're seeing that, you know, people are more than happy to still work with each other. It's just not kind of that gigantic, for lack of a better word, family.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, and part of that is this kind of takes it back to the petty court intrigues. It's like that kind of didn't actually exist.
Well, yeah, I know.
Like,
yeah.
It was always the
I
Doug
wasn't
Show.
Sure. I was looking for a better word than family, but that's about the only thing I could.
No. I mean, that was definitely the
feel they were
image.
For. Yeah.
You know, that was definitely the product being sold. Like, the reality of it is a little just more mundane. And I think maybe kind of the problem here is that it is, at the end of the day, like, just, I mean, it's a really mundane story. It's like, what happened to that guy with the glasses? It's like, well, Doug got bored with Nostalgia Critic because he ran out of stuff that he felt, like, personally really passionate talking about. And he tried to move on, and they made an awful show that wasn't very good, and nobody liked it. And so they went back to doing what they had done before. And Michaud is a bad business guy. Like, he's bad at business, and he makes poor decisions, and he has, like, actually zero taste, and they didn't invest anything into talent development or, you know, infrastructure building, and the world moved on without them. I mean, they're still, by the numbers, they're still quite popular, but
Yeah.
like, they're not a go-to place anymore.
It seems like a lot of the people are getting their a major chunk of their hits now. Like the Channel Awesome site is almost supplemental at this stage.
Yeah.
It's lunch money.
Mm-hmm.
When Patreon, well, especially now that everybody has their Patreon up and running, and that was a whole to-do.
Good work, team.
Yeah. Oh,
Losing the Eye
jeez.
of Apex
Yeah.
is definitely a setback, but taking down Firefly is nothing to sneeze
But
at.
yeah, especially
See,
with Patreon,
so
and a
here-
lot of people on YouTube now just
This is all public, so I feel like this is just a good thing to kind of remind people of, in terms of, like, here's the actual scope of the Petty Palace intrigue. If you want to be bored to tears, is you would get a lot of, well, okay, Patreon came out as a service, and a bunch of the smaller, like the small to mid-sized creators who weren't front page, who weren't getting the kind of front page placement that they maybe felt Tig should be getting them, adopted it really quickly because it was going to supplement their income in a positive way, and they wanted to advertise this on the site, like, as part of their videos, or put out a secondary video being like, you know, telling people about it, because it was kind of a new idea. And Mike Michaud, who is the, like, actual CEO of Channel Awesome, is like, no, you can't do that, that's e-begging, and, you know, basically told them to piss off and not do that, and
just make more videos instead.
it turned into some, like, really, really petty, awful back and forth, but there was never any official policy statement about what you could or couldn't do in regards to Patreon. It was just kind of all invented ad hoc based on however Mike Michaud felt at the moment of being asked, and then, like,
In the Skype
months,
chat.
and then months later, with no communication whatsoever, all of a sudden, Channel Awesome has their own Patreon, and it's suddenly okay now. And this, again, is implemented without any sort of official statement whatsoever. It's just one day people go to the site and there's a video advertising their Patreon.
Average Joe. Okay, I'll give them points. Sloppy Joe, that's good. I'll give them points for that. I'll give them points for their Joe ranking system.
Hey, in a lot of the earlier levels, I was a Super Joe,
Yeah.
all the way. I have only descended to Sloppy Joe once.
God, I haven't had a Sloppy Joe in forever now that I think about it. But yeah, I'm not sure how much there would be to mine for drama, and how much it would just, if you did that, if you'd just be being an asshole.
A lot of it you'd just kind of be being an asshole, or like it would be picking at petty wounds in a lot of ways, and it would be hard to make it actually, like, compelling to anyone who wasn't directly involved, or to anyone who wasn't, like, basically rubbernecking alongside the people who were directly involved. But that said, like, I think there is to back away from the operations side of it, I do think there is something to be said. Like, I mean, and people in chat seem to like this idea that a sort of oral history of the moment of character-driven reviews, and the impact of the influence of it. The thing is that here's kind of the what is the influence of it, and how much of that influence is actually derivative of it, and how much is just that's how the dialect of online interactions work. Because we've been using pseudonyms and like nom de guerres for decades online to either brand or obfuscate. And so the escalation of that into character, is that something that, you know, we can pin on that guy with the glasses either as, like, if not the first, then as a kind of driving, popularizing force? Or is that guy with the glasses kind of just a demonstration of a broader trend that then has its own internal memetics? Like, I can definitely say, like, if you want to say, if you can absolutely point to Doug for the memetic of, hello, I'm the blank of the blank, I something something, so you something something. That's absolutely on Doug, but has that endured? Like, I don't think so. For good reason, because it's actually kind of awful and derivative, and was a, like, really, really good sign of someone who was not necessarily exerting the levels of effort and to originality that they maybe should have.
What's up, guys? It's your boy.
Here we go.
What's up, YouTube? It's your boy D-Stacks here.
I've finally been fiddling around with streaming and recording, and there actually is a couple things I want to try and record, dumb game-wise, nothing important, but I have it in my head that my first video I do any kind of recording and putting on YouTube. What's up, guys? It's your friend. No, bad. No, stop.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like for a first out the gate that.
I'm not saying I'd actually do that, but the temptation has been there.
The temptation has been there, and I definitely see the temptation. But whenever I get that temptation, I always end up stepping back and kind of asking myself, like, okay, is the overt tacky is the overt tacky subversion actually witty? Like, is it actually any good?
Yeah.
Because I find, you know, because I end up in those same places as well, where it's like, oh man, it's like, here I could do this. And it's like, but will it pay off, or is it going to be, you know, it's like the whole, okay, so there was that whole trend in crossover reviews, the fight, that is like, all right, we'll start off and we'll get into a fight, and then we'll begrudgingly agree to do it, and we'll do the whole review will be like semi-hostile. You know, that became a trope in and of itself. But then equally instantly and even more obnoxiously, the subversion of the trope of, you know, it's like, oh well, we are instead going to point out that we're supposed to fight, and then we're not gonna fight, and we're gonna, like, that became just as obnoxious. And there was sort of this point of like, no, come on, just don't call attention, just do it, just do the review, just do the thing that you're here to do, just don't, please stop and just do the review. I can't, I feel like my vehicle is going to blow up because, oh, I'm driving backwards. Alright, okay. Alright, there we go. I had a brief glimpse. I had a moment where I briefly glimpsed the vehicle behind the bridge. and could see that my guns were pointed in the wrong direction. This is... Oh, people. These controls are... These are amazing. Oh, it's wicked slidey.
Also, I can't help but stare at that and go, I can see exactly where the action figure foot pegs are supposed to go.
That's amazing.
I mean, I could probably find this on yojo.com in about 2 minutes. The original vehicle toy that used to be. I am dead certain I know. I'm pretty sure it's an armadillo. My brain is telling me that was called the armadillo.
That was an armadillo. It's probably in our codex. Like, I bet if when we go back out to the menu, we will.
In the right place?
They went through all the effort of building this Antarctic base, and then the person in charge of stenciling the Cobra logo on the door got it crooked.
Wow.
Someone got
Well,
fired. Someone had to wait for the boat back to the mainland.
Oh god, one of the best. Like I said, we've managed. Me and Trent got to do a couple of GI Joe comics through the club and whatnot, and we had way more fun writing the Cobra people than anybody else. Cobra was always our favorite thing to write, and usually it was some poor schmuck in the organization caught in the gears. Just he's working his way. He's gonna get a code name at some point, man. He's gonna have to talk to. I don't even remember what the acronym was, but he had to talk to some guy who was in charge of the snake-themed acronyms. But he was gonna work his way up to a code name, damn it, and an original costume. It was gonna happen someday.
So Tyan has a good point that the character review format really works best, and to a degree only works when it's about like truly awful movies, or things that are straight up bad. Like, it really kind of only works in the context of a riff, and there are only so many The Rooms in the world, and that'll, I guess, to kind of point at Mystery Science Theater, like a lot of the guys, they don't have the researching chops to actually go out and find, I shouldn't actually just say that they don't have the researching chops, but they also don't have like the access to the kind of body of just movies that the researchers for Mystery Science Theater have.
Yeah.
That it's like Mystery Science Theater, like they'll wade through 100 movies to find 12.
Yeah.
Because for every The Room, like, there's a lot of movies out there that are just unwatchable. Like, they're just boring. And there's nothing to say about them. They're bad. They're some of the worst movies ever made.
But they don't give you anything to
they
work
don't
with.
give you anything to work with.
Yeah,
And that's a factor.
Yeah, that was one of the things with our the prequel to our stupid puppet show now is we actually did a bunch of riffs for the Transformers conventions.
Mm-hmm.
And I did that for when did it actually start? 1997 up through 2014. So yeah.
Is that when it started?
And,
Yeah.
BotCon actually started in 93.
Wow.
It's been around. It was around a long time.
We can talk about BotCon in a sec here and how Hasbro bought it out and now nobody wants to go.
Oh god, there's a lot of stuff I don't know that I want to go into that on a public chat, but I'm kind of tied to that one.
Oh, okay.
I did a lot of work for BotCon over the years.
Okay. But yeah, no, like actually one of the things that I was sort of adamant about, like internally, when I started folding ideas was the fact that this was kind of a weakness in the character-driven format, was that if your predicate on riffing bad movies, well, that significantly limits what you can even do and what you can branch out in, and what you're essentially training your audience to expect from you and to accept from you. And so I have toyed with the riff at times, and it's certainly fun in regards. I hate saying this sounds so mean, but
Yeah, go
it's
for it.
easy. It's really
It
easy.
can
It can be. It's easy
It's
to
easy to do. It's not easy to
It's
do
not
right.
necessarily easy to do right or well, but
Yeah.
it is very easy to just make.
Yeah.
And so like that's definitely a factor.
Yeah. No.
But-
I agree with you completely. It is. I will say in my defense, we labor the hell over our scripts.
Yeah, like you can, it can be done well. I mean, obviously it can
Yeah.
be done well. Like it is a valid,
You just
Things.
can't just use the first thing that pops into your head.
yeah, but it's like it's like opium. It's like it's so easy. It's so easy. It's like, oh, I just need to say something kind of, that's vaguely related, that's at least sort of funny to me.
I'll go to Planet Zemeckis.
Oh god. Yeah, exactly.
Oh god.
Oh man, do I get bonus points? Holy crap! I get bonus points for air juggling dudes.
Oh well.
I get 10 points every shot when oh, now I lost all my points because I just stood there and let those turrets shoot me. Well, I lost a bunch of my points. I still got 78,000.
Oh, that's hey.
Alright, now if I can get it to target lock on this guy again. Oh, he's dead now.
Juggling bats is actually I'll say that's pretty cool. I'll give it that. Oh no, I remember where I was going. I was talking about the BotCon riffing. We had people all the time going, "Why don't you do the those Singapore English dubs? They're awful." And I'm like, "Yeah, but they're not really awful in the way that helps us,
Yeah.
because
They're just bad?
they're boring. The source material is fucking boring. Nothing happens. You gotta
They
have
use the
right-
wrong words a bunch of times, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes they use the wrong words in the wrong order. That's enough, right?
Yeah, no. And believe me, there are few things more uncomfortable. If you think watching some people on YouTube do an uncomfortable riff review is bad, try having something like that happen live. I've had a sketch or two bomb bad because we got a little overindulgent, and few things feel worse than that.
I bet.
On the other hand, I like to think I was vindicated because we had one sketch that it took people about a minute to figure out what we were doing. Because I decided I wanted to do a veterinarian's hospital style sketch.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the most shamelessly awful jokes. And we start in and let's go. Oh, and I'm watching the audience out of the corner of my eye, and I can see the realization dawn. And that was so gratifying because they started realizing, oh shit, they're actually doing this. I unabashedly love Veterinarian's Hospital as a sketch.
Mm-hmm. So,
But, woof.
yeah. So one of the things, and I guess this backs up to being about me again, because let's be honest, this is all about my ego. That's what this stream is about.
Oh, yeah.
It's about how cool Dan is, and
Dan's
how
me.
great how great he is, and how he knows more than everybody
Will
else.
Save online video.
I will say I am the Jesus of the Beatles.
The Jesus of the Beatles
of YouTube, of online video. But yeah, so one of the things that I was like very
Yahweh of YouTube. Here we go.
concerned about when I started was it was like, okay, I played with riffing a little bit and then just kind of embraced the fact that it's like, no, I don't want that to be my format because it limits kind of what you can say and how you can say it, and the level of the critique that you can get into, and also it sort of undercut my original core impetus, which was a direct response to what I saw as a trend of aggressive anti-intellectualism in the online review space, like that jokes about how I don't get this. This is weird. What's going on? This doesn't make any sense. They expect me to read. What is that, a reference to a book? You know, that like really playing up being stupid and not getting it was really, really popular in online reviews in 2010, in 2009, 2010. I think it's gotten a little bit better. I think a lot of people have for a lot of the same reasons as I did, like they've moved past it and also started to look at like, hey, let's try engaging with media authentically rather than just, you know, being like her dumb stupid movie.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately kind of a better way to engage stuff. Also, that if your default engagement is authentic, then it makes your angry, pissed off, confusion also more authentic. Like it makes it better. Like if you're getting if you're getting confused over what was a good movie example? I'm trying to think of something from like 2008, 2009 that would be good to point to. If you're watching something like The Fountain and doing a riffing review that's like, what the hell's going on? What? Why are they here now? I don't get it. What? They're in ancient Spain now. What? Why? Huh? If that's your baseline of weird, then like, what the hell are you gonna do when Cremaster rolls across your plate? Like, where are you gonna take this? You know, if you start at 10, you've got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think people a lot of people kind of realize that it's like, hey, also that you can in turn make knowledge a selling point. Like, how do you distinguish yourself from the like 800 other people doing reviews of crappy 80 action movies because they saw Noah doing it? Well, what if you actually know the backstory of those movies, and what if you know the names of the people who make them, and you can cite the budget, and like behind the scenes tidbits, like you can provide some context, so you're still having fun at the movies. You're still kind of having fun at the movie's expense, but you're also going like, hey, maybe the reason why this looks so crappy is because they literally gave somebody $40 in 2 days to make it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, hey, that's an interesting tidbit.
Yeah, we haven't really touched reviews recently, just aside from our own his tanks.
Oh, I should have just gone ahead and hit my super speed, because that would have given me a full heal.
I have always wondered why people don't just walk under the cockpit and shoot up.
If I could crouch, I would.
Yeah. I will say that is one thing I'm glad we managed to get out there in the real. But, no, yeah, reviews, it's like, part of it is like we just don't feel the fire for that, so it's like we kind of gotta want to find something that we want to talk about. Movie that we want to... And we have something, the script is pretty much done, it's been done for a while, but just with the two of us, two people working on a project, it's simultaneously easier and harder. Like, we can carry each other at times when things aren't quite working, but if neither of us are, then...
people in chat are asking about CinemaSins with an S and a C instead of a C and an S. Do I know who's behind it? I mean, like, surface level, yeah. His name's Bob. He's pretty funny on YouTube and Twitter. But that's actually about all I know about him.
This is
Like,
a
I
new
couldn't,
thing to me.
I couldn't tell you, you know, what his life's passion is. But yeah. His Casablanca video is art. It's amazing. You should all go watch it.
But yeah, it's like, I don't think I want to do a review for a movie unless I am legitimately interested in the movie itself, even if it's not a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, we found something. It's got Adam West. I mean, it's got Adam West, you've automatically got my attention at the very least.
That reminds me, I've been meaning to do a video about. I want to do a.
Are you uppercutting a snake? Jesus, you're just uppercutting a snake armor. I'm impressed.
Yeah, but I had my special cooldown going, so that sped it up a whole bunch. I'm gonna go try to uppercut it for real now, because it's gonna. Oh, it charged me. All right, is this gonna work? Oh. For a second, I was hoping that if it glitched into the terrain, it would fall into the aether and just like insta die. But so one of the weird things about this game is that it has a cover system. Oh,
Yeah, I saw
oh
that, but
man.
It doesn't seem like.
Okay, so I was about to say that one of the problems with the cover system, or the main problem with the cover system, is that it, all the cover is so destructible that hiding behind cover, they just shoot your cover and it blows up. Like, everything blows up super easy. But it turns out that the cover system isn't actually for cover, it's your healing mechanic.
Oh.
Ha! I wish I knew that hours ago.
That seems like that would be something the game would have a, like, in-play tutorial about.
They might have. They honestly might have
Yeah.
have broached that subject, but I
Well,
mean
if they
that
can't
was.
make that interesting, then, you know, it's their fault. We'll blame the game.
I mean, the tutorials for this game were not good. They were all just kind of text thrown out. I mean, it was a PSP port.
You were saying something. I had mentioned Adam West, and you said that there was something you
Oh,
wanted
right.
to do.
Yeah, I wanted to do a video looking at the bomb scene, the scene where Batman is running around with the bomb, and he's trying to find somewhere to throw it, but he keeps running into stuff.
Finding. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to do a cinematographic analysis of it, like a cinematographic breakdown of it, and how it uses the camera to drive its humor. So, okay, so there's a great video that a lot of people here have probably seen. That's how. Oh, dang it! How did I totally just space out on the director's name? The Cornetto trilogy. Hot Fuzz.
Oh.
How is
Bugger.
my brain, my brain melting? This Edgar Wright. How Edgar Wright uses cinematography for like to tell jokes. And so I wanted to do like basically that, but with the 66 Batman. And it's like, because one of the things that has kind of been a touchy point for me is how many people these days assume that the original, like that Batman is not comedy. Like, that it's unintentional comedy.
Cobra still has plenty of bats and automated defenses.
We've got Cobra cornered. Let's move.
And
Clean up, Joes.
so kind of introduce a whole bunch of people to maybe a lens of looking at the old campy Batman that they maybe haven't considered, which is that it's like, no, it's not funny because it's bad, it's funny because it's jokes. Like that it is crafted, written humor. And this level is now just 2 snake armor. Ooh. Also, they're blowing up all the cover.
Yeah, I guess.
You know what? I'm
gonna
switch to heavy.
That the old Batman wasn't supposed to be fun. I mean, yeah, I just.
Like all of the signs and stuff. The dude's like, I can't believe they actually labeled something, you know, bat shark repellent, and it's like, of course it's a joke. Like, how is that not
it's a joke based on the old comics, because they did that crap all the time. And the comic just played it more straight.
Like the comics, I mean, because the comics did it because it's like the printing process itself was so bad that it was like really hard to actually get, you know, representational detail into anything that wasn't like, actually just anything.
Yeah.
Like they were so low quality that it's like, look, just put a label on it. So
and you needed people to digest the information real quick.
Yeah.
Basically.
But so like the people, like the writers in the Batman show, like they crafted those things. They spent a lot of time thinking about, like, okay, where do we place them? Where can we put in a visual gag? How can we dress the background of a set to throw in more jokes into the sort of the edges of the frame? Like, can we put in something like really funny that people are only going to notice if they're like watching?
Yeah.
And yeah, so it was crafted. It was, and they did a really good job. And Adam West was hired to play it straight. He was a straight man. That's the joke.
That's the whole point of Airplane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to not see the old Batman as just straight-faced parody of the conventions of the old comics. It's down to just that kind of saccharine. That may not be the word I'm looking for, but just how much of a Boy Scout the Batman was there. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, they had a mandate to create wholesome family entertainment. And they're like, okay, well, let's kind of make it so wholesome that kind of becomes part of the joke, is that it's so clean cut. And that's why I like the bomb joke so much, is the bomb joke operates on, like, it is funny because it operates on the observation that Batman is so straight-laced and clean-cut and wholesome that he will be foiled by his wholesomeness. And it's a brilliant joke. It's amazing.
He would not even allow little baby ducks.
Not even baby ducks. That is like just the ramp up of that joke from that it's like, okay, nuns to a woman with a baby carriage to a family of ducks. It's amazing.
And everybody's oblivious to the giant cartoon bomb.
And no one cares that Batman is it's so well crafted, and it uses all of these framing punch-ins to like emphasize each of its visual punchlines, and it's really well done, and it's really funny. That's why people meme it still. Like, that's why people it's like, oh well, it's a gif of Batman running around with the bomb, because it's really funny.
All right, Joe, you made
Brilliant sequence.
Any final
Yeah.
preparations you'd like to make? Once you get in there, you can never give up. You'll stay till the
So what do you think the odds are that you're going to fight 3 snake armors at the end of this level?
Oh, I really hope not. They just take so long to die.
Oh, this is the obligatory you can't save after this point.
Was it?
That's I was dimly watching the dialogue and it's like, you're in there till the end.
Cool.
Thank God.
Yes, actually, thank God. That tells me that we are in fact almost done. And gonna crack open a cold one with the boys. Yeah.
Dr. Pepper.
Yes.
That's what I'm drinking. That's about the only thing. That's about the only soda I do drink. But I drink a lot of it.
Oh no. Oh.
Oh, what happened?
Oh. Wait, I think I know this person, don't I? Is this who I think? Just a sec. I need to double check this before I say anything.
Hello, Okie dokie.
Someone in my Twitter feed is insisting that Ready Player One is in fact really feminist friendly. Oh no. No, it's not. It really well and truly is not. No. No. Okay, I'm gonna read. All right, people. I know. All right, chat. Here you go. I know you've been waiting for this. You've been thirsty. You've been thirsty for this hot Ready Player One content. So I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna read that just because I happen to have it easily on hand. That excerpt that's been going around. I'm gonna get into the tank and then I'm gonna read. As oh, the tank doesn't steer any better. The tank doesn't steer any better. Oh no. Oh no. Can I go straight? Just go. So the slightest, if the joystick is even slightly off center, you turn so fast.
Data frame. Just you and Cobra.
Unless, oh wait, no, I've been driving this thing. Oh no, it's even worse than that. Okay, all right.
I'm still
So
having
how
a hard time getting over data frame as a name. That's awful.
All right. So how the tank works is if you hold. So it goes in the direction that the joystick is pointed, but the direction, the frame that is referencing is constantly changing because the camera is in motion.
Oh no.
So forward visually and forward in the controls are not the same thing.
Oh. I can drive a tank. I'm fine after I've had a few.
Oh.
I've had a few Joe Ritas. I'm gonna drive a tank in a Cobra.
You have survived.
Come
Shut
on.
up.
But you cannot
All right.
defeat
One generator destroyed. Two, three. No, I want to go into the depth there. Over there. There we go. All right. All right, AI, shoot that last generator, and then we can jump out. No, not that. Oh, there we go. All right, who did we unlock? We unlocked Cobra Commander. No, I just got his file card. All right, that makes a lot more sense than unlocking him as a character. Maybe I unlocked him as a character.
I just said file card. So you get to read his bio.
I don't remember if the file... I think, yeah, the file cards and the character cards are separate?
I would imagine the file card is just bio, because that's toy stuff there.
Okay.
File card was the thing you clipped out of the back of the packaging.
Okay. Alright, now can I go through this, or... I'm just gonna run. I don't want to try to get that tank any... When it came to my research, I never took any shortcuts. Over the past 5 years, I'd worked my way down the entire recommended Gunter reading list. Douglas Adams, Kurt Vonnegut, Neil Stephenson, Richard K. Morgan, Stephen King, Orson Scott Card, Terry Pratchett, Terry Brooks, Bester, Bradbury, Haldeman, Heinlein, Tolkien, Vance, Gibson, Gaiman, Sterling, Moorcock, Scalzi, Zolani. I read every novel by every single one of Halliday's favorite authors. And I didn't stop there. I also watched every single film he referenced in the Almanac. If it was one of Halliday's favorites, like War Games, Ghostbusters, Real Genius, Better Off Dead, or Revenge of the Nerds, I rewatched it until I knew every scene by heart. I devoured each of what Halliday referred to as the Holy Trilogies: Star Wars, original and prequel trilogies in that order, Lord of the Rings, The Matrix, Mad Max, Back to the Future, and Indiana Jones. Halliday once said that he preferred to pretend the other Indiana Jones films from Kingdom of the Crystal Skull onward didn't exist. I tended to agree. I also absorbed the complete filmographies of each of his favorite directors: Cameron, Gilliam, Jackson, Fincher, Kubrick, Lucas, Spielberg, Del Toro, Tarantino, and of course Kevin Smith. I spent 3 months studying every John Hughes teen movie and memorizing all the key lines of dialogue. Only the meek get pinched, the bold survive. You could say I covered all the bases. I studied Monty Python, and not just Holy Grail either, every single one of their films, albums, and books, and every episode of the original BBC series, including those 2 lost episodes they did for German television. I wasn't going to cut any corners. I wasn't going to miss something obvious. Somewhere along the way, I started to go overboard. I may, in fact, have started to go a little insane. I rewatched every episode of The Greatest American Hero, Airwolf, The A-Team, Knight Rider, Misfits of Science, and The Muppet Show. What about The Simpsons, you ask? I know more about Springfield than I know about my own city. Star Trek? Oh, I did my homework. TOS, TNG, DS9, even Voyager and Enterprise. I watched them all in chronological order. The movies too. Phasers locked on target. I gave myself a crash course in 80s Saturday morning cartoons. I learned the name of every last goddamn GoBot and Transformer. Land of the Lost, Thundar the Barbarian, He-Man, Schoolhouse Rock, G.I. Joe. I knew them all, because knowing is half the battle. Who was my friend when things got rough? H.R. Pufnstuf. Japan? Did I cover Japan? Yes indeed. Anime and live action. Godzilla, Gamera, Star Blazers, The Space Giants, and G-Force. Go, Speed Racer, go. I wasn't some dilettante. I wasn't screwing around. I memorized every last Bill Hicks stand-up routine. Music? Well, covering all the music wasn't easy. It took some time. The 80s was a long decade, 10 whole years, and Halliday didn't seem to have very discerning taste. He listened to everything. So did I too. Pop, rock, new wave, punk, heavy metal, from The Police to Journey to REM to The Clash. I tackled it all. I burned through the entire They Might Be Giants discography in under 2 weeks. Devo took a little longer. I watched a lot of YouTube videos of cute geek girls playing 80s cover tunes on ukuleles. Technically, this wasn't part of my research, but I had a serious cute geeky girls playing ukuleles fetish that I can neither explain nor defend. I memorized lyrics, silly lyrics by bands with names like Van Halen, Bon Jovi, Def Leppard, and Pink Floyd. I kept at it. I burned the Midnight Oil. Did you know that Midnight Oil was an Australian band with a 1987 hit titled Beds Are Burning? I was obsessed. I wouldn't quit. My grades suffered. I didn't care. I read every last issue of every comic book title Halliday ever collected. I wasn't going to have anyone questioning my commitment, especially when it came to the video games. Video games were my area of expertise, my double weapon specialization, my dream Jeopardy category. I downloaded every game mentioned or referenced in the Almanac, from Elizabeth to Zaxxon. I played each title until I had mastered it, and then I moved on to the next one. You'd be amazed how much research you can get done when you have no life whatsoever. 12 hours a day, 7 days a week is a lot of study time. I could see out of the corner of my eye chat just rolling. So a couple of the things that
opened my eyes Since you started that,
Uh,
I can't look at things right now.
all right, so let's start with the authors. Um, how many women were on that list?
Well, as a
Trick
friend of
question. The
mine
answer is
pointed
0.
out, yeah, as a friend of mine pointed out, this is one of the whitest white Wonder Bread mayonnaise whitest things
Yeah.
lists I have ever seen in my life. Like,
Now, you could in fact make an interesting story where somebody points that out, like that everybody is uncritically devouring the single-minded interests of a incredibly shallow dude.
Can you hear me?
Channel is open and secure, sir. Cobra's commander is knocking us offline this
someone who apparently has not listened to any music by any black person.
In the 80s. In the 80s.
I mean,
like,
look,
he
I
made
am-
it through the 80s. Like, this list of, like, the greatest music of the 80s from a guy who, quote, had... Where was it?
No.
Halliday didn't seem to have had very discerning taste. He listened to everything. And Michael Jackson isn't mentioned.
I mean,
Madonna?
I am pretty honky, but come on, Run DMC, The Fresh Prince.
I mean, that's like...
At least those two.
Yeah, because I mean, it's like
Fat
it's
Boys.
definitely willing. It's
The
definitely
Fat
willing to roll
Boys.
into like late '80s and even stuff that like. So it's like, oh well, REM. It's like, dude, REM didn't actually become big until like the '90s. Like, let's be honest here. Like, yeah, they were super active in the '80s, but like, Losing My Religion was 90, 92, 93. Like, their career changed dramatically in the 90s. They are a 90s band, even if they put out, what, like 4 albums in the 80s.
Yeah, They Might Be Giants is, They Might Be Giants is my band. They are my favorite. I will own this. They're a 90s act.
Yeah, that's another one where it's like, okay, like, yeah, technically active in the 80s, but they're a 90s band.
I found them through Tiny Toons. I think that's how a lot of people found them.
Yeah.
It was 90s. Also, as a friend of mine points out, the whole it took longer to go through Devo than They Might Be Giants. A friend of mine pointed out, just because I couldn't be arsed to do the research, at the time the book was released, Devo had 9 studio albums out. They Might Be Giants had 14.
At the time
Apparently
the
this
book
stuff
was
is not
released, or at the time...
At the time the book was released. But if he's talking about this is we gotta go archive the past, I gotta go through all their stuff.
Well, and it's the question of, like, is he looking at, like, absolutely everything, or is this literally just, you know, the 80s stuff? Because it's like, all right, the 80s stuff from Devo is, what, like, 3 albums?
If it's just 1980 through 1989, then sure.
Even if we consider the long decades, so to 91. Like, let's say, you know, we're gonna count the 80s as running from, you know, Def Leppard in 79 through Nevermind in 91.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's taken a measuring stick to exact. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, if he's talking about stuff that's in the early 90s too, yeah, that's.
But he's also talking about the Matrix, and it's like the first Matrix movie came out in 99.
Yeah.
You know, and the others came out in what, 2002 or 2003, 2004 respectively.
Yeah. Which is, I went on a bit of a Twitter ramble, not that anybody reads those, but I think part of what's giving me the case of Chap Titty here at the core is this.
Oh
It's like,
yeah,
this is
someone
supposed to
no
be important.
no George Michael. It's the
Okay.
80s. No George Michael. You know.
There wasn't any Queen in there, was there?
No, Queen was not mentioned.
But I mean, this is supposed to be super important, but apparently not important enough to, you know, get things right. It's just like this
Well, 'cause it's
surface
just-
level
It's
listicle.
it's a listicle, like, because it's purely limited to the stuff that how did I just forget the author's name? Ernest
Klein.
Klein. It's purely limited to the stuff that like Klein actually likes. You know, like there is absolutely nothing on that list that Klein would not personally be like, oh yeah, that's my fave.
Yeah, and it kind of gets me that, you know, even the obscure stuff that he's talking about is not
Is
that
not
Bill
obscure.
Hicks and
Well,
They Might Be Giants are not. Yeah, they're not, you know, huge names, but they're not exactly.
I mean, some of that I suppose is trying to be like in fiction. It's like, oh well, it's obscure to the people talking about it, which is then the joke for the reader, being like, it's like, haha, obscure stuff like Def Leppard. I know Def Leppard. They were super popular.
Yeah. Just comes across as a. Just.
And it's like it
Yes.
strikes me as kind of weird that like the only bands in there that he throws any kind of shade at is it's like, oh, bands with weird names like Def Leppard. Now Def Leppard blow. If you did not have to live through the 80s and experience Def Leppard when they were popular, thank God. They are not good. But they also definitely fall into that like, I don't want to say guilty pleasure realm, but they're definitely a band that people with really shallow tastes still like because they haven't critically looked, like they have not actually gone back with a critical look at their teenage years and been like, man, Evanescence sucked. You know, Def Leppard was the Evanescence of the 80s, really.
Yeah.
Like, is a good framework to put it for, I think, people who did not go
How
through
much of
that.
can you blame on just drugs?
But it was like, okay, well, this stuff was popular, but then, like, you go back and listen to it even like 8 years later, and you're like, wow, this was how did these guys sell out arenas? It's just like the 80s, man.
You can only talk so much now because, you know, Kid Rock.
Yeah. You know, I mean, we've like every generation. Like this is not a unique phenomenon.
No.
Every generation has, you know, music that is wicked popular and has the staying power of. I was gonna finish that joke with something that like very clearly doesn't have staying power, like something super perishable, like I don't know, apples. But that wouldn't make any sense as a joke because like apples as a concept have had a lot of staying. Like I don't know, the apples have managed to hold on to their popularity for a couple hundred years as a vague concept. So I don't think people would associate.
I like apples.
I don't think people would jump to. It's like, oh, well, I'm talking about like literal a bag of apples you buy from a store, not the like metaphysical concept of apples.
Shelf life, I think. Is
Yeah,
what-
we're talking about shelf life, not.
The shelf life of an open Dr. Pepper. It's good for a little bit, and then it just fades to bland nothing.
Yeah. But the peculiar, like, so in that list, like that page long list of just stuff that he's researching. It's like there's no women, there's nothing by and for women, and there's only one thing actually starring a woman. There's Voyager.
I think, yeah,
And even
Because-
that is there pretty much purely because it's grand, like it's
a part of something
a
else.
part of something else, like that it's a franchise entry.
And I'm pretty sure that people have done the math and know doing all that stuff would take way more time than...
Well, it would require
The
growing
extent
up in
of
the 80s and
watching
90s. Like
Yeah.
that's really what it would actually entail is growing up in the
I mean,
80s and 90s.
I grew up in the 80s and I haven't seen large chunks of that.
True. I mean, because yeah, I should say it would involve growing up in the 80s and 90s because like actually growing up in it is going to do kind of the lion's share of work because you're going to spend thousands of hours learning that stuff just by virtue of consuming pop culture through the thousands of hours of your
Culture
youth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just it's like all right, it's around. Like if you think about it, like it's like okay, well, how much time have I spent learning pop culture? And it's like, well, the stuff that you grew up in, you have spent thousands of hours learning
Yeah. Is there no
because
corner
you've
in this
been
level?
alive for
Just,
15 years. No, we're stuck in this circle, so it's just
Ah.
kind of like strafe around and try not to die too much.
I guess you get your health through pickups. All right.
Yeah. Oh, and we're invincible. Like it's just points. Also, we get our health back during all of these breaks where we've got to shoot the things. I think I've only got like one more cycle to go.
Okay.
I mean, not one more like wave, but I finally blew up one of those things, and I've got 3 more of them to blow up, and they're all gonna blow up on this round. So
I mean, Christ, I could rattle off a giant list of things that I remember from the 80s that this guy has never touched, but I knew them because they were on the TV when I was at daycare.
yeah,
We had to sit and we watched She-Ra and Mon-Chi-Chi and Poochie and
that's like
we watched
that's
the
the
girls'
weird.
cartoons. We
Yeah,
watched Gem.
so that's the thing that really kind of stands. Oh, I only need to do 2 of them. Teleporting. Yeah, that really kind of stands out. So like Ernest Cline he was born in '72, so he was already, you know, most of the '80s is actually his teens, which is going to dramatically impact like kind of his reference point for all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, well, why is Gem not mentioned? And it's like, well, because he was already, like, 11 or 12
Yeah.
when Gem came out. And so he didn't watch it because he had the autonomy of, you know, a 12-year-old who just has a little bit more awareness of, like, what they want to watch, what they want to do, and, like, their ability to, like, go places on their own and just... It's not much, but the difference in autonomy between a 12-year-old and a
Yeah.
6-year-old is huge.
Yeah, he's not much older than me, but yeah, that's a big difference. Like I said,
Yeah.
I went to daycare.
Yeah, so it's the
So
difference
we got to
between
watch
watching
community
Gem
television.
because it's what's on TV and not watching Gem because you don't watch, because you're, you know,
Don't watch
you
the
don't
girl
watch girl cartoons.
Actually, I did want to watch She-Ra because that had
She-Ra was awesome.
that had
She-Ra
even
was
more.
just better.
Yeah.
I mean, and they put so much work into the crossover. Like when they first brought in She-Ra, like it was, you know, the huge crossover with Masters of the Universe. Like it was great. Everybody loved She-Ra. She had wicked awesome powers, and she had a
Flying
cool
horse.
horse.
Yeah, she had a flying horse. That was awesome. Better than a giant cat. I mean, I like big cats, but flying horse wins.
Yeah. So a good kind of framework for this is it's like, okay, so I was a kid in the 80s, like straight up kid. And so I watched Gem because it was on. Because it was like, watch that, or let's see, what was on in the same time slot? It was that or the Televangelist, or like Jazzercise.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah,
those
it
are
was-
your options, and so you
Pretty much
pick the
had one
cartoon.
channel out of 4 that was
Yeah.
showing cartoons in the afternoon.
You know, or like in the afternoon or in the early morning, and so it's like, so you kind of watch it because it's like it was the cartoon. However, in the 90s, where I was in my teens, you know, everything changes. That it's like I didn't like a lot of the Nickelodeon stuff that people are just like, oh yeah, you know, I watched all of this. It's like Salute Your Shorts and all this other stuff. It's like I didn't watch it because I was just old enough to make those few more decisions about what I wanted to watch. In fact, I didn't start watching kind of air quote everything until my sister was old enough to be like, no, I want to watch Rugrats, and you need to share the TV. And then it's like, okay, well, I guess we're watching Rugrats so that I can watch my shows afterwards. Placate your sister, and then you can play video games or whatever.
How much age difference is there between
Me and Ernest Klein?
you
10
and your
years.
sister?
7 years.
Okay. Yeah, because my brother was only 4 years younger than me, and there wasn't that much of a divide
Yeah.
that we wanted to watch.
My younger brother is 2 years younger than me, so it was almost identical. But then there was the bigger gap between me and my sister.
I mean, there's also something missing from the list. Anything from before the 80s.
Well, and that's kind of the weird thing. So, like, Monty Python is actually 70s.
Well, yeah.
Really. Also, let's be honest about it. In the same way that, like, REM is actually a 90s band,
they were.
Pink Floyd is a 70s band.
Yeah. I was still thinking more in the terms of cartoon.
Yeah, the weird omission of stuff that was like definitely still 100% on TV in the 70s and 80s because it had been on TV since the 60s, like that Hercules cartoon.
I watched so much Deputy Dog because that was what was on in the afternoon, the early part of the afternoon. And that was, Rocky and Bullwinkle era stuff. Rocky and Bullwinkle. How do you not have Rocky and Bullwinkle?
Actually, the authors are kind of an interesting thing, and in some senses, like, it's kind of like stupid to nitpick this, like, the like 80s-ness of it, that it's like, because it's not really actually about the 80s, it's really just about nerd stuff and what Ernest Cline personally likes. Yeah. So it's like Douglas Adams. It's like, 80s, but he started doing like most of his writing in the 70s. Neil Stephenson, 90s. Orson Scott Card, 80s, 90s. Bradbury Heinlein, like 60s.
Yeah.
Tolkien, 50s. Yeah.
The point was brought up because, like, a friend of mine was like,
Gibson, 90s, Moorcock, 90s. Scalzi, like 2010s.
A friend of mine was like, I mean, we're having fun, but what does it say about us that we're sitting here nitpicking this? And I'm like, on the one hand, I see your point. On the other hand, if he's going to make it this much of a big, damn important deal, then he should probably, fly true. Know your shit. If we can point these things out, maybe
it just ended. The game just ended.
Oh.
I wasn't super paying attention, but I guess a bunch of stuff blew up and the game ended.
Oh, well, that was underwhelming.
Yeah.
Not even like a boss, just an extended fight.
That was the boss fight. The boss fight was blowing up their teleporter.
A lot of bats in his tanks. Okay.
We blew up his teleporters, and then it ended.
Well, that's disappointing. Well, I don't know. Well, can it be disappointing? Did we really have that much of an expectation?
That was 100% congruous with everything else, with the rest of our experience of this game. Was that it was like, oh, I guess that's over now. Yep. All right. One of the things actually that has been curious to me in people sort of defending Ready Player One, or one of the what I think has been a weirder defense of it, is pointing out that Parzival doesn't he's got this big weird list, that we can look at metatextually and be like, hey, Ernest Cline, your list here, we have some questions. But that it's but Parzival, in the diegetic, Parzival is doing it because it's research for his job and for his goal of getting the $1 billion. Right? So it's like, okay. The problem I have with that is that Parzival's interests and Halliday's interests are never out of sync. Like, there's never a moment, like, aside from like, oh, cute little things like silly lyrics by bands with names like Van Halen, Bon Jovi, Def Leppard, and Pink Floyd. It's
There's never a
like,
moment where he's
there's
not-
never where Parzival's like, oh god, I need to suffer through frickin', you know, I need to listen to frickin' Poison albums all week. This is gonna blow.
Trust me, as somebody who's if you're gonna learn everything about GoBots, you gotta know it's gonna be a rough ride.
Yeah.
Also, GoBots has a camel case B, fake nerd boy. This is important. Whether it's GoBots, 2 words, GoBots, 1 word, the camel case B, or GoBots with a hyphen between the O and the B, this actually is important. They mean different things. Jesus Christ, I'm a nerd.
All right, man. Def Leppard week. Pyromania on repeat. Try not to kill yourself. Skeedle dee deedle dee dee. For the next 12 hours, for the next 7 days. Skeedle dee deedle dee dee. I hope Scoodly doo. I hope you like some Scoodly doo solos.
The Spark Factory and
Yeah, it's like oh man. You know, like there's never a moment in the book where Parzival actually chafes under needing to subsume himself into this one dead asshole's playlist.
I mean, hell, I grew up with the A-Team, and I knew it was doofy even then.
Yeah.
I was just barely into my double digits, and I knew that A-Team was goofy as hell. That was one of our favorite pool games, was to get on the diving board and then do an A-Team, a grenade exploded behind us flip.
So
like, hey, look, I'm on the A-Team. Wah!
So I think that's actually for me like the one least believable part. Like that's the fiction breaking thing for me is that Parzival actually likes 100% of the stuff that he is consuming for a job. That he is obligated and is memorizing out of a financial need, and he doesn't hate any of it.
See, now
He's
I've got
never like
3 words.
he's never like F this noise.
Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is that it's like, this is why the list is so suspect, is because he never brings up anything that it's like, that the theoretical reader would look at and be like, oh, that stuff? It's like, Gem doesn't come up, because the white male nerd reader, the target audience, is never going to go, like, he doesn't want them to go, Gem was stupid. You know, the worst case scenario is Def Leppard, where it's like, oh man, yeah, they were kind of tacky. Like, they were kind of bad, but... My dad really liked Def Leppard.
3 high-profile prisoners were able
3 high-profile prisoners were able to escape, resulting in the destruction. Oh, they're just giving me. There's more missions. There's after missions. I don't care. I do not care. I do not care. Yeah, that's bonus missions. We don't care about bonus missions.
No.
We're done.
The main story is done with.
The main story of of Rise of Cobra. Rise of Cobra.
Yeah, it's this unique combination. Well, maybe not unique. It's this combination of a very narrow slice of 80s, narrow yet oddly fuzzy.
I need to go off
It's-
headphones for a second because I need to
All right.
go unplug some stuff.
All right. I shall wait. Cobra did not rise at the end, I'm afraid to say. It kind of lay flaccid. Vexall, I'm Greg. I do dumb things with puppets on YouTube. I'm here because your regular co-host could not be here. Is Dan an Ewok? Yes. Yes, he's an Ewok. He's actually 2 Ewoks in a skin suit. Okay, they're asking. It's on YouTube, called Isle of Rangoon. We make silly videos that are largely riff based. Okay, I'll take that. Joel Hodgson, I'll take that. Yeah.
There we go.
Yub.
I gotta sign into Bacon Smith so we can get our Chivos. Oh god, now I need to remember how to play this game.
Chivos. Get your frosty Chivos.
Frosty Chivos. In the LZ. Frosty Chivos in the LZ. Oh no. Oh, my own memes are evolving now.
Soon they will be completely impenetrable.
So, part of the reason why Ready Player One is popular, like why it got so many reviews, is because it reads very differently if you're not actually familiar with the... If you're not familiar enough with the like lists of things that he's just dropping, then the absurdity of like the peculiar absurdities of the list, the omissions, the inclusions, like all of those problems aren't really going to pop out to you, and the explanations are also going to like they're not going to be intrusive. Also, it's a really easy book to read. Like, it's not complex, so it's a quick read. So if you're not super involved in nerd stuff, if you only like kind of remember the 80s, and you're not like actually in any way invested in the book as a book or as an idea, then it goes really quick. Like, it's a quick read. The core plot is kind of like, it's, you know, it's kind of a decent little adventure plot, and it moves fast. So, you know, blow through it in a couple days. And
Don't think too hard about it.
Yeah, don't think about it too hard. Like, it is a page turner. You know, like if you can buy into it, like if you're not pulled out by some of the like early absurdities and the lists and the nonstop explanations, then it is a bit of a page turner. And so it's not super confusing why it got well reviewed. It's kind of going back to our also for book reviewers, like they've got the same kind of things as video game reviewers. You know, if you're reading 3 books a week,
It's not gonna sit and digest for a while.
yeah, it's not going to percolate. Like the number, it changes the way that you engage with it, and for a lot of people, it actually wasn't until Armada came out. For a lot of people, it wasn't until Armada came out that it started to
Chief.
like stand out, like that the problems with Ready Player One were suddenly not just like a bit of clumsiness, you know, the lack of criticality, like that Ready Player One seems to have no actual criticism of what the characters are engaging in. You know, it never goes like, hey, maybe this is actually like well and truly unhealthy, or like the criticisms that it does have of that are really like just weak.
It's
And
not really saying anything about the stuff it's referencing.
yeah, and so it's like, all right, well, those problems. It's kind of like, it's like, okay, well, it was his first big book, and it's like, all right, well, it'll be interesting to see what happens next. And then Armada is just straight up the plot of Last Starfighter with nerd references thrown over top of it, in addition to just being the plot of Last Starfighter. And it's straight up like, it has a moment where the main character calls his mom to gloat about how all of his, you know, years of playing video games has paid off because now he's going to save the galaxy because he's the last Starfighter, basically. Yeah, like straight up. And so once you kind of put it in that context, and it's like, it's a lot more of the same. It's a bit, you look back at Ready Player One and you're like, oh, those weren't errors. It's not that this is, you know, a light satire that isn't quite clear enough with its criticisms. This is not actually a satire. Like,
this is somebody
there is
trying to justify.
There is absolutely nothing about Ready Player One that is honestly well and truly taking the piss. It is it's 100% authentic.
Yeah, I don't like being lied to in the course of somebody lying to themselves. In this
Yeah.
case, the lie being, this is really, truly, honestly, actually important.
Yeah, and the super weird thing about both of them is that when you look at it through that lens, both books are like really desperate to provide some sort of framework where this obsessiveness is justified, like where it's necessary.
I have spent
And
way
important.
a lot of time in geek circles where I can it is absolutely okay for a piece of pop culture to actually have a deep and life-changing meaning.
Oh yeah.
That's not a bad thing.
Like, I mean, I firmly believe that the media we consume, particularly the pop culture that we consume, due to its pervasiveness, that it is actually, like, very important.
Yeah.
But I approach
It
that
just seems
important.
Like the mere existence of that thing and acknowledgement that it was in existence is somehow itself.
Is somehow, yeah. That I look at that, yeah. I look at that importance and say, it's like, okay, because it is important, we should then turn critical lenses on it. We should ask ourselves, what messages does it contain? Because we are devouring it en masse, and not just like individually. We as a collective have all watched these movies, and we repeat them, we recite them, we reference them, we make other movies based off of them, we homage them, they persist in our public consciousness, and their messages come along with it, and so they are worth our, you know, it is valuable to interrogate them as a result of that. And Ernest Cline seems to just want to go, it's like, no, they're valuable, so no. wasn't wasting my time when I was endlessly memorizing Holy Grail. And it's like, well, no, you were. And
Yeah.
you did it for fun because it entertained you. Not because you were actually like, and the in particular the referential nature of it all, the persistent reference really kind of belies that shallow engagement with things. That it's not like, it's like, oh, well, I learned really important messages, or, you know, Holy Grail, like memorizing Holy Grail lines got me through a tough time. You know, and this is where the conceit of the book really works against it, that it's about Parzival, who has no personal connection to these things, and he's not learning anything from them. He doesn't seem to be emotionally engaging with them at all. And he's also not going through a process. Yeah. And he's also not going he's also not going through a process of where he's like learning about Halliday. Like we are not vicariously going on a spiritual journey by learning about Halliday. Like there is no arc in the book until like the very end, when Halliday is just kind of like, oh yeah, I was actually kind of unhappy and miserable. Anyway, here's $1 billion. Maybe don't make them. Maybe buy a friend, because his main thing is essentially just like, yeah, the problem is not that I like based my entire identity around pop culture. The problem is that I didn't make maybe as many friends as I should have.
And yeah, I don't remember anything in that screed about lessons. I mean, because, like I said, I've learned the names of all the Transformers.
So?
Okay. So what? You've learned a trivia nugget. I mean, I've seen people say that, you know, growing up, Optimus, you know, I didn't really have a father figure. Optimus Prime from the cartoon was my father figure. He was kind and funny and all that. I'm like, okay, great.
Yeah, and it's like, that's kind of, you know, on its own, on the face, it's like, all right, that's kind of weird, but like,
I
you know,
get it.
I understand where you're coming from. And it is, you know, from a narrative standpoint, like if you're putting that into a book, then that's actually a really great point, because there's a pathos there. Because it's like, oh, cool, pop culture was your father. That's kind of sad. Like, the system...
But it is something you can derive...
But it is, yeah, it's like, that's cool, but the system kind of failed you. Like, you're, you know... Yeah, it works on multiple levels. It's a good human moment. Why do so many people claim Optimus Prime is a fascist? Because in the Bay movies, Optimus Prime is a fascist.
More or less. I freely admit I don't pay that much attention to Optimus Prime in a lot of the fiction, just because I've never found him particularly compelling, but that's me.
I mean, I wanted him as a toy because he was a status symbol, because he was really big. He was big.
He had the base. He had
a trailer. So
and the little 6-wheeled roller.
Clearly he was worth coveting, and because he was worth coveting, that would, you know, having him would lend me status among the other 6-year-olds, and yeah. But I mean, that was my game. Like, I'm gonna.
Neighborhood who had the the kid in the neighborhood who had the Death Star playset, you would go to his house to play because he had the Death Star playset.
Yeah, or Castle Grayskull. My friend Mike had Castle Grayskull, so like going to Mike's place was rad.
I heard, one of the other kids in the neighborhood, I actually had a kid in the neighborhood. They had the 3 brothers, so they were able to pool or whatever, and they got the USS Flag. The 6-foot aircraft carrier base. So we went to their house to play.
So, and here's the weird thing. So, like, this level of engagement, this, like, super shallow, childish level of engagement, this is kind of the level that Ready Player One exists on, but it doesn't want to admit that that's the level it exists on, because that would then, like, demand introspection. Like, there's this really weird thing, because of this desire to be important, like, for this stuff to be not like meaningful of its own right, like it's not just pop culture. it's not just, you know, and it's also, but also without looking at it critically as messages and as political statements and as like, oh, hey, maybe G.I. Joe was not the healthiest thing to pump into 5-year-olds. You know, that it's like, okay.
Maybe we've got weird views of gender roles because of this.
Yeah.
And certainly more than a few first crush / fetishes.
Yeah. So because it's not willing to be critical of the media itself, it needs the media to simply be self-important.
Yeah.
But as a byproduct of that, it can't just embrace sort of the childish glee. Like it can neither be uncritically consumptive nor can it be critical. So it ends up in this weird in-between space where, you know, it needs to, where just referencing it and just knowing the lists must be valuable.
What year did it come out? I'm trying to place things. I'm bad with
Ready Player One, 2010.
Okay, yeah. So about that time, or at least a couple years later, is probably about when people started to get a little tired of just reference for reference sake. I think we were starting to hit peak saturation of that, roughly around then. People were starting to catch on, and I think part of it is also timing, because I think by that time also people were starting to get a little tired of the "this is serious business," this children's cartoon.
The gritty reboot that it's like, oh no, we're gonna gritty reboot.
Just the adult fan of the kids thing that has to insist that no, this was, you know,
it was always for, yeah. It was always deep. And it's like, okay, deep in what way? Well, it was telling like important sociological metaphors. And it's like, all right, identify them. No.
Yeah. Like people were being able to, correct. People were starting to be able to admit, kind of en masse, you know, I just liked it because it was a big stupid cartoon from when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I don't need to justify it more than that. I think part of it may just be people finally got sick of that. And being able to just enjoy stuff. Words are failing me again.
First time of the night. First time of the night.
First death?
First death. First Valkyrie.
That was an awkward fall over from a kneeling position.
So,
If you're going to try and kill me, make it a
this is actually really cool. On the second night that we were playing this, one of the animators on the game actually like popped up in chat and was like, "Hey, I worked on this game." And one of the things that he worked on, like one of the pieces that he did was the falling, like the kneeling death animation. So that was pretty cool. It was pretty cool talking with him. Also, I think a bunch of my armor is broken. I can't quite tell. I think so. Alright, let me see if I can remember.
I'm just having a hard time telling what's going on, and all I know is that you're launching dudes and shooting them in the nards in midair.
Yeah, that's basically the combo that I use. And
there's a lot of guys firing at nothing.
oh, gonna die again, because just kind of this.
Glitched into the... Oh, no, he's...
I really need Thor to pick up the slack. So the game was largely it was balanced around multiplayer. Also, we're playing a class that does not have great offensive capabilities because we misread the class description. Well, actually, we knew we weren't getting great offensive capabilities, but we thought we were at least getting some really good, like, defensive and sustainability abilities, but we weren't. Also,
Yeah,
we
seems
learned...
like you're kind of getting your butt kicked.
So this death animation is as long as it is in order to cover up the time that it takes to reload the new player state.
Huh.
That's also why... So one of the things I asked the animator is, why is there no second half of the animation? You have the fall over, but you don't have, you know... He doesn't get up afterwards. And it's like, well, because it was already so long in order to reload the... in order to basically create the new player state, that they didn't want to... Oh, wait. What did I just do? Oh, I healed myself. They didn't want to make it any longer by... Yeah.
Yeah, I can see a longer animation really pissing players off.
Oh, it's
And
another one
now
of these
there's a
spider
giant throbbing
ladies.
thing.
I'm gonna try just running past everything, see if this works. Like if I can get to a loading zone or something. I just need to fight the camera the whole way. Hopefully this
That
door
seems
will
like it
open.
was-
Oh, no, we're stuck in this arena until everything's dead.
With the giant throbbing thing that breaks the door. Or breaks the floor.
Come fight me one-on-one. I'll show you the meaning of courage.
So coming into this game fresh, why 2 human?
Oh, jeez.
Dude, is this a story I want to know?
Okay, so the game is a reinterpretation of Norse mythology under the conceit that the Norse myths are based on an ancient civilization that was actually super advanced. And so all of the stuff about like magic and all of the like crazy feats that the heroes do are because they were actually like cybernetically enhanced.
Okie doke.
Now it's not the worst in the world. Like that's not the stupidest idea ever
No,
by any means. But so it's too human because then there's an entire conflict between like, should you get cybernetic, basically the usual kind of cyberpunk, like, okay, getting cybernetics makes you less human.
If you are going to try and kill me,
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
That's-
Oh. I guess it sounded...
I mean, there's
It's-
actually like a lot more in the specifics, but that's kind of... Look, I got 2 of these assholes mind controlled, and they were just shooting at each other instead of shooting at... Ugh. Ha, dodge that spear. I can take one more hit, and then I'm gonna die. No, no. Don't shoot me, bro. Oh, I got clipped. Come, Valkyrie.
expecting a challenge.
Come save my bacon.
All right. Should we read Klein's softcore porn?
Oh, is this the, I wanna
Nerd
fucking-
nerd porn. Yeah, nerd porn auteur. Nerd porn auteur. Do people want a reading of nerd porn auteur? Is that what people crave?
I'm
I
not
think
gonna
that's.
stop you.
I think it's what chat craves.
I may turn off the mic a little because it would just be one long sustained groan on my end, but
No, leave the mic on. Come on, Thor, get in there.
Thor's just gonna kind of casually amble into the fight. You know, he's got his schedule, the boss has his.
It's not even a boss, it's just a rare spawn.
I've seen mall walkers move faster than this dude.
It's stuck on, yeah. Alright.
Hey, oh, harpoon.
Since these
Jesus,
things...
I did not think that said harpoon first.
So, since these bosses, since these things...
Ugh.
Since these things basically consist of just holding R1 down until the end of time, I've noticed... Okay, no, we'll do this properly. Nerd Porno Tour by Ernest Klein. I've noticed that there don't seem to be any porno movies that are made for guys like me. All the porn I've come across was targeted at beer-swilling sports bar-dwelling alpha males. Men who like their women stupid and submissive. Men who can only get it up for monosyllabic cock-hungry nymphos, with gargantuan breasts and a 3-word vocabulary. Adult films are populated with these collagen-injected, liposuctioned women, many of whom have resorted to surgery and self-mutilation in an attempt to look the way they have been told to look. These aren't real...
Quick?
Yeah.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yeah,
This
please.
guy's bad at looking for porn.
Oh.
Really bad at looking for porn.
Just you wait. Just you wait.
Oh,
Now, this was written in 2000. This was written in 2000, and people have been just like, hey, it's 17 years old. Don't be so hard on the guy. Dude was 28. He had already sold a screenplay, and yeah. He was an adult. These are adult
porn
opinions.
that year. I could find decent porn that year that did not meet those.
I'm gonna check my equipment real quick and just see if everything's broken. Close to broken. Wait, no, it's my armor that I need to. Wait, how do I?
Yeah, I am aware that it was harder to find porn in 2000, and
Not technically broken, but close
that's
to
part
broken.
of why Baywatch did so well. You either had sidewoob on Baywatch, or you got to look at your National Geographic educational boob. But no, take it from somebody from there. In the early 2000s, even in the late 90s, you could find some.
All right, real quick.
Porn,
If I go to a sear to repair, well, my stuff's not broken yet. I'll worry about that when it's actually like broken. Oh, but I have skill points to spend. 1 sec while I spend skill points.
Back
Because I
in
need
my
to
day,
get
we made porn out of ASCII image symbols.
increase the range of ballistic weapons, increase the rate at which bonus effects occur on attacks. Wait, no, increase the radius of ruiner attacks. Increase the whatever. Let's just get out of here. All right. Where was I? These aren't real women. They're objects. And these movies aren't erotic. They're pathetic. These vacuum-headed fuck bunnies don't turn me on. They disgust me. And it's not that I'm against pornography. I mean, I'm a guy, and guys need porn. Fact. Like a preacher needs pain, like a needle needs a vein, guys need porn. But I didn't want to watch this misogynistic He-Man woman-hater porn. I want porno movies that are made with guys like me in mind. Guys who know what the sexiest thing in the world is a woman who is smarter than you are. You can have the whole cheerleading squad. I want the girl in the tweed skirt and the horned-rimmed glasses, Betty Finabowski, the valedictorian. Oh yes. I want to copy her trig homework, and then I want to make mad, passionate love to her for hours and hours. until she reluctantly asks if we can stop, because she doesn't want to miss Battlestar Galactica. Summa cum laude, baby. That's what I call erotic. But do you ever see that kind of a woman in a contemporary adult film? No. Which is why I'm going to start writing and directing geek porno. I shall be the quintessential nerd porn auteur, and the women in my porno movies will be the kind that drive nerds like me mad with desire. I'm talking about the girls that used to fuck up the grading curve, the girls in the Latin Club and the National Honor Society, chicks with weird clothes, braces, 4 eyes, and 4.0 GPAs, brainy, articulate bookworms with Mensa cards in their purses and chips on their shoulders. My porn starlets will come in all shapes and sizes. My porn starlets will be too busy working on their PhD to go to the gym. In my kind of porno movies, the girls wouldn't even have to get naked. They'd just take the guy down to the rec room and beat them repeatedly at chess, and then talk to them for hours about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle or the underlying social metaphors in the Aliens movies. Buy stock in some hand cream companies, because there is about to be a major shortage. And I'm not just talking about straight porn, oh no. There should be fuck films for my nerd brethren, of all sexual orientations. Gay nerd porn flicks with titles like Dungeons and Drag Queens. This idea is a fucking gold mine. I'm gonna make millions, because this country is full of database programmers and electronics engineers, and they aren't getting the loving they so desperately need. And you can help. If you're an intelligent woman... Oh, there's a typo in here. If you're an intelligent woman that is interested in breaking into the adult film industry, and if you can tell me the name of Luke Skywalker's home planet, then you are hired. It doesn't matter if you think you're overweight or unattractive. It doesn't matter if you don't think you're beautiful. You are beautiful. And I will make you a star. Thank you.
Sex is now outlawed.
You may now fold into a singularity with embarrassment. I really wish Crystal had been here for that. She's gonna be so sad when she learns that we did that on stream and she was on a train.
I want words for that, but I don't think I have them. That's just some of the most pathetic stuff I've ever heard in my life.
So, just a thought here. I don't think Ernest Cline actually knows what misogyny is.
Could be.
Just putting that one out there.
Yeah. You're a misogynist because you like these brainless, empty-headed bimbos who disgust me with their sexual wiles.
Yeah.
Comical collar tug. Oh boy. He also makes... Yeah, Klein is the kind of guy who I wouldn't mind giving a day-long swirly to.
I've drunk mead with more.
Some people just beg to have a good swirly happen to them for quite a while. Meanwhile, the game is failing to engage.
Isn't this exactly what I said in the Fight Club video about how nerd culture has a problematic relationship with women? Yes, this would be a prime example of exactly that. The fetishization of specific women and believing that because your tastes fall out of a idea of a mainstream norm, that somehow
makes them okay.
like just intrinsically makes your opinions better is yes, that would be exactly what I was talking about.
I'm kind of being hipster about fapping, basically. Oh, you wouldn't have heard of this kind of porn.
Tips Fedora, a porn. all right, Arbiter. That one was really good. That one was excellent. 10 out of 10. Come on, do the move. All right, I think my gear is actually, yes, it's flashing red. Okay, so
I like how they're shooting through the wall. That's very nice. That's always a sign of a well-done game.
yes, especially since I have an NPC companion on the other side of that door, who is in theory fighting them at this moment. I'm gonna try going back to Aesir. You'll be temporarily leaving campaign mode. Are you sure you would like to proceed? I'm super worried that I'm gonna have to do this entire mission over again. Like, that is my fear.
Well, how far are you actually into it?
I am pretty deep into this mission. So I really want someone to tell me exactly what's gonna happen if I do this. Some people aren't sure, other people save it and then see what happens. It's not worth the risk. All right. Well, actually, I like that save it idea and then see what happens.
Dog, will you stop chewing on your bits right next to me?
Here, I'm just gonna look it up. All right. 2 human. What's the option called?
Aesir?
Go to Aesir. Yeah, no one can remember. No one can remember enough. I want to repair, but I know if I go back with... Okay, will I have to... It saves your location. Okay. All right. All right. We are safe. A choice like that shouldn't be scary, but it is because the game is so grindy and slow and bad that it's like, oh man, if I go to repair, am I gonna have to start this level over? And that right there is a terrifying prospect because... Wait, because... Oh,
Slog.
I'm trying to remember. You need to repair armor at the armor place, but the armor place is... Yeah, Idun's Cyber Lab. So it's this way. Yeah. All right, you weren't here for this this part. So we're gonna quiz you. All right. I'm gonna walk into this room. Okay. I'm gonna look around the room, and I want you to tell me where I repair my equipment.
I trust your mission went well.
As well as I could expect.
You sound so...
The lady?
He says the lady, and no, we cannot interact with her.
Is she talking to anybody? Because she was making talking animations.
I think she has some, like, ambient dialogue when you walk into the room.
Because you walked past her and it looked like she was talking to somebody, and... Yeah, I'll be damned if I can figure out where.
All right. So you've got
lady
all
would
of
have
these
been my top choice.
consoles. You've got all of these consoles along the wall that you can interact with, but it's not any of them. It is going and standing in the middle of the room and pressing A, and then this thing comes down, and then you can repair your armor.
You're not even getting a prompt to... Oh, is that what's up top? Gee, that's,
That's how you repair your armor. And we have it on good authority that this was the better version of the process. That it used to be worse during development.
Oh dear.
It was even less clear. if you can imagine such a thing, yeah.
I mean, hell, even if they'd just done like a pop-up... Hang on, dog, I'll turn on the fan. It's a little warm in here. If they just had even something pop up in a semi-intuitive spot. Yeah, just that little A button in the corner, jeez. That should have had a hologram in the middle. A stand here hologram.
Mm-hmm. And oh yeah, like I said, you can only repair armor over there. So in order to repair your weapon, you need to run across the hall to the Hall of Tire. Now, the Hall of Tire is a little bit better about how you repair your equipment, and which is why for ages I didn't know how to actually repair my armor, is because you just come and talk to this bench. And sometimes there's an NPC over here, so it's just kind of like, all right, you walk in, and it's like, okay, this is the weapons store. And so you instinctively go and talk to the guy, and
Do all the weapons
so
on
that
the
one
wall
actually kind of works.
do anything, or are they just there for decoration?
Mostly like both. They're there for decoration, but you can like look at them.
Oh, so they're not. It's not like a weapon storage where you go choose a weapon.
No. This is actually a shop. Like there's we can buy stuff here. And repair, yes.
So
Alright.
basically, most of this is all just giant waste of time.
Yes. Also, my spider is blinking red, but I don't know if that's just what it does or if it's broken.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is there a cream or something that you can apply?
I don't know. Maybe. Now I need to figure out how to get back to my... Go to mission. There we go. Ha. That one straight up made sense.
I guess you have skill points to spend, too?
Again?
Apparently.
Still? I
Seems to be a prompt up in the right corner.
I spent my skill points.
Which is worse, Too Human or Ernest Cline's pornography? Well, this hasn't pissed me off. Kind of bored me. But...
All right. Well, let me look at my equipment. I don't think the spider can break. Like, I don't think it's actually equipment. So I assume, yeah, I don't think it can actually break. I think it's just blinking red because that's what it looks like. Now, the real question is, are all those enemies going to be respawned? And the answer looks like kind of. Yes. Oh, yeah, because Spider Lady is back. I'm gonna experiment with seeing if I can stand.
Weigh the shit back here and.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, I'm locked in the room with these assholes.
Yeah, this looks like a lot of fun.
Bother me not with your child's play, monster.
Why is my spider ability not triggering? Use it. Use it.
What is these spiders supposed to do for you?
It's supposed to. I've got an ability that's supposed to like freeze everybody around me. All right, maybe this thing will be a healing. No, it had money in it. According to the game's director, the game really opens up and the combat becomes super fluid and engaging around level 60. Is Klein mad that people don't objectify women correctly? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That is 100% what Nerd Porn Auteur is about. Is that bros don't objectify the right kinds of women for the right reasons.
I want to copy her trig homework.
I like how he just kind of admits he's a deadbeat
Yeah. Yeah.
and a leech. All right, now we're gonna use the door to our benefit by only letting a couple of these guys through at a time, which means we won't get swarmed. Because this game is good and is well made and well balanced and very
You know, if
very
there's one
good.
thing you really want when you create your base is to make sure that your own troops cannot operate, say, a door. And that
Oh
seems
no!
like a-
Oh, too many came through. How many got through? Like 4, 5. No, get back from the door. Get back from the door. I can handle this though. Yeah, I got this. All right. How many are left at the door? Like 3. Maybe we can lock one out. No.
I really like how they stand resolute while being shot, and then the instant their health drops to 0, they fly away like they're made of paper. That's how physics works,
This
right?
game is very good and was made by professionals who worked very hard on it and didn't embezzle any of the dollars. None of them. All of the money for this game was 100% spent on the things that it was supposed to be spent on.
No, I'm a little. Was this the
Actually,
one-
that's not
bunch of
fair of me because it's actually more probable that money was embezzled into this game as
Yeah.
opposed to away from it. That they used contracts they had, and used the money from those contracts to not make the games they were supposed to make and instead make this one. Which actually is even worse. Ah.
Whoa, camera white. delightful camera motion there.
The camera is the one thing that Dennis Dyack has admitted is maybe not so great about this game. That they made, because they made some, like, 11th hour changes to it. And they weren't quite able to get it to be as smart as they wanted it to be. And he's like, maybe we should have just put it on rails, but we didn't have time to, like, build all of, like, to script all of those rails. So, yeah. Alright, it is what it is. And it's like, okay, now just apply that same critical lens to literally everything else about the game. But he stands by the fact that he insists that the game gets super rewarding once you're level 60.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I would think the game ought to be pretty rewarding by, say, level
2?
Yeah.
I would say
I'll
I'm
be
gonna
generous and say 2.
that maybe you can have a first level that's a little bit on the like clumsy side because it's really like introducing players to
Mechanics and
the very very barest mechanics of like, hey, here's how you steer. You know, we understand we're a complicated game, and so it might take you a bit to just be comfortable looking
with
around,
moving the character.
yeah.
It's
So
a lot to take
so
in.
1 is a gimme, and then
Yeah.
2 is where it actually like, yeah, okay. I could get on board with that that kind of a reading,
I
that kind of a
believe in being
paradigm.
I believe in being generous.
Yeah.
You know?
But by level 2, your game should feel like a game
Yeah.
and not a job.
I mean, you might have some players who don't have like nervous systems or have literally never played a game before, so you know, account for maybe some a little of that. God, I love that. I love that event. It gets good after about 20 hours. Yeah, no, I got other things to do in that 20 hours. Just, you know. Oh, nice. What's he hanging up on there?
I don't know.
Air.
What are my thoughts about how Morrowind did? Oh, somebody earlier actually asked a really interesting question, and by interesting I mean like weird. Which was like, what's your thoughts on it was like, what's your thoughts on film criticism?
Give us a challenge.
And that struck me as a odd question for reasons of being
Kind of vague.
really, really broad.
How do you feel about oxygen?
Oh no, one of all right. What are my thoughts about how Morrowind did it? How Morrowind did what? Sorry, with the delays and everything, I've forgotten what we were talking about, and so I don't know what
game
Morrowind
pacing?
did. Game pacing? Like how Morrowind did the time limit is I'm implicitly assuming that we're talking about how Morrowind pushed the player forward, or
It
rather
gets good at
didn't.
X point of time.
I honestly think Morrowind gets good around 10 minutes in, if that, because yeah, like, so they actually have a hilariously well-crafted intro segment. Now, don't get me wrong, there are problems with the like very specific intro and the rails of it, like on the ship and then going into the house and talking with the Imperial guards and whatnot. Like there are, I do have criticisms of Morrowind's first few minutes, but once you're past that, once you're past character generation, the natural design of the landscape pushes you in a direction where you're going to come across the scrolls of jumping, and that moment right there tells you everything you need to know about the tone and boundaries of Morrowind as a game, because right off the bat, so you find these scrolls that enable you to jump absurdly far. Like they work by increasing your athletics skill to like 1,000 or something like that. Like just to ridiculous levels. So you can literally jump to the far side of the map. But now these are presented to you on the dead body of a mage who falls from the sky and dies at your feet. So the framing of this, so you have a warning, you have an implicit warning, followed by giving you this thing, this reward, these scrolls. And the natural thing for new players to do is to use them to jump, and then jump 3/4 of the way across the map and die on impact. And it's such a weird moment, but it is such a perfect encapsulation of like, okay, this is what this game is. And I think that's the moment where it gets good, like where it actually, you know, it lets you know what you're in for, what it is, what you can expect out of it as a as a story, as an experience, as a game. So
This whole sequence sure doesn't seem like a chance for them to have several dozen enemies dogpile you.
I have no idea what's going on. Like, if I'm supposed to just ride this thing around. I don't know where Thor is. He's gotten lost. Or maybe he's just, like, really far behind me. Oh, there he is. Come on.
Yeah, because it seems like this thing is taking you into the path of way more enemies.
Oh, it totally is, but...
Another I sent to their maker.
And that's what we call good game design. Because
Oh,
everybody
and now
loves
there's-
an auto-scroller, don't they? Everybody loves auto-scrolling areas.
Also, there's now a troll, so... Alright, that's great. There's like 30 guys around here. Alright. Oh, these are dark elves, by the way.
Okie doke.
Alright, getting bombarded by
Yes.
something.
I'm just a little baffled that they have like this conveyor belt, you know, what seems to be a conveyor belt industrial line level, and there's no pseudo insta-death traps or anything in it at all. No big laser gates or claw arms or smashy things, which would seem to be, you know, the point of
Oh, there's
having a conveyor belt area.
there's been like one environmental hazard in the entire game. Like, I assume maybe if I get in the way of that thing, like, it might crush me, but also now... Wait, what the...
You're all
What
the
the
way
hell
back-
is this camera view?
Fight me one-on-one.
You're all the way back at the beginning, so all those enemies that have... Whoa!
Oh, they're still dogpiled way at the end.
Suddenly you're playing Gauntlet.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, this kind of sucks, actually, because I want to see those enemies when they're up ahead of me. Also, it feels like this is, I guess, supposed to be important. Like, am I supposed to pay attention to...
Valuable visual clues that they have laced
Like-
throughout the game.
something about what's in these buckets?
One of them was hollow.
Yeah.
Hide inside. Wait, yeah, hide inside. I don't know.
I don't know how I would get it. Oh, there we go. Alright. Okay. No, there we go. I just walk backwards so that I don't fall off the conveyor belt. back up a bunch.
This seems like a well-done game.
Very well done. Made by professionals.
Oh, you can actually target individual bits of the troll?
No. You have to.
Oh.
If you don't, then
You
you
just don't do
can't
any
kill
damage?
them. Like, because the middle part has run out of hit points, we can no longer do damage to it by shooting that part.
Oh. Gee.
Tis not even a scratch.
Okay, was this the game that apparently you're not supposed to have copies of, or...
Sort of. I mean, that's largely a
I realize
joke
that's
because
an overblown exaggeration, but... Okay, what was the story? Because I think I missed a large chunk of that.
All right. So what happened was, so Epic Games, creators of the Unreal Engine, they licensed Unreal Engine 4 or whatever. They licensed Unreal Engine to Silicon Knights, and Silicon Knights got a not exactly stellar product, like in the dev kit. Like there were problems with it. However, after the game, so the game comes out and it gets middling to poor reviews and rapidly develops a pretty bad reputation. And then, so no, each of these things, it's actually like, we're actually like watching the production process of these like containers getting made. Like
Those
they're
containers,
empty,
I'm sure,
yeah, they're empty, and then a like core gets put into them, and then a cap gets put on them, and then they get picked up and put onto another conveyor belt. That's what's going on.
Okay, and that's important because...
Who cares? But so this game comes out, and another one, X-Men Destiny, comes out, also made on the Unreal Engine, and both of them blow. Like they're awful and bad, as you can see. And in response to this, in particularly in response to negative reviews of X-Men Destiny, also I'm dead again because I landed and like 4 of these guys just, all of these guys with guns on their back just focus fired me. Wow. So, in response to the negative reviews of X-Men Destiny, Dennis Dyack, Silicon Knights, decides to sue Epic Games, accusing them of not properly supporting their developers and not properly supporting, like, that basically they didn't give them the engine that they were promised, and in particular they accused Epic Games of intentionally sabotaging Unreal developers in order to make Epic's games look better. Like, in order to make the Unreal Tournament games look better than the stuff that third-party people were doing. Which, is ludicrous and weird as an accusation. But,
Yeah.
so that's what they alleged. Epic then countersues, saying that Silicon Knights did not, in fact... Oh, hey, Thor actually cleaned that up pretty good while I was gone. Thanks, buddy. They countersue, alleging that Silicon Knights did not, in fact, have a valid license agreement, and that they were, by that, actually in violation of copyright by including Unreal Engine code in their games. And Epic won. Yeah. So Epic wins this lawsuit, and as then part of the resolution of that, Silicon Knights is ordered to destroy all copies of TransJoeMan and X-Men Destiny, and a couple other games that were not actually ever formally announced, but had been in development. So now destroy all copies basically means that you need to go to your retailers and basically give them a refund for any stock that they have purchased, and get them to destroy any remaining stock, and also get all of your stuff taken down off of digital stores. And so yeah, shut down all of your servers, delete all of your gold masters, everything like that.
Yeah.
But now from a retailer's standpoint, like, they're actually under, there's nothing that actually compels them to listen.
They don't have to, but
They don't have to. I mean, if they...
like that, they're probably going to want to get their money back anyway. They're probably
Well,
not going to sell these.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing. If they don't get a refund, I mean, if they don't get a refund from Silicon Knights, they're not going to destroy their stock, because why would they? Like, they can, in theory, sell it. You know, they may have to clear it out or whatever. Like, it's probably garbage stock that they're going to have trouble selling, but they can, in theory, sell it. Whereas if they haven't gotten or if they destroy it without getting a refund, it's like, well, now they're definitely not going to sell it because they destroyed it. They tore the cover off. Whatever. So, yeah. So I managed to find a used copy of this one, TransJoeMan, and I managed to find a new copy of X-Men Destiny. I went into EB Games a couple weeks ago, or I guess like a week and a half ago, and just asked them if they had any copies of X-Men Destiny, and the guy goes and, like, you know, it's like, oh, well, what system? I'm like, anything last gen, you know, PS3 preferred, but I can do 360. And he punches it into his computer, and he's like, we've got it new.
It fell
And I'm like,
behind the
really?
bridge.
New? And he's like, yeah. So they had a new copy in the back room for 360. So I'm like, yeah, I'll take that.
Sure.
And so it's still factory sealed in the shrink wrap. So what I would really like to do, if possible, is I might take it out of the shrink wrap for this, so that it would be on the actual, like, game case, or not. I don't know.
It's a ceremony.
I don't quite know yet, because I don't have the opportunity to fulfill this weird ass wish. But I want to try to get it signed by Dennis Dyack and Cliff Bleszinski. Just for the poetry of it. So this game actually has really aggressive, like, hit detection angles. So if I go over to... So I actually had to move to the right there so that I could shoot that arm, because my bullets were impacting the left side, or the right side, or it's right, our left side of the troll's body, and thus not doing damage. This game is really good, you guys. It really opens up around level 60. This is, in theory, the last mission. Like, we're with Thor, and we're on this, like... Or it's the last or the second last? I don't know. What time is it? It's 9:30 my time.
11:30 here.
This game's not good, y'all.
No, I can't say I'm feeling the. Just kind of amble on and eventually do something, Thor. That's okay. You do your thing.
Second to last. All right. Penultimate. That's what that means. It means second to last.
Okay, yeah, Thor, you just stand there and squeeze out a fart, apparently, since that seems to be what you're doing there. The shit is he doing?
If I were to replay this game, LOL, I would definitely play a different class because I have learned much about this game's myriad problems.
Might actually be able to work around some of them.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those games where if you were to take it seriously, you would want to look up a build before you even made a character, but you're not going to learn that until you're like 12 hours deep into a character and wondering why like you never actually seem to get better. Why you're level 15 and everything is still just absurdly hard. Or not hard, like just like enemies are just endless buckets of hit points. And it's like, what's going on? Also
I mean, these just seem to be taking forever as it is.
I wonder if I've got like fresh gear that I could put on that would maybe speed this up a bit.
Would you need to go back to...
No. Like, it might be in my inventory. This is actually, it's actually a Diablo clone. Is that, would you have pegged it that way? Is that what you were expecting to hear?
No, but to be honest, my mental image of Diablo was still, you know, 2D isometric sprites.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, aside from, but like mechanically, like it's random gear all the way down.
Oh.
You know, godly plate of the whale, man. Oh, sweet, a health pod. Let's go get the health pod. Yay, we're not dying anymore.
Is there any penalty for dying aside from a very long animation?
Durability loss?
Wandering?
Really long animation and durability loss, that's about it.
Oh, okay.
So it's more obnoxious than anything else, but it's really obnoxious. Like, let's not downplay how obnoxious it is.
It just reinforces how much time you're wasting by playing it.
Yeah.
It constantly reminds you could be doing something else.
Come on, target lock. There we go. Get in there, Thor. There we go. Yeah, do your job.
Do just
Do
about
your
anything,
job.
Thor. Oh my god, he can actually run?
Oh yeah, when he sees something that he wants, like if he sees a Baskin Robbins or a Cold Stone Creamery or a marble slab, even a Jagenfruz, or yeah, if you know, if one of the trucks that you know, one of them drives by, then yeah, he can pick up and go. But otherwise, yeah.
I love that battle stance. It just looks like he's trying to squeeze out a fart. Just crouch down, arms out, and clench. and then do nothing. A more puerile-minded person could probably make a good master cut of just Thor just doing that and just overlay fart noises. See, look
Oh.
at that.
Oh, okay, so she really wants to kill me, so she ran past Thor, and now Thor is taking his sweet-ass time.
She's not ice cream.
No, she is not. She is not a marble slab, or
Oh, wait, I
a
think he is
Baskin
running.
Robbins,
No,
or
there's
a
some running
Cold
going-
Stone
oh, no.
Creamery.
There's run and
All right, I'm gonna try going the other way so that I'll be running to Thor, and then maybe he'll be able to intercept her then. Nope. Nope. His attack animation is too long, and he was not able to hit her. Nope.
right through him.
Nope. Yep. Cause so. All right. Nope. You gotta swing when she's next to you, man. You
Gotta
can do
lead.
this. I believe in
He's
you.
gonna run. He's gonna run.
And
the Hershey squirt. No, that's.
all right. You gonna. Hey, man. Hey, brah. Oh.
I think he might have actually hit her once.
Oh.
He's stuck. It's a really rough
There
one.
we go. He hit her, and she does not care. Okay, so she's just gonna. Oh, where did? Wait. Oh, she's.
Wow.
She's under the terrain now.
This is a great
All right.
game.
All right. I just. Wow. We're almost at the end of the level. Like, I'm fairly certain that that giant spinny orb is the thing that we're trying to get to. And or it better be.
Watch it just be as pointless as the canisters.
The other Aesir can take care of him. This is an opportunity to strike a blow against the enemy.
It's not our time. Your heart is in
I
the right
think
place.
the game just gave me her loot because she died under the terrain. I'm pretty sure that's what just happened there, with it popping up on the left side.
Home rump guard of savagery.
Yeah, it guards your rump.
Okay.
All right, we need to go into cyberspace.
The world's serpent is in Loki's
We need to get
hands.
interfaced and.
Why did you not warn me of his deception?
The information was not used to know.
You must trust our judgment in these matters.
Wait, is this going to lift that explosive canister that I just blew up?
That no one's weird is set. Isn't that what you've told me?
Wait, so cyberspace looks more real than the.
Oh yeah, cyberspace is Yggdrasil. So we're inside Yggdrasil right now. You know, the world tree.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
We have jacked into the Matrix, and we interact with the real world by pushing digital rocks while we're inside the Matrix.
Yeah.
And
Jack seems like an appropriate word.
I'm pretty sure, I am actually fairly certain that cutscene didn't do what it was supposed to do, because I walked over and punched the exploding canister. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to lift, it was supposed to lift up the canister, because we lifted up the rock, and then...
Yeah.
I wish I had subtitles. I'm kind of curious about what they're saying.
Oh wow!
I can't
like
actually hear. Like, I don't have any audio.
Oh no, I don't have any audio. I turned off the stream just so I'm not getting double doses. But I'm just looking at the faces, and I am. Yeah. That's some good stuff. Oh, I love that little shoulder swaggle animation he's got going when he walks.
Soaks your armor. I can smell it. You're a
This is
LSR, I
some-
retweeted you.
Die a useless death. destroying this thing at the cost of our own
This is
lives.
some
We
good
can
shit.
see his hand.
Yeah.
It is pointless.
This is where it's at. The head is the head is Mimir.
At least 5,000 meters.
Do I want to know where the head is stored when it's not in the cutscenes?
He usually sits in the pool at the Urutsu Yggdrasil to guard you know, stuff, to guard stuff,
Sure.
to do his job.
I just
He's
think it'd be
the
funny.
watcher.
Your guy just like pulled the head out of his butt.
Well, I mean, we are storing it in Hammer space,
Okay.
so I mean, kind of. Wait, why did I just die? Wait, what killed? What? What did I just die? What did I just die
let's see,
to?
I'm a few seconds behind, so I'll keep an eye out.
All right, let me watch. Let me watch
I
my
didn't-
own. All right. I'm walking. No, I just
I did
just
not
fall
see-
over
I
dead.
just watched it. Yeah, I didn't see anything. But you have skill points.
And where the hell am I? Oh, I'm. That's actually hilarious. It starts me pointing in the wrong direction.
Nice. All the way back at the beginning. That seems rather pointless if you're not going to respawn the enemies and, like, you know, do an actual start over.
Yeah.
But, you know, what do I know? I'm not a maker of good games like this.
Made in Canada.
Yeah.
I wonder if they got federal grant money for this. Are my taxes partly responsible for Two Human? I mean, I don't live in Ontario, so it would have to be federal money. Also, I can't seem to damage this troll.
You hitting the right part of it?
Or is that just going down very slowly? I can't really tell. Maybe I'm too far.
It's sure fun watching
It has
these two
a shield. So Thor has managed to destroy its legs because I can see that its leg armor has been knocked off, but it has some kind of shield that is otherwise preventing it from taking damage.
Oh.
This is a good game made by professionals. Or is it kind of taking, I mean, sort of taking damage sometimes? I can't really tell.
It's hard. Is the shield the yellow?
Wait, why is my
Or
health
the yellow
suddenly?
thing just... Are you too close to the thing and that's making you radioactive? It's...
Maybe. Maybe it has a... It has a dot? Or like a... Okay, so now it's taking damage. But only sometimes, and only for a short period of time. Alright. Alright, where's my tape? Where's my tape? Where did it put... I'm gonna... Tape... We're taping this down.
Oh, wait, there's
it's...
some sudden drops.
No, I need to target another body part. Alright, we're just gonna... I gotta find tape. I'm gonna wander. I'll find this.
When does it get rough?
I really can't wait for level 60 when it opens up. I mean, I can't wait. I'm not going to. Hello, dog. Hey, dog. Make some noises for the... Good job, dog. Good job.
Alright, I didn't find tape, but I didn't find tape, but I did find soda and coleslaw. Is it dead yet? Is it...
No, it hasn't budged.
It's not dead yet.
Well, you can use the coleslaw to weigh down the button.
Was I pointed at the wrong... According to Wikipedia, federal money was used to fund Silicon Knights, roughly $4 million. That means
And
that
you can see every beauty.
that somewhere 4 cents of my taxes, I am 4% of a dollar responsible for this game.
Hey, level 60.
I can't figure out how to actually damage this arm. I mean, I'm shooting it. I'm not doing damage, Thor is? Oh, well then I'm just gonna stop. Okay. Hopefully he'll eventually hit the hammer. I don't think so. I doubt it. Oh wait, no, he did more damage there.
Something moved.
Alright. Okay.
Is there another part you need to target?
Nope, they're all broken, just the hammer. Hammer's all that's left. So, how does everybody feel about coleslaw? Like, this is just some store-bought stuff. It's Reese's Fine Foods Crunchy Coleslaw. I actually really like it. Like, it's not too mellow, but not too spicy. Like, it's got a good bite that lets you know it's there. Creamy without being overwhelming. It's got a good crunch to it.
I used to when I was a kid. I remember my mom made really good slaw, and then I actually got turned off slaw because, like, when I say kid, I mean like really little kid. Then I went to school and I, had a school lunch. And, oh boy, they have slaw. I love slaw. I don't love slaw anymore. This slaw is garbage. So I haven't really given slaw a chance since then. Maybe I should. I should look up slaw online and just see what the good slaw is. And I'm gonna say slaw a lot because it's more entertaining than the game.
Alright, I got too close and now I'm getting hit and now I'm like radioactive again. You know what? Screw it.
So you're getting slaughtered.
Oh. Yep.
Alright,
let's...
But you have skill points.
There we go. It dead.
60 years later. Oh, ulnar. I thought it said urinal. I can't imagine why I'm thinking of taking a leak right now.
I cannot possibly fathom why anyone would be thinking about doing things that aren't too human while playing, while streaming too human. That I wait, is this not where I needed to? There was a whole elevator and everything. That's not the thing that I'm going for? Or do I need to break stuff? I don't know. Let's swing the hammer at things. All right. Nope. Gun? Can gun target anything? All right. Nope. Anything that I can press A against? Nope. All right.
It's just a bonus room for garbage.
I mean, I guess there was loot there, but what's my favorite game? Oh, I don't know. I mean, that's a weird and difficult question. Like, what's the game that I can kind of always go back and replay? Oh, I don't know. Favorite game of all time.
I'll say, yeah, that's you gotta figure. Are we talking something that you will play a lot, or something that just the experience, even if it was only a 1 or 2 time thing, was just outstanding?
Because it's like, clearly I loved World of Warcraft, like, oh, so many. Please don't want to fight them. That better just be cinematic.
Yes, dog.
No, I need to go attack the rocket guys. Don't.
Why, thank you, dog. It's very nice of you to push your butt against my chair and force me to spin around.
No, attack the rocket guys. You
Thor.
got.
Oh, you. Everybody's frozen at least. Or worse.
Yeah, it actually worked that time, but
You'd best be saving your best for last, because this is something of a letdown.
Yes, yes, Odin watches, remember that. I will save the deer from certain death.
Do you need to go outside? Outside? Or are you just being a pest? I have a very large dog who is really... But Hoshi, it's too human. It really opens up at level 60.
coleslaw while we die.
Don't hold back now.
Slaw break. Criminy. Oh. There is Lewis.
Oh, yeah.
Do your worst, Loki.
Yeah, let's get Lewis in.
Anything else you can
I'm gonna just stand here and let things hit me in the face while I send Lewis the.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure it'll have about the same effect as you running around and actually hitting stuff.
Yeah, it'll only be slightly different than if I were actually playing. Let me just get the link.
Slaw daddy.
All right, Lewis, check your Twitter DMs. Normal place I'm usually sending this thing.
Yeah, no, I don't eat KFC. I can't really do KFC. Unfortunately, the only Popeyes around here are kind of far. But really, if I'm gonna do a chickeny thing, I'm gonna have to go with Zaxby's, just because we don't have Raisin Cane's around here either. Maybe I should try Zaxby's Slaw. Maybe that will turn me around on Slaw.
We've got a local one called Chicken on the Way that is, I mean, I don't want to say it's good.
Human?
Oh, you are way too human. Like, I don't want to say Chicken on the Way is good, because it's still, I mean, it's fried chicken. Like,
yeah.
It's, but Chicken on the Way is kind of exactly what you want from fried chicken. I had KFC again a while ago, and it was actually not that good.
I can't do KFC anymore. Something about it just sits.
Yeah.
In,
I think they might have changed their batter as well.
I like popcorn chicken, but it never seems to be around, long enough for me to enjoy it.
It's one thing I'm gonna miss when I move to California. We got a gas/food chain here called Sheetz, and it's well, for people who don't know.
Oh, Boss Fight.
Wawa. But yeah, I can go there and I can get like popcorn chicken and a thing of popcorn chicken and mac and cheese bites and fried chicken strips, and basically I can turn my heart into a time bomb for $5.
I switch over to night mode.
Where did Thor go?
Oh. Well, in the little cinematic thing, he didn't make it.
He didn't make it through the door, but I don't know if he was like supposed to make it through the door or not.
Run to the door and see. Not that it's going to open, but if we see him clipping through the door,
then he's trying to run through the door.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. All right, let's open this container and get. It doesn't look like he's trying to run through it, so maybe I'm supposed to be alone.
So you guys were talking about fried chicken, and my senses immediately told me I had to come.
I felt that maybe it would be a bit gauche to
point that.
Yeah.
Hey, it's the recurring gag everyone remembers about me.
You're gonna have to live with it.
Yeah, I have not had KFC in a while. I like the popcorn chicken, but yeah, well, actually, Vega is a huge fan of Popeyes, so we've been having more of that.
Yeah, like I said, unfortunately, the closest Popeyes is a good 20 minutes from here, and kind of not in any direction I go to. So,
and I had Raising Cane's because they opened one up near where I used to live, and it was just okay.
Wait, Raising Cane's?
Yeah.
Like. All right, that's a weird reference.
I think it's a reference to hurricanes because it's CANES. I think it's something sports related.
But yeah, it's just yeah, it's a place specifically for chicken tenders, so it was like right up my alley, but it was just okay.
Do you have Zaxby's there?
I don't believe so.
Okay, same deal. What dog? Say hi to the chat, dog.
I don't think this thing's taking like.
Dog. Thank you, dog.
All right, there you go. Dead.
Yo, dog.
The everlasting hate. Yeah, that seems appropriate.
Yup.
Yeah, no, tonight it's been, let's see, you finished Dark of the Moon.
Woot.
You finished G.I. Joe, Rise of Cobra.
Yep.
And then there was this, and then we bitched about Ready Player One for quite a long time.
Yeah, it's one of those. Ready Player One is one of those one of those things that I hear people reference all the time, usually in a positive sense. But now it's suddenly like, oh, this is
There we go. One piece of armor down.
I suppose it's probably a movie for it at this point is probably just a little out of the time it should have been, because 80s nostalgia has really started to taper off, and 90s nostalgia is in.
Well, I think it's also, we kind of brought up the idea that the grace period for overly nostalgia is a little over. You need a little more than just, hey, remember the thing? But yeah. Kind of doesn't help that a lot of the 90s stuff never really went away, did it?
Yes and no. I mean, Pokemon obviously has its heyday, has was back in the 90s. It has never been as popular as it was back then. It is still insanely popular, especially when you have nostalgic products, something get widespread appeal like Pokemon Go, or the worldwide releases of X and Y and Sun and Moon. Those really helped.
Yeah.
But with stuff like Power Rangers never went away, but it lost
was
its
never huge
after Mighty Morphin, which is why everyone remembers Mighty Morphin and keeps bringing up Mighty Morphin, and most Power Rangers fans tend to get sick of Mighty Morphin.
Yeah. Actually, whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, the Ready Player One didn't reference Turtles in that big list, did it?
No.
Despite being arguably very, very 80s.
I thought Turtles was right on the edge of 80s and 90s, like 80s, 88, 89.
It was late, but I mean, they have no, like, the book has no problem mentioning, like, REM. And, like, we were actually running through, like, lists, and Matrix, like, we were running through lists earlier. Also, the Star Wars prequels.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's tons of stuff in there that's, like, late 80s, bleeds over into 90s. There's stuff that's, like, decisively 90s. There's stuff that's straight up 2010s.
But no Turtles. Huh.
Might just not have been a thing that he was into.
Yeah.
I was much more a much bigger fan of the Turtles as a kid. Nowadays, like, not that into it.
I can take it in chunks. I'll watch bits and pieces of it when I remember it exists.
I love how there was a Tumblr post I read recently that broke down the fact that the Turtles, they all have the wrong names. Like, if you match the personalities of the Renaissance artists that they are associated with, they have the wrong names.
It's almost like it was a silly idea just put out for a joke. I'm assuming you.
What do you mean they were just making fun of Daredevil and weren't expecting it to actually, like, go places?
Nope, I did a review.
Go ahead.
I did a review of the first issue earlier this year because the Patreon sponsored it, and it was a lot of fun actually researching that and learning about all the 1,000 different new printings they had to do for it and how it became an overnight success for them, and they were like operating out of their kitchen.
I'm assuming you've seen the picture of the Ghostbusters Turtles figures.
Yep.
Horrifying, aren't they?
Just a tad.
Also, 3 of them are the wrong character.
Well, pop culture mashups and all that.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for an actual Star Trek versus Star Wars comic book, anything, after all these years. It'll never happen, but I live in hope. You'd think. I think I can't remember. Did IDW have the rights to Star Wars ever?
No. Don't think they ever did.
Because it's never going to happen now since Disney owns Marvel. But I would love it if somehow IDW got a hold of it, because they would totally do the Star Trek versus Star Wars comic.
Oh, of course, they love them some crossovers, which is going to make them having Sonic real interesting.
I expect many, many, many requests and Patreon-sponsored episodes of Sonic-related material. I've already had people telling me, can you please do a retrospective on the Archie Sonic stuff now? Except my retrospectives are about stuff that is in some way personal to me, and I don't care about Sonic. I mean, I'm very flattered though, because Evan Stanley, who was the artist, I think on some stuff a few years ago, actually did include a Linkara cameo in an issue, and then Evan made an appearance on the top of the fourth wall as a result of that. So
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
When are you gonna do Sonichu, Lewis?
Never.
Lewis, when are you gonna do Sonichu? What do you is it on your top worst list this year?
No.
Did you read Sonichu, Lewis? What did you think of it?
How many requests have you gotten for Ken Pender's latest whatever the hell?
Not as many as you would think. I mean, they say, occasionally send me pictures of, like, here's what Ken Penders is doing now, and it's like, wow. But, since he hasn't actually put out a product, I can't actually do anything with it.
Okay.
You know, give me something to actually review here other than his Kickstarter pages.
What's he doing on his Kickstarter pages?
Oh, he, like, did a Kickstarter for the Lara Sue Chronicles or whatever the hell it is. So, because like, from what I can tell, he's not actually released the thing that he crowdfunded. And that was a few years ago.
I'm assuming Dan, you know the story.
No, I actually don't even know who we're talking about.
Oh,
dear.
my friend, this is a very interesting thing. Do you want to just give the whole thing, or try to give the clip notes?
I don't know, whichever you think will eat up the, 45 minutes left in this boss fight.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a tough call.
Here's some of the clip notes. Ken Penders was an artist on Archie Sonic Comics.
Okay.
And he created a lot of the lore around Knuckles the Echidna and created various other Echidna characters. He was, fairly popular as a result of that because, his breakout character, interesting stuff. And
I never played Sonic, but I loved Knuckles because he was rad.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I can't remember what happened exactly, what caused the falling out, but basically Ken Penders was going to get removed from Archie's from the Archie Sonic stuff. But then an interesting thing happened. He claimed that he was the owner of all the Echidna characters he had created. And a lot of the lore behind it, and basically it all belonged to him.
Huh.
Now, normally in these situations, of course, as I'm sure you're aware, but maybe not necessarily for the audience, stuff.
Yeah,
like
normally
this
there's a chain of contracts that
it's a work for hire contract. Basically, anything that they create is owned by the company. Funny story, they couldn't find the contracts.
Okay.
At all. They could find no evidence that this was a work-for-hire situation.
They couldn't even... If they couldn't find the contracts, then they couldn't prove it either way, that it was either work... There's just no...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But so it had to be taken to court, and the court sided with after several legal battles, because this was a thing that dragged on for a while. They eventually decided that Ken Penders is indeed the owner of this material.
Basically anything that he created, or just all of the...
Oh, no, basically all the stuff that he created.
Yeah, the original stuff he created for Sonic.
So he doesn't have Knuckles, but he has, the Knuckles backstory that he wrote.
And all the Echidnas that he created.
And all the other people.
His
Okay.
Knuckles' gigantic family tree that he actually plotted out.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, now his thing is he's making his own
property with all these characters because he owns them. The problem is, over time, Ken Penders' work kind of devolved.
Yeah, there was a tweet of one of the sketches he just did at San Diego Comic-Con of Sonic, and my response to it was, kill it before it reaches the children.
Especially and his work that he crowdfunded this was the Lara Sue Chronicles, which seems to be a combination of hand-drawn, digital, and CG artwork, and especially really overly detailed artwork for the Echidnas, who I remind you are basically cartoon characters.
Yeah,
heavy on the Photoshop filters.
I'm not going to tell someone how to do their job, but I would hazard to say that overly detailed Sonic characters is perhaps missing the point. And the appeal.
And his particular style gives them a certain horrifyingness.
They've got dicks, don't they? They have genital. You can use the word genitals on this stream. You can be honest with me.
I don't think they got that bad. I think that's actually one of the few things that related to Sonic fandom that did not make it into the work.
That does not have.
But
he does have his tickle fetish thing apparently, but
Okay, so I just want to. Can we talk about the game for just 1 second?
Go for it.
All right, so.
Has it opened up yet?
Oh, never mind. I will talk about it once I'm back from the Valkyries. But
So-
actually, no, I can say okay. So there is one specific damage point left that I need to hit, which is its left elbow. However, this damage point is immune to gunfire, so I need to hit it with my melee weapon. But my melee weapon tracks onto the center of the model. So I need to damage this elbow basically by accident by occasionally overswinging.
This is a great game.
It's a great game made by professionals.
Yes.
Like 4 cents of my taxes funded this game.
And just wait until it opens up.
Yeah, here it really opens up at level 60. The combat just becomes
Man,
like
you're already dead.
super smooth and intricate. No, I'm not dead. Oh no,
Oh,
I'm
no.
dead. There we go. Now I'm dead.
So yeah. Now this is bad enough as it is that basically it's a major embarrassment for both Sonic and Sega and Archie for this whole legal situation that they lost this.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Archie Sonic comics have run for what, 2 decades?
Roughly.
Yeah, like 20 years.
So now we have the issue of we can't legally reprint all this old stuff. We can't reference all this old stuff. This was a lot of material that basically for like the first time they had to properly either retcon or reboot. I'm not sure exactly. They had to.
I'm doing damage with my gun. My gun's hurting it now. It's no longer shielded. I think maybe I just need to stand like in the exact spot where my bullets will actually. Yeah.
Yeah, so what Archie ended up doing is they had the license for Mega Man, and it wasn't that. I'll say that was a very good comic. I really enjoyed it, not just because I'm a bit of a Mega Man mark. Legitimate, good comic. But at any rate, they literally hit the universal reset button on Sonic. Wily and Robotnik built a universal reset button to reset both the universes.
Sweet. Good
And
move.
the end of it was
Very metatextual.
Yeah. Oh, the whole crossover was very meta. And in the end, Mega Man's universe went back to normal, but something went wrong with Sonic's, and that's how they've entered the new Ken Penderless universe.
So yeah, that's a bit of a pain.
Yeah. And Ken Pender's current stuff is very scary looking.
Can we talk about Riverdale and Hot Archie?
I still have not seen Riverdale, and I probably am never going to see Riverdale.
No, man, do it. It's totally worth a watch. Archie's hot now.
And Jughead's weird. He wears this hat.
Yeah, but I hear he's like sexually attracted to people now, which is lame. Because we had an asexual character, or at least a burger sexual character, who only cared about hamburgers.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, the hammer made that ceiling explode without even touching it.
Yeah.
It's a great game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Riverdale thing I've completely ignored, mostly because I don't care about Archie to begin with. but man, oh man, the stories I've heard about how insane it is.
Oh, it's so good. Like, you don't need, in fact, I would argue that it's at its best if you don't care about Archie. Like, if you're aware of Archie and its various, conventions and characters just through like sheer cultural osmosis and maybe whatever you read on road trips as a kid. But if you're actually like passionate about Archie, it's probably weird and infuriating. But yeah,
I'm just delighting at the character animation in this. This is good stuff.
I have no idea what's going on. Like, is that?
Oh, we have
it's
subtitles.
Are these all clones of me?
Indeed.
they all have my face, but then again, most of the people in this game have my face
The
because
same face. Yeah.
have the. I'm not sure who these people. Okay. These are Loki's lackeys.
Oh, God, I just looking at his face. He's got that. He's a chubby boy. His mom lets him have 2 wieners.
This is the Dark Souls of Let's Plays.
Oh God, I'm smiling. I hurt. Oh, look at him. Look at his face.
Loki, we haven't seen you in like 20 hours.
I trust you have brought my weapon and armor.
No, the next thing I'm probably gonna marathon watch in terms of like modern series is I'm finally gonna watch Stranger Things.
It's an okay watch.
I like
It's-
horror.
Yeah, it's good as a. I would actually say that it's binge it, but don't mega binge it. Like three sessions. Because it has some problems with its overall like structure and arc and pacing that become obvious if you start to feel them if you watch too much at once. But you will also feel, but then there's other oddities that you're definitely going to feel if you only watch like 1 episode a week, because that's when you'll start to notice that like for numerous characters nothing happens in any given episode. Like they'll be there because they kind of need to be, but they won't do anything.
Our troops are securing the shuttle base. Let us make haste.
Oh God,
So-
I love this animation.
So yeah, I mean it's a good, like, I think on the whole Stranger Things is good and a rewarding watch, but it's not flawless.
You have done well, brothers.
Oh, this cutscene has made me so happy.
Die well, and make the Aesir remember this
It's-
day.
Oh,
that shooting animation. That's
oh man, I
Oh,
keep-
Loki, no, it gets better. Loki gets into his ship and then just like shoots his own guys and takes off.
Loki's kind of a dick.
Loki's a dick.
Oh. It's now time for him to face full life consequences.
Time for me to do what has to be done by me.
Oh,
All right, final mission. Hopefully
that
it's
was
short.
beautiful.
Are we too human, or are we too dancer?
Ah.
Or
I
is it
can't.
two-
There
two
was a
humans in
mission. So like chapter 3 of this game was seriously like 5 hours long, and it was just these circular hallways, these circular platforms for like 5 hours. It just kept going and going and going and going and going. It was so bad.
The hallway.
It's part of what's had me like thinking in this whole thing that I'm doing right now on like game writing. One of the issues, or one of the subjects that I've got as part of it is just thinking about, or like how we think about pacing in video games, or rather like how we kind of don't think about it.
Like how it becomes natural, or how people just don't pace this shit well.
They both, like, not how it's natural, like how, because of the way that it's structured, we don't think about it, and so people don't pace it. Like the idea of, it's like, okay, how long in actual playtime should plot points be apart?
I think that people think about it. I mean, just even me, a more casual gaming person, think about Pokemon again. Pokemon X and Y, when it first came out, there was a lot of complaints, myself included, that the time between the first and second gym was just intolerable. How long it took to get to that point. And I know a lot of people complain about Final Fantasy games and how there can be 30 hours before something actually important happens or interesting happens.
So kind of the argument here that I would make, or the more granular argument, like in the longer form of it than just, hey, we don't think about pacing, is that we do still tend to notice, like, particularly atrocious pacing. Like when somebody says, like, oh, I mean, we've been joking about it here, that it's like, oh, the game really opens up at level 60. Final Fantasy 13, it's like, well, it gets good 20 hours in, and it's like, times like that, it kind of stands out as like, well, that's kind of ridiculous. Like, that's excessive. But that in the smaller scope, like that, we know when pacing, we recognize when pacing is like atrocious. We recognize when it's like gone just like too far, when it's just too bad. But we don't really have a solid sense of like, okay, what does a well-paced game look like, and how would you then express that, if you were inclined to be prescriptive about it, if you were going to be there's a very specific jargon word that I'm looking for here, formalist. If you were going to be a formalist about game design, what would the formalist rules of pacing be? And I don't think we really have a coherent answer to that quite yet. Now, you can definitely say that it's like, well, we shouldn't be formalist about, or it's like, that formalism is not necessarily the greatest thing in the world, but I think as just part of the overall, like, critical ecosystem, formalism really helps because it provides form to arguments. So you can say it's like, oh, well, as much as I hate Robert McKee's story and that other author, Save the Cat, like, as much as I don't like them because they're like so prescriptive and they're selling this weird ass dream of having an instantly sellable script, their formalism gives you something coherent to then argue against. That if they're saying it's like, okay, your inciting incident needs to be on page 23, like page 23 inciting incident. If it's not there, your script's going to get thrown out. That gives you something to then look at and be like, it's like, well, does it? Does it really? Like, does it? Yeah.
Yeah, you have to know what the rules are so you know what it means to break them. That's
Or somebody needs to come up with a bunch of rules for everyone to then argue are garbage.
Or even
it's like, no, those are bad rules. Sweet, we got an focused Slayer Sword of Explosion. That's an epic pattern. Seeker's Typhoon, that's a level 40, so that's a ways away. What's this hammer? Focused Dreadnought, that's level 16.
Focus Slayer Sword of Explosion.
Yeah.
Procedural generation names.
24, Focus Butcher Pistols of Distinct Horizons.
The Clorb? Did I just see the Clorb?
You might have seen it's the Clob.
The Clob.
Oh, that's not as fun.
Yeah. I don't know. Is the Clob really?
I imagine the Clorb would be like some kind of spherical weapon with maybe like a big pointy bit on the front of it.
Yeah, it'd be a white sphere with a gray body. Clorb! Good Clorb, homester. I'm going to be tried as a minor, so that's good.
Stout Bavard, head brace and wailing.
Merciful ballistic chest plate.
Merciful lattice. I do like these kind of weird.
Wait, craft failed.
Diablo.
You do not have enough bounty to craft. Oh, what does it cost?
So you don't have
35,000
paper towels.
I have. Oh, I'm only a couple thousand short. I can go sell crap. I think. Wait, equipment. I need to go.
I gotta admit, this is the part of these games that always kind of makes my eyes glaze over.
Oh yeah, it's often just truly awful.
Well, with me, anytime I play like any kind of RPG elements thing, it just like anything that says as more
Oh my
numbers is
God.
better.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Look at this helmet.
Apparently, we're all getting over being sick.
Look at the potato head.
Is that really at that point?
Oh, that.
I don't
think it killed Dan.
You really can't.
Potato head.
You can't call that a helmet.
It's a cyber beard. It's cyber chin straps.
I'm pretty sure Rob Liefeld uses these a lot.
Mecha chops. It's mecha mutton chops.
It's a beard warmer.
Oh
my God.
I just love how his head, and I love the way he's looking around too. He's
Like, what? What are you guys looking at? What are you laughing at?
There's no potatoes here. Why didn't you bring me the potatoes?
It's the Jay Leno armor.
Oh God!
Breathe, man.
Take another lozenge.
What good is this? Are you afraid that all your enemies are gonna aim for your chin?
I'm in tears. I'm crying. I'm
just
head brace of wailing.
He looks like he was sculpted out of clay by a blind guy with only his thumbs.
He will be wailing because someone shot him in the head and it hurts.
I need to screen cap the cyber beard.
That's a thing of beauty right there.
What you need to get a little video of just him back and forth and just overlay some dopey music.
Like get the Root Bear theme.
Maybe I'm thinking something a little more upbeat than the Root Bear theme. I'm not sure what.
Maybe the gonk?
Something with a bit of polka to it, you know?
Nod your head. Black suit's coming. Nod your head. This game is all worth it for this.
Oh my God.
Can we rotate
Right.
and see what the other side looks like?
Yeah, once we're
It's even better in the close-ups because we had a couple close-ups of him during cinematics without the helmet, and he's got these awful things where it looks like he's had his hair burned away in streaks. It's really nice. This
is truly armor of the gods right here.
Yes. It's armor of the god.
It's like he's turning his head to show it off. It's like, hey guys, check it out.
Yeah.
All right.
Welcome to the Hall of Presidents.
By the way, Dan, you have to upload this bit right here of you losing it at the
All
side
right.
of this thing.
I can try.
You need
I
to
can
share
try
this
to
with
comply.
people.
All right.
God
let
of
me just
potato
let me
head.
just make my merciful soft battle grip boots of life, and then we'll get moving again, and then people just remind me to.
Merciful soft battle grip. Oh dear. Oh,
Merciful
dear, oh,
soft battle grip boots of life.
Good enough for a man, but made for a woman.
I'm just thinking merciful soft battle grip sounds like a description you'd hear on like Bad Dragon forums. Ooh. It has a merciful soft battle grip. Oh yeah.
Stout, platform, merciful, trigger-free, focused pattern weld, Spaldings.
Did I have any new cannons I could make?
Question, the focus slayer sword of explosion. Does it
No.
actually make things explode when it hits them?
I don't know. We'll find out.
What good is it if it doesn't? Like, when something says of explosion, I expect things to explode.
Well, the game
Like-
really explodes around level 60.
Like, like silver mass cannon of explosion. I get the impression that shoots things that blow up. And if it is a sword that says of explosion, I expect it to tap it to you to stab things, and things will blow up.
Oh, I love the stiff cloth sticking off the back. That's
the thing of beauty right there.
That's good animation right there.
It's like you have like very thin ribbon cable attached to your back.
Yeah, I mean that. Mwah. I also love that you have to have a map for your hub of like 6 things to do.
Yeah, but like all of the walls look the same, so
Yeah,
you need to go to the map in order to figure out where you're supposed to be going.
That's level design right there, baby.
Like wait, no, this isn't the Hall of. Wait, where's the Hall of Feasting? Is
I
this
am
the
with
Hall
Alec. I am with
is this
Alex
the Hall
H.
of
The game's
Feasting?
greatest crimes how drab it is. It looks so dull.
It really, really. Wait,
It's mostly
isn't
shades
this the Hall of Feasting? Where's
It's
the Hall of Feasting?
brown. Everything
of-
about this game is brown.
shades of poop.
I mean,
either
some of it's
brown
also
or
green.
Yeah. Well,
Or
depending on your
gray.
age, you know, or what you've had to eat that day.
Here we go. Hall of Feasting. If I can get around the geometry.
And the people.
I do kind of like my Mega Man X boots.
Everyone's walking past him, just like, don't say anything about the helmet. Don't say anything. about the helmet.
Don't mention.
Honey, don't look.
They just look at each other and it's like don't, and they make this like hand motion, just like sweeping along their chin, and then it's like just don't.
You men have been tried and convicted of treason against the Aesir. For a mortal man, there can be only one sentence.
Sweet executions.
The Hall of Beastings.
I am well with it. For when I die here at your hand, the example I set will not be the one you intend.
What is the point of adding glowing bits onto your axe? I mean, I get that it looks cooler, but like, otherwise, why does it need neon?
Because otherwise you wouldn't know it's cyber.
Like, and is it
Man,
actually like energy
he
inside of it,
really-
or is it just like LEDs that they put along the side?
I just want to point out how like Thor totally screwed up that execution by just like railing the guy in the face.
Well, I suppose it gets the job done.
I mean, yeah, but like the whole point of an execution is that it smooths over the fact that it is just the state murdering people. Like that's what you're trying to hide. The formality is part of is key to the illusion of the power of the state.
Also, just the way he went at that guy, that would create quite a spray pattern. That's a lot of mess to clean up.
No, it's good that he was aiming away from the council of really important people.
Petty bickering. Loki must be found and punished, along with all those who side with him. There are many omens that portend.
All right, has anyone been paying attention to the dialogue?
No.
They want to go to war with Loki, but for some reason there's a problem with that. Like they don't want to go to war or something.
I mean, that sounds responsible. Like, no, Odin, spoiler warning, is a giant computer. We don't know that yet. I technically don't know that, but I'm pretty sure they're going to reveal it to us in a bit that, like, Odin is actually just a giant computer.
We have a vision, a single purpose, and by our hand humanity shall live. We are the Aesir. Your father has spoken, and our path made abundantly clear. And
Nice.
that path is C/:program files.
How do you how do you even read something that close to the eyeball?
They only know us as their protectors, lords, and masters.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
I mean, that's tiny text.
Every day their world.
Because, so, like, I used a Google Glass once, and, like, their whole thing with the prism is it actually creates a, like, it artificially, or I shouldn't say artificially, it uses optics to increase the distance between the surface of the prism and the actual like viewing, like the focusing distance to the focal plane.
That's neat.
Yeah. I mean, so it's like you're actually focusing on basically a tiny screen that's backed by your ear, but the prism so the prism just bends the light around your head.
Spiffy.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Like, it's the whole thing where, like, when you're measuring the focal distance in a mirror, you actually measure to the surface of the mirror and then back.
Yeah.
So neither of these characters talking are the player, are they?
But I do question your faith in yourself.
No, our ugly. I don't see our ugly facial scars.
So they're gods, but they need a big, huge techno thingy.
No, they're gods because of the techno stuff.
Ah, so they're just assholes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because aliens.
Like, when I was inventing, this backstory for the Technoumena, the Lovecraftian gods of Atop the Fourth Wall, I kind of based them on technology, but I didn't say they relied on technology. I was just taking concepts related to technology and, trying to make them in an abstract, because something that powerful should be kind of otherworldly and not just some dude with some wires sticking out of his face.
I like how your character had to be there for all that and then stand in an empty hall and wait until some guys somewhere else had a conversation.
There is literally no reason why they couldn't have just dropped, like, because there has clearly been a break in time, like a narrative break in time between that and now. There is no reason why they shouldn't have just dumped me at wherever I'm going right now.
No, you need to check out the cool hologram signs that point to an
I prefer to think that your character has been standing in the hall for that whole time.
Well, he probably, that's exactly what is implied by that, is that he has stayed in the last place we saw him for that entire time.
Here.
Like, they should have, like, honestly,
potatoes.
Really, they should have just dropped us, like, right here between, because it's like, all right, here's the two shops, so if you need to do any shopping, you can do that now.
Look, Dan,
and then you're right by the place you need to go.
But Dan, if they did that, we wouldn't be able to see the doors with the neon sign with an arrow pointing down where you needed to go.
And we wouldn't get the vital elevator sequence. That's very important.
They spent all of a week on that. So you're going to sit there and appreciate it.
A lot of taxpayer money went into this.
By the way, I missed the beginning of the stream. You guys talked about Jim Sterling's new video?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Anything of interest?
I think the general assumption was that Jim and I've forgotten the other guy's name were right about what they were talking about. They're just kind of talking
Adrian Forrest.
Yeah, slightly different points that were connected, but not the same.
Talking past each other.
Yeah.
That Jim was using Forrest Point to kind of, or to as a jumping off point for talking about a thing that he wanted to talk about, but rather than just saying like, hey, this brings up some stuff I want to talk about, he positioned it as a refutation of Adrian's point, which it wasn't, because it kind of missed the point of Adrian's point, which is unfortunate. But yeah, so
I get you.
because I mean, Jim makes some good points about the how much of the current opinion towards Unity as an engine is informed by mistakes that Unity has made as a company.
Yeah.
But that's missing Adrian's broader point about games writers having
a pre-established viewpoint about it.
Like, No, not even a pre-established viewpoint about
presentation.
the fact that they have spent literally decades just uncritically repeating promotional points from devs and marketers that has included, just hype about game engines in the abstract.
The blast processing.
Yeah.
Where it's
I
just,
getcha.
yeah, it's just a word. We don't know really what it means.
Did we ever figure out what blast processing meant?
No, it doesn't mean anything.
Okay, just checking.
I remember there was a Sonic Boom joke about blast processing that basically said, yeah, it was bullshit.
I feel like I can have 90s Kid do something with that.
Maybe meet again in some later life.
Like actually like have him install like some sort of explosive
And the
power
green
system into a computer system. It uses blast processing. Something explodes and it makes it go faster.
I mean, so Robo Zombie is asking, it's like, I don't know why Forrest blamed journalists. Because journalists, like, I shouldn't just say journalists. So you have, like, a few different kinds of game writers out there, but all of them are to varying degrees kind of guilty of these behaviors. So you've got journalists, you've got reviewers, you've got pundits, you've got like critics and theoreticians. So just game writers as a whole, people writing about video games, whether they be YouTube pundits or what, have a history of uncritically just delivering promotional points.
Yeah.
And just, it's like, oh, well, here is, like, just reading the press release, basically.
Here is this, this is awesome because points listed on the back of the box.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds techy and impressive.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
so a
clearly
lot
not.
of that is that over the course of time,
This has just become the
games
default.
writers have trained audiences how to talk about games in a way that is not necessarily good and healthy. And so Adrian's points, like some of his remedies are a little extreme, but he's arguing that that's sort of a necessary extremity, or that's a necessary extreme in order to basically undo existing rhetorical damage.
Okay, is it actually making them explode?
I haven't really seen any notable explosions.
I mean, I saw one guy kind of light on fire.
Which, is close. I mean, combustion, but like, you're calling your sword of explosion, and I'm very disappointed now.
I mean, maybe.
But anyway, yeah, it's some good points. Yeah.
It is kind of seemed like Jim was going off a bit off point.
I mean, so Jim's talking in microcosm. He's talking specifically about Unity and Unity's reputation and some of the complex factors that have contributed to that.
But
and
not
his
about
points aren't
the
wrong,
broader problem about
but,
of what
Yeah.
Forrest was talking about.
which is the way that writers talk about game engines as a whole.
I don't know if Jim often talks about how other journalists tend to do their thing, and come to think of it.
No, I honestly, I feel like it's one of Jim's blind spots, is that he is...
Nice invisible wall in the rock there.
Okay, they turned the camera and showed me this, like, thing up and to the right.
Like cables that you're supposed to shoot?
Yeah, but I can't...
Aim towards them.
Like, there's nothing...
Is there a lock-on mechanism?
Can you climb that big rock?
I thought I saw Sparkies from the cable thing.
like there's, yeah, like kind of up and to my left at the moment, so I can't climb this rock. Oh, there we go. I can. Why did they show me those cables? Oh, all right. That cause and effect is not quite what I was expecting.
It's a good game.
So shooting that made a tank come through. All right.
It was like made a power source for a defensive shield.
Yeah.
That's yes. Sorry, I'm just thinking to myself. I'm remembering a story about filming the first Star Wars. They're in like the Tunisian deserts, and they had to build the sand crawler prop for the Jawas, and like neighboring countries did not know what was going on, and since military exercises were a common thing, they thought the Tunisian military was building some kind of massive battle wagon.
Nice. Oh, okay, yeah, your allies are still here. They're just as ineffective as always.
Of course.
All right, and now glowy stuff is slowing everybody.
Should we tell him to shoot the gate? Now let's just see how this plays out.
The game really opens up a little.
That's it, Sam.
I do that to Vega every time like an Overwatch game ends and it suddenly goes into slow motion. Like her favorite episode is Riding with Death.
That is a good episode.
I have finally finished up Wizards of the Lost Kingdom on my on the new MST3K.
Oh dear.
And for a movie that was already so cheap and terrible, how did they drop the ball? I mean, I'm like half an hour into the sequel, and it's just like, oh my god, how did this get worse?
Well, that's what happens when you have a completely unrelated movie.
I know, but still, just like, man, oh man. The first one, it was bad. It was ultra low budget, but it worked what it had. It had like actually like genuine like one or two funny moments, or
it felt like there was effort.
You could see there was a little bit of effort, and they were just like making the best with what they had. But man, the second one thinks it's self-aware, and it's terrible to itself.
Well, Allison was saying that the main kid was the jackass kid from Tremors.
Mm-hmm.
Same actor.
Makes sense.
He just plays, generally his whole thing is playing awful characters, so...
Hey, when you got a niche.
Yeah.
Gotta scratch it.
But, yeah.
So the sword is in some ways worse than my hammer, because my hammer knocked out more people at once. But
yeah.
Oh wait, I think I saw somebody explode. I'm gonna try just using the sword like a sword. I usually don't because I take too much damage.
I feel like with how they crowd around you, you could just, if this was a real weapon, you would just, swing it once and cut them all in half.
Uh-oh.
Oh, if this game were oh dang it, what's that game series where it's just about cutting down like thousands of enemies at once?
Fruit Ninja?
Dead Rising?
No, they even made a Zelda tie-in, like Hyrule Warriors.
Why am I just blanking?
Let's just.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, we know what we're talking about. We'll just say Hyrule Warriors because we have established that is a game that exists.
Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty Warriors.
I knew it was something Warriors.
If this game was a Dynasty Warriors ripoff, it would be like 8,000% less infuriating because you would at least feel productive.
Yeah. Like, having gigantic hordes of enemies isn't terribly fun when everyone takes way too long to die.
Yeah. Camera.
On the other hand, at least so far, when you die, you're not going to the beginning of another conveyor belt sequence.
Yeah.
I don't think you weren't here. Yeah, there was a conveyor belt sequence, and all the enemies ended up just kind of collected at the end, and every time he died, it would respawn.
What the hell is what the
what? Whoa!
Are you controlling that thing?
Hey guys, just stand there and let the death monster.
Oh, good, it's fixing you.
What the shit? They just stood there.
And now they're dead. That was beautiful.
This is a game made by professionals.
That was well done, guys. Well done.
That's
like they make a big deal, showing it approaching. Like how many? Like 3 seconds it took shooting it to kill it.
I'm impressed.
That was nice.
I mean, I guess the idea was to have your backup killed so it seems like it's a more impressive fight than it actually is, but wow, did they shit the bed.
That was beautiful.
They really shit the bed on that little
professional.
These are professional game makers.
Professionals. Thank you, somniferous almond.
Oh, I'm about to die again because I just take way too much damage from literally everything.
So, question.
It's because you're too human.
So
some people actually suggested that by taking the cybernetic tree, I in fact screwed myself. That I should have been. Or wait, no, I took the cybernetic tree. I'm not human enough. That I screwed myself by being not human enough.
Insufficiently human is not such a good title.
Not human enough. So, question. This being of light that, comes down and rescues you, what is that again?
That's a Valkyrie.
That's a Valkyrie. Now, if I recall my mythology correctly, and I'm way out of practice here, the Valkyries were great warriors in their own right, yes?
Yes.
And they seem to have the ability to ascend from on high and not be damaged by any of the enemies, and in fact, it looked kind of like they were blasted back as soon as it approached your body to pick you up.
There's one.
There's another one right there.
Yeah. They come grab all my squad mates. All my squad mates get Valkyrie when they die.
And then they respawn at the beginning of the conveyor belt.
Yeah, and as Heroes Beach says, Valkyries were really hardcore. So, why aren't they doing more to help? Because it seems like, if they can bust through anywhere and do all this, and you got the impressive, 12-bladed wings kind of a thing, and they
have
blast
been
back
reduced
enemies.
to a respawn mechanic.
Because it seems like in-game, the Valkyries would be really helpful.
I mean, they are really helpful. They respawn you in
that's
a mere
helpful,
30-second long animation.
I'm just saying, they could probably. Why do they even need us if they got the Falcons?
Well, it's a good thing you had a lot to do with the opening of those doors by a cannon fire. I can see how important you are to this fight.
I don't know. Maybe I'll do something later.
What
I kind of hope not. I kind of enjoy when I don't need to actually, we're in hell.
Why are we even engaged in melee combat when we have giant battle tanks that can roll over mass amounts of troops?
Because my gun doesn't do enough damage, and there's too many things. They get up close, and so it's better for me to just sweep with my sword.
On the tank? Well, why are we even leaving the tank?
Because you have a potato head.
Look, we got to show off this gym brace.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of money on this. I'm just saying, like, you know, I admit I'm not a military tactician, but it seems to me that, like,
being in the tank is
better than being out of the tank.
It worked for G.I. Joe. You seem to do a lot more destruction when you were in the tank in the G.I. Joe game.
True, I did. The tank, aside from being undrivable, was very valuable.
I remember back when I played like GTA 3 or 4 on PC and used a cheat code to get a tank. Got a lot of stuff done in that tank.
Wait. Elite, undead, regular. Is it elite or regular? Which is it?
Well,
it's an elite regular.
Okay.
Regular is its job description. Like it's
okay.
Yeah.
So it makes sure you poop properly. Oh, look at that! Yeah, that Valkyrie just knocked.
Yeah. I'm saying I think the Valkyries get this done a lot faster.
Like that they could just beam into wherever we're going
and kill everything. Yes.
Yeah.
Use the weapons you have at your disposal is what I'm saying.
Tactical HUD of impact.
But
that doesn't seem like something you'd want to put on your face.
But what do I know? I'm not a super cyber, Asgardian god warrior.
Not a professional game maker.
Yeah. I expect them all to do the Thriller dance all of a sudden. Like they all get locked up and like lined like that. It just really starts expecting them to swing back and forth.
I also like how her shins clip in through the ground.
I'm gonna try just running towards something that looks like a destination.
Don't you love a game where you could ignore playing it?
Oh man, like honestly, this game would be tremendously improved by having more segments that you could just run past. But often, and I'm
willing to bet money you're going to get blocked off, and
there's just going to be an unpassable door.
Yeah, until you kill enough things, and then a cinematic will happen that says, "Here's the stuff that really matters."
Like a tank is going to blow the door open.
Again, you could just stay in the tank. It might actually make for a fun, mini game where you're driving a tank and you have to like blow up some targets, especially when you get like extra points for running over tons and tons of soldiers.
The normal controls are so unworkable. I don't want to imagine what the driving controls would be like.
I figure it'd be bad, but I'm just saying, if I was making a game, it just seems like that's what I would do. Or at the very least, if I was,
Are they frozen?
My freezing thing actually worked for once.
Oh, okay.
And the enemies apparently don't know how to go around the frozen troops.
They have a line of sight. That's all they need.
As a Christian, God gave you the ability to move in 3 dimensions. Maybe that's not the case for this theology, but I do not play Overwatch, Tristan McClellan. I do TF2. I will play Overwatch eventually. Vega really wants me to play Overwatch.
What were all the enemies running to? Were they like Thor and found the ice cream truck? The ice cream truck came by, and so they had to go run before Thor could get to it? And why are you over here now? What the hell?
I don't know. I don't know where I am.
Look, the Valkyries are trying to help you out because you keep dying.
Oh, wait. No. It finally showed me another camera angle. I was going in the right direction. I just couldn't see that I was going in the right direction because the camera is obsessed with pointing behind me.
Ah. No, the Christian God gave us a goddamn attack button. This is a great game right here, you know, getting gunned down at a time in 10 minutes.
We've located a secondary entrance route, an aqueduct used to ferry materials into the
God gave the ability to move in 3 dimensions, but not the sense to use it.
Send a detachment to investigate. They'll have all the covering fire they'll need.
And just leave all the enemies behind. Past the Turd River.
And once again, I can't figure out where I'm actually supposed to go. Oh, there's another elite. Oh, and
A regular elite or an elite elite?
Elite undead wolf trooper. Oh, but I knocked him off. I was able to juggle him off the bridge, so...
These people need OSHA.
Yeah. Some railings, man.
You don't need railings in hell. It's hell.
I suppose that makes sense. Where are you gonna go if you die?
What do you mean, if you die? It looks like he's gonna just
I really
die
hope that
a lot.
Valkyrie just, like, blew everybody off the bridge. That would make my day.
Are there cheats for this game? Like any kind of exploits or anything like that you can take advantage of to make things go faster?
I don't know, but it pointed me in this direction, so I assume I need to go down to the river. And can I run in the river? Yeah, I can just run in the river. Alright.
I love that in video games, how it doesn't. You could be in waist deep water and you still move at top speed.
YOLO!
That's incredibly realistic.
Not actually true. We live forever. We are immortal.
Also, wow, look at that water. That is some turdy water right there.
Say, isn't that a Night Vale quote? Bullets, you know, guns don't kill people. Oh, you are invincible. Nothing can hurt you.
Oh, elite undead regulars back.
So you weren't supposed to go in the turd water?
Some great water physics here too, by the way.
Oh my God, got
just
2
die.
elite undead regulars.
Why won't you die? It's taking like 15 seconds to kill you if you like continually fire.
Everybody loves bullet sponge enemies. That's what makes a great final level.
And a great first level, and second, and third, and fourth, and fifth.
And then it really opens up around 60.
So around 60, around level 60, yeah. You just gotta, you know, do New Game Plus and New Game Double Plus, and then you should have the XP needed to really open up the combat system to its full potential.
This game is making me want to play Diablo again because Diablo is such, does this kind of massive swarm of enemies so much better.
Okay, so we've been making all these jokes about opening up at level 60. And I'm just wondering, when you started playing this tonight, weren't you at level 22?
Tonight?
Yeah. You've only gone up 1 level?
No, I was like level 20.
Okay. Whoa.
Alright, that's a new thing.
Different.
And now we're floating.
There was no Valkyrie, that was just darkness.
Okay, we got a new kind of weird ethereal enemy here.
There's darkness, no parents.
I was honestly not paying attention. I missed the apparent no animation thing because I was busy rubbing my eyes trying to
Stop the pain.
Stop the pain.
And the stream keeps, pausing for me. I have to keep refreshing it.
You're not missing much.
So TJ says he played this game like 5 times.
Oh god, the XP doesn't scale? Oh, God.
Oh my! So wait, you need to play the campaign like
multiple
8 times?
Oh. Oh. See, I was here for part of the Avatar stream, and that pissed me off so bad.
That's why would they do that?
They're professional game makers. Yeah, that was Avatar's thing. You just, no matter how high level you were, how nasty the version of dog you were fighting this time, you still got the same, what, 20 points?
Sorry.
Yeah,
TJ.
but it put all of the XP into quests, so you still like it was. They were at least smart enough that in creating the illusion of a RPG system, the game still scaled at its intended pace. Like, in fact, it was more that they did such a bad job of hiding the fact that it had a fixed progression. Because it was like, oh, you killed. It's like it's an RPG. You get XP for killing dogs, and it's like, but you get such a nominal amount that it's like, oh, well, it's all just in quest XP.
TJ, how far away are we from the end?
What's with the weird numbers that pop up around these guys?
Which ones? The ones at their feet? That's their level.
Oh, okay. So, like, when you hit them and they show it, so that's a level 25 thingy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems like, the tank could just blow this entire place up, and then, everything would collapse, and we would stick around for a while to kill any stragglers, but this seems like a lot of hullabaloo for nothing. Seems like we're going in here for no good reason when the tanks could just blow it up.
I'm just really enjoying that we're playing a cyber future past, hashtag ancient aliens, hashtag circular history, cyclical history, and we're still, there's still a sewer level.
I like how the suicide bomber enemies just appeared in that one little area, and now we may never see them again, will we? That seems like the kind of thing you would build a large part of a level mechanic around if you were to do things like design a level.
Lure them into walls that you need to have them blow
Pacing,
up, or...
Yeah. If you were to actually pace your game or think about how it played...
No, we just needed to take out his buddies who were just standing there.
Yeah, but that's me. That's
well, the best part is, so there's these enemies running around who are like frost enchanted, and you can tell because they'll be like blue and have like ice crystals on them, and you're supposed to like juggle them, knock them up and then shoot them in order to not like freeze yourself when they explode, but wait, why are my guys here? My buddies are now here ahead of but yeah, most of them are like immune to gunfire, so
I get
or
it.
like maybe it's my gun, I don't know.
The suicide bomber didn't blow them up, it just teleported them deeper inside. We should have gotten hit by it.
Or maybe the Valkyries teleported them here, which means why didn't they get...
Oh, there we go.
The Valkyries don't like you.
Hit a trigger. Yeah. Cutscene.
The Valkyries don't like you in your
progress.
Metal Gear.
Your friends came in the tank. Yeah, my friends took the tank. They're smarter than I am.
What triggered this cinematic?
I moved across an in-game brush.
Okay.
And that told the internal game logic to start the cinematic, and then the cinematic played.
All right. It's as good an explanation as any.
The Valkyrie could come down and just carry you across the broken bridge.
Is the broken bridge not the... Oh, this was the broken bridge. Well, then which way am I supposed to go?
I have no idea. I mean, I assume that the bridge had to be broken for a reason. You know, them showing it to us. I'm saying,
they showed the bridge breaking,
Lewis.
but they didn't show us the actual alternate route then. This is like that time they showed us the cables, but not the thing we were supposed to actually shoot.
Like maybe how, you know, the Valkyrie could, like, you know, descend down and just like carry you the 20 feet.
If only this place had a mall kiosk like Aesir did.
Mall of America has digital kiosks that like point that, like, you know, show you the path to take to things.
Yeah. Now the best part is that because I'm just like running past all of these enemies, the camera still still wants to watch them. So
nice.
Until I get far enough away.
I'm just saying, a 4-story mall is more well thought out than this game.
If you can just find the way to the one potato too.
Yeah, okay, so this is actually kind of ironic that we're on the last level and everything here is slower than us, when for literally every other stage of this game, everything has been faster than us, and like running away was just impossible.
Well,
like you would try.
It's because you have the glorious soft boots of swiftness. Or whatever.
The merciful soft.
Wait, do my boots actually give me run speed?
They might, I'm not sure, but I would guess they did.
Oh my god. Why didn't I look for boots with run speed earlier?
Now watch this. You're going to be doing this, and then you're going to come up on a door that will not open until you've killed everything.
That would be...
Yeah, but hopefully by just like face planting into the door, I will have triggered the next room's respawn point, and then I'll just be able to chain respawn on top of the mob until they die.
That's because it's...
Or the door will close behind me. Yes. Oh, running into this new mob. All right.
Oh, saving. Oh. You know it's a good game when you can just straight out ignore, like, several minutes of fight.
The best game.
No, that's like, honestly,
play them.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, so the first part, I'm actually like, I agree with unironically that games should let you skip stuff.
Yeah.
Like if you feel confident in just running past stuff, you should be able to do that. Like that games should have minimal artificial gating mechanisms.
True, but if you're doing it, but it's the reasoning that's the issue. You're doing it because it's not fun.
Because I don't want to. Yeah, because it's not fun. I mean, look, here's a level 33 elite right behind me. I'm level 23. Like it's got 10 levels on me. Like that thing's gonna take like 10 minutes to kill.
I can't imagine what grinding to get to this would be like.
And did I just go in a giant circle? I did.
Great level design.
Is there a way to blow them all up behind you? Because they're all chasing you. Like get them into a huge mob and like plant a mine or something. It's a good game.
All right, we'll see what direction the Valkyrie points me in.
I'm gonna say that it's saved, so obviously you were going in the right direction. You know, is that a strategy? Because the Valkyries seem to hurt them. Could you like just let yourself die and let the Valkyries kill them?
That would take like 20 minutes. It's
I don't
30
know if the
seconds.
Valkyrie hurts them so much as just blows them away.
I mean, it does. It can knock them off stuff.
I say, like, you know, knock them into the pits below. This is why you need your railings.
Hey, Valkyrie.
Look, take me to the next room, Valkyrie.
No, not this way. Maybe to the right there. I have to guess during the moments when the camera actually cooperates.
There's a hallway down there.
So someone in the chat mentioned John Romero. What What's a better gaming experience, this or Daikatana?
Oh, jeez.
The fact that you have to think about it says so much.
Daikatana.
Probably because
like
Daikatana didn't have the time to learn from its betters.
Daikatana is short. Like, it's actually pretty short. It's not a super long game. It also is glitchy. So, okay, if you're playing it intended, Daikatana is like insufferable. It's so clunky and like there's a lot of problems with it. But if you're willing to do a bit of glitching and exploit some stuff and run past some stuff and ignore a lot of stuff, then Daikatana is actually kind of
amusing.
It's kind of an amusing, fun run, even if it's still like kind of objectively awful. All right, I don't know where I am.
This is Katana. Yes.
Not just the game, just in life. What is things anymore?
This is Katana. She has my katana. What is it? It's like you laugh so much.
Oh! A ramp down. We haven't gone down yet.
Don't get hit by her katana.
I suggest you not get katanaed by her. Her katana traps the katanas of a katana.
Oh, hopefully we hit a load brush or a save brush in there somewhere.
This is what we've been reduced to. We're laughing just at old jokes. Because we have nothing. There is nothing else. There is no beginning. There is no end. There is only this catwalk. And the flying monsters.
That's the most fun.
Yeah, I did. I hit a loading because there's the ramp. There's the ramp. I'm near where I want to be. There's just a ton of stuff.
In the
yeah,
way.
in the way.
Who listened to katana under katana?
Yeah, I suggest not getting killed. I love the phrasing of that.
That's a brilliant. Like
that's completely not awkward at all. The way he goes through that little speech.
Aside from just how awkward the phrase, the sentence structure is, just like
the existence of that dialogue alone.
Did you think we were planning on getting killed?
I suggest you not get killed by her. Well, okay, that I had that on my day timer, but I guess I can erase that.
Like I penciled that in for 4 o'clock.
Yeah, Ashley Lynch had a great observation about it, that it's like that is placeholder dialogue that never got replaced. that whoever was writing it was just like, all right, we need something, like, here is where we will introduce her character, and I feel like I just ran down an entire dead end that only led to a loot chest.
Oh God. Oh, really?
Can you jump off the edge?
Game, I'm going to treat you like you're a sentient living thing for a minute. Go fuck yourself, game.
Can you jump off the edges? Like the other monsters get knocked off the ledge. Could you? Can we end it?
I think I need to go through the door. And to go through the door, I probably need to kill a bunch of this stuff.
It'd be more accurate if the line was, I suggest dying rather than playing this.
Yeah, I'm kind of on board with the idea that it's filler dialogue, except I can't imagine what kind of writer would write that even as filler dialogue.
Oh, because they only spent 6 weeks on on the script.
Like, wouldn't it be better to say, I would say, it's not getting cut by that blade or touching the blade? Why specifically kill? Like, at that point, what does it frickin' matter?
Her sword traps the souls of its victims.
I know, but I'm just saying, it sounds better than I suggest not getting killed by her.
But you gotta get killed for it to steal the soul. It's explaining these intense and certainly very important to the plot mechanics of the comic book fiction.
It's so easy to fix that. You have two characters side by side. Like, we
Oh,
see
no.
Katana come out of the plane, and one says, "Who's that?" That's Katana. Her blade does things. It's still bad, but it's not as bad.
No, there's an even easier fix, an even better fix. It's where you go in and you delete the character of Katana from the movie because she's meaningless and not important and does nothing and shouldn't be there in the first place.
I will say I was at Paramount a couple months ago on the tour, and our guy on that tour could not stop talking smack about Suicide Squad. I think it was his pet hate. Apparently there was some kind of interference that it ended up running on something at Paramount, and he was just really annoyed and just could not. It just loved smacking it around. It was really quite nice.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna let I'm gonna let what's his face here. I'm gonna let Balder just die a couple times.
Reese Lawrence brings up a few good points here. Wait, it traps the souls for victims? That means souls exist? Does this mean there's an afterlife that we missed out on for killed by her? I've got so many questions right now.
Well, yeah, I asked Dan that a while ago. I was like, is Suicide Squad the first time we've had a bunch of this sudden superpowers and mysticism and all that in the DC animated universe dealie? And yup.
Yeah, because in Batman v Superman and in Man of Steel, there was not. I mean, it seemed like they were the first, people. Well, aside from Batman.
Oh, Dan missed it. Dan missed the Valkyrie just falling through the floor. Oh, Dan.
Oh, Dan, you gotta.
I hope he was recording this. I really hope he was recording this.
YouTube makes an automatic recording, so that was beautiful.
Oh yes, that was great. Oh, that was beautiful.
Katana, my katana, for all my katana questions you can answer. Let's see if it does it again.
Oh no. I mean, she's clipping through the floor like normal. Oh, that was great. Poor Dan.
It's okay to have Katana in the movie. Well, I haven't seen Suicide Squad, so I don't know. But yes, it's the first time we've actually had like proper supernatural elements in the DCCU.
Yeah.
Because like Man of Steel implied that Superman was the first. Batman v Superman said that basically Batman had been around for like 20 years, which is such a dumb and weird creative choice to make.
Yeah.
But that was bad. But nothing else implies there was anything that's supernatural or weird. I mean, Bruce was genuinely shocked at looking at the footage of the Justice League members he saw in Batman v Superman. Like, he was like, wait a second, there's some immortal woman who's been around since World War I? What the hell?
Yeah. Are we hearing kitty purrs over? Yeah, are we hearing Amy Kitty?
Sounds more like something is being adjusted, like an
Yeah, I have only seen Man of Steel and
Batman v Superman, giant monsters all out attack.
No, I've only seen Man of Steel and Wonder Woman, and that's only because Man of Steel actively pissed me off.
Well, you 1 out of 2 ain't bad.
Yeah.
No, Wendy is good.
Actually, I saw it with Vega.
Oh.
I was in DC visiting a friend, and Kyle and Jess were there, and so we all decided, hey, it's out, let's go see it, and Vega just happened to be at the same theater.
Man of Steel was awful.
Oh, it pissed me off in ways that movies generally don't.
Yeah.
And I've seen all the Transformers movies, and I care about Transformers, and none of them pissed me off even remotely close to how Man of Steel pissed me off.
So
Batman v Superman was Dan, you missed it.
What?
You missed it. It was beautiful.
You missed something gorgeous. Okay, you died, and the Valkyrie descended down through the floor.
And keep descending.
And just kept going?
Yep.
Oh.
And eventually your guy just kind of started lifting up on his own, and the Valkyrie comes up through the floor again underneath him. It was great.
Also, we were uncertain about the noise we were hearing. Was that Amy Cat?
No, it was the controller just
vibrating?
left on the.
Okay.
So I see doors in the distance. Are those the doors you're supposed to go through?
Are they open yet?
I don't think they're open yet. So yeah, Batman v Superman is slightly better than Man of Steel, but only slightly.
I'm actually the other way around on that one. I would.
For me, Man of Steel seemed blissfully unaware of how awful it was and all the problems it had. Batman v Superman, and especially from like especially from the collateral damage standpoint, Batman v Superman at least seemed to acknowledge that it existed. But and it wanted so badly to have Superman be like heroic. At least there's a Superman in there that is trying to break free, but everything keeps pushing it down and knocking it down to prevent it from actually being what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, the thing with me, or for me, is that I couldn't help feel like Batman versus Superman's acknowledgement was like a deeply cynical reaction to criticism. Like the whole time that, like, any time they kind of acknowledged it, it really felt like they were trying to stick one against critics.
I prefer acknowledging it rather than pretending it doesn't exist. Because, you know, at least they're recognizing, yeah, maybe this was a problem. Because if they didn't think it was a problem, they wouldn't bring it up.
Well, that's the thing, is I don't think they think it's a problem.
I'm done with this racket.
Like, it didn't read to me as a actual, like, acknowledgement so much as it just felt like a reply. Like when someone says, it's like, I'm sorry you were offended. It's like, that's not an apology. That's a thing that sounds like an apology.
You're upset that you're upset that we complain, not that there's actually a problem.
Yeah, that's how a lot of that stuff read to me. And
okay, here we go. One.
It read the opposite to me, but that's why I think it's slightly better. It's still not good at all. I mean, especially Ghost Dad suddenly showing up because they keep bringing back the dad.
Are you counting how long I managed to stay alive before these things, like...
Oh, you didn't even make it to 10 seconds.
No, everything here does so much damage. Also, I thought I was being witty when I'm like, I'm gonna put the controller down and wander away. And then I'm like upstairs taking a leak, because that's what I was doing. I was peeing because I've been sitting here for like 6 hours. And I was like, wait a second, that's a bad idea. Like, walking, deaths mean durability loss. Durability loss means taking a trip back to Aether.
I think your armor is glowing.
Some of
I'm
it
seeing
is.
red glows.
Some of it's definitely glowing. My my cyber beard is glowing. But hey, look, we actually managed to clear out that pack.
Yeah, through attrition.
Yeah, but we did it.
Thanks, little schmuck soldier guys. You guys were a real big help. Just sit there and squat.
I am reminded. I love there's a concept that that sadly has never been truly explored very much. How familiar are you guys with Doctor Who?
Marginally. Cultural osmosis.
Yeah.
Trent occasionally likes to go off on it. So.
Okay, so part of the history of the Daleks was that their planet was engaged in a nuclear war that basically devastated it, and it's been going on for hundreds of years, to the point where simple attrition has caused a mismatch of materials that they're fighting the war with. You have people with old school, like 17th century style muskets fighting alongside people with laser guns and radiation detectors.
I'm sorry, I just saw the guy, his potato face doesn't change when he gets hit with the needle in the neck, and he just kind of doesn't even blink, and he just kind of tilts his head, and I'm laughing, and I'm almost crying because I'm laughing at Mr. Potato Head.
It's all good. It's all good.
Also, I'm desperate.
I do not have enough bounty to repair this item. All right.
We're out of paper towels.
So
I'm
yeah,
out of cash.
So yeah, they use that as a backdrop for the story genesis of the Daleks. That basically the war has been going on for so long that resources are so scarce that you have like old school weapons alongside high tech stuff just because you use whatever the hell you have. And unfortunately, because it's just a backdrop up for it, they don't really explore what that would mean culturally or for a war in general, what that would actually look like. So I'm kind of sad that I haven't never seen a story that tried to use that kind of attrition in warfare to tell an interesting story like that. Well, Thomas musical karaoke, that's more a problem of New Who than it is for Classic Who, because Classic Who actually tended to have kind of a story going through with the Daleks for a while, depending on which era you had. Sometimes they would retcon past Dalek stories. Other times, especially when Davros came around, there was clearly a narrative and a history of things happening, because we had Davros who invented the Daleks and was supposedly killed, but then turns out he had backup life support systems that kept him alive for like hundreds of years.
I should note I am just blindly selling stuff for cash. I have no idea if this stuff is any good.
It's all good. We're at endgame.
Yeah. I just need to repair my boots.
I would say I'm probably going to actually jump on when the new series starts with the new Doctor, because new Doctor, new showrunner, seems like a good place to kind of.
It probably is. Thomas musical karaoke. If you're talking about Dalek Invasion of Earth. They actually had an RPG book that fixed that. Basically, the idea being that the Daleks that Hartnell first encountered in the first story are actually basically prototype Daleks. The Daleks left Skaro. The Khalids naturally evolved into the blobby creatures that Davros predicted they would. They got into his early versions of the travel machines that worked like the FAFSA book. They got into the early versions, which ran on static electricity, and thus that explains why those ones are slightly more primitive than the ones we saw later on.
Stretch it out, Mr. Potato Head.
Plus, when you have a show running for over 50 years, there's going to be various writers. They're gonna alter a few things along the way and refine it, especially because Daleks were supposed to be just a one-off enemy.
I accidentally left the store, so.
But yeah, especially the Davros stuff. Destiny to Resurrection to Revelation to Remembrance. There's clearly an arc going on, and what happens. Well, we just don't see some of the stuff that happens in between. Because in Revelation, the Davros is designing his own Daleks who are the show destroyed Atlantis 3 times in 5 years. Because they didn't pay attention to what the other writers had done.
No, sorry, just unrelated. While he was doing this, I was skimming Twitter. I'm just remembering back to Ready Player One, something a friend of mine, the way he put it. As someone else said, it's 300 pages of, while you were partying, I studied the Blade Runner. I studied the Blade Runner.
Hooligan Tuesday brings up a good point that with the time war between the Daleks and the Time Lords, that basically history and continuity have been revised so long because they keep going back in time and screwing with each other's history.
900 years in that sewer.
Oh, curse of fatal death.
All right. Oh crap! I didn't repair the boots.
Gotta repair
It lets you run from the slow things.
Terrence Dix was the one who had the policy.
We had to watch him get stuck in the neck one more time.
Last year, you don't have to worry about it.
I need all the laughs I can get. Come on. Hit me with it. Yeah, all right, here we go.
I studied the car.
It's amazing.
He doesn't flinch. He just like, eh.
His head doesn't even move on an actual human neck joint. Like
Yeah, it just like
somewhere around the nose area. It's beautiful. His neck stays perfectly still, and the head just kind of.
I kind of can't get over just how like you have to go through all of that just to get into the store to repair your armor. Meanwhile, over at the weapons shop, they're just like, no, just
here's a gun.
Just here's a guy at a desk. Just talk to him, and it brings up the interface. You don't need to watch a 5-second animation every time.
These were like built by 2 different people.
Well, we were earlier in the stream. I was talking about this. Like, so one of the animators that worked on the game showed up in the stream last time. Like, showed up in chat and was chatting with us, and he warned us that this version of these stores, I don't have enough bounty. Yeah, of course. What's it gonna cost? What's it gonna cost?
TJ
I can't
Jeff,
repair it.
While you were out partying, I played 2 Human 5 times.
68. All right, I can do that. I've got stuff to sell. I can. All right. And he was telling us I was like complaining about these stores, and he's like, it used to be worse. Like, how?
I don't know how you could do that. Like the fact that there isn't some kind of little pop-up hologram that says here. Like,
because what happened was I was running around like I couldn't find where to actually repair my armor. And people are like, it's in the other place, and I go, and there's all of these, desks and stations around the outside of the room that you can interact with, and so I'm going to them. And what do I need?
No, what are you, stupid? You go into the middle of the room where a needle comes in and makes your head bob around like a bobblehead.
Exactly.
Like what are you? Like
the
what
center of the room
played?
with there's no markings or no indication that there's anything there. Ignore all the shiny monitors, or the lady who's there.
No, you inject things to fix your armor. Duh, noob.
No, press a non-existent button in the middle of the room, which makes the needle come down.
Yeah. Also,
the electrified punishment spikes.
Something I haven't really called attention to. Wait, where the hell am I? What part of the level is this? Are you talking about in the
game or just in general?
I will be right back. I'm gonna get someone a drink.
This looks familiar to me, but this does not look like a good familiar. This looks like it's...
It looks familiar in the sense that I've seen this about 1,000 times before, and everything looks the same. Because the level design is... shit.
Yeah, but this is not the door that we were standing outside of? Or is it? Everything looks the same. No, I think it sent us back to the beginning of the giant room.
Well, there's the ineffectual guys who are going to die in about 3 seconds. Do you need to destroy those console thingies that are in the middle of the bridge?
No, I need to get back to that door that I was standing outside of before. And then I probably need to...
The guys are dead. There's the Valkyries scattering dudes.
While you were out partying, I was studying the map.
This is one of those instances where I would actually welcome a Bethesda
go here marker
that tells you where to go.
Again, I gotta keep comparing to Diablo here. A frickin' map, just a little map overlay to tell you where the hell you are and where you're going.
Even if you don't.
Oh wait, no, I don't want to kill that guy.
Either one.
Even a mini map.
Anything. any indication of where the hell you have to go. Because now I've got a nasty feeling that this game may actually want you to kill a bunch of stuff before it'll let you progress somewhere.
When I was walking alone on a beach, I saw a two footsteps next to me, and I know it was TJ Chef playing 2 Human.
All right, I just need to
Walking on the
not
beach.
die so many times that I will need to go back and repair, because actually I like can't afford to go back and repair.
Okay, I'm gonna see if there's anything I can do to help with this. Human cheats.
To game facts. When I was walking on the beach, and there were 2 sets of footprints, and then one print, and then a vertical line, and then a series of small holes.
I doubt there's cheats because this was
by a pirate.
Like, I actually sincerely doubt that there are going to be easily accessible cheats, just because this was, you know, Xbox Live. Also, apparently I do decent damage now to these guys, even though I didn't before, and
Yeah,
nothing
you
has
seem to actually be
changed.
killing them. Like, oh, he actually exploded.
Oh, there's a duplicate item glitch, but you need a second person for that.
Yeah, these dudes are actually exploding when you...
Okay, here we go. To defeat Hell the easy way, use a cannon and fire the LB special fire at her. Okay, this is specifically to Hell herself.
Yeah, that's just for a boss.
Yeah,
we need to have the place not be the same name as a person.
Huh.
This is Planet Vegeta all over again. He's threatened to destroy Vegeta. What, my son, the planet, or me? Yes.
Wish I had Lord Baldur's armor on my back.
World Tree, the end of game before you enter the feasting hall.
A map, even.
Achievements.
Well, you're getting some stuff that you might be able to sell, but I imagine it's not worth that much. Oh, meat shields, goody.
Unlockables. Easy XP, gear salvage, and a few achievements.
But that's only, I think, what, like 2-3 deaths on this bridge so far, and I've managed to thin out most of the stuff here.
Okay, unfortunately, that's you know, you're long past that. That won't do any good.
This game is just too human.
It's horribly flawed. Yes, I agree.
And made by unskilled craftsmen.
All right, I think that did it.
So
Can we go through
it was a meat
the-
grinder slog that...
There we go. The door lit up. Yeah, we have to. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Gah.
Like, is that going to be the rest of the map? You just have to keep killing everything?
That's been most of the game.
Fair enough.
Like, the fact that there were actually like 2-3 doors that we were able to go through without killing everything was
Seems like a bit of
unique.
fluke,
Like, it was
yeah.
special. I was so happy because it saved us like so much time.
Okay, this camera angle, I'm getting severe Gauntlet Legacy flashbacks, and I'm kind of wishing we were playing that. I liked that game. That game had color.
I remember when things had color.
Yeah.
Superhero movies, the sky.
Back before everything
Oh,
was just
there's an
shit.
exploding guy.
Oh, we actually. Oh, wow.
No. We don't want to trigger him. He will one-shot us.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah. Oh, we survived. Barely.
This exploding guy, he's got my back.
I suggest you not get blown up by him. His explosions explode the souls.
Take your soul inside of the explosion.
It blows up your soul. I'm gonna blow up your soul.
Like,
This is what serious games looked like. You know? None of that cartoony kid crap. Like, things gotta look...
Albino
They gotta look
zombies
serious
swimming
and
through dirt water.
real.
That's, that's the future games.
I'm an adult. Like every time I see this kind of mindset, it just envisions the 12-year-old jumping up and down, screaming that they're mature, that they're an adult.
And we're back. Yeah. That this is more important than it is. It really is.
And of course, like the true sign of maturity is not giving a crap. And being willing to embrace childish things.
Yes.
And again, I am still laughing at the Wonder Woman movie for showing off the world without humans in it. It's bright and colorful and and everything not the DC cinematic universe.
And it has Queen Buttercup.
You know, I liked Wonder Woman, so you know,
Oh, yeah.
and if they really do Flashpoint and they do it to try to retcon this the cinematic universe and do a non
Oh, we skipped the Valkyrie again.
to make it better, I will be totally down with that. And you know what? It kind of makes it interesting as a result of that. Like we are building. It's DC. We are acknowledging that retcons are an essential part of our.
Oh God! When they showed off the "You Can't Save the World Alone" poster, when I saw it on Twitter, you know how Twitter crops the images when you first see it?
Yeah.
The way it was cropped, all I saw was "You can't save the
war." Yeah.
And because of the way the bat symbol was turned, "You can't save this."
You can't save. Yeah, that's totally how I read it too. It's like you can't save the DC universe.
Good job, guys. You'll A+ design work.
I mean, it's pretty clear they don't care too much about how these movies look. So.
I mean, but after that, when I actually clicked on that poster, I will admit, like, it's not a great poster, but at least it's not just
yeah,
badly photoshopped floating heads looking in no particular direction,
glaring at each other.
Yeah, or that where, oh man, the Batman versus Superman, where like clearly it was just built from accidentally hit an exploding guy. Where like clearly it was built from disparate
photos.
Pre-existing disparate photos, and so Batman is like they're both looking at each other but not at each other.
You know, when I do the long box movie, I have found a wonderful artist named Scutch. They did the poster for the long box poster that I'm selling at conventions now. I'm like, do a proper painted style, like an 80s horror movie, like VHS cover kind of a thing. Gotta imagine it's gonna look 1,000 times better than any of these badly photoshopped superhero ones.
Yeah, Scutch does good work. I've got a...
Oh yeah, that's right. Scutch did a artwork for you, didn't they?
Yeah, he also did. He did a pencil drawing for me of Amy at not Con Bravo, VidCon.
You gonna be at Con Bravo?
No, I'm I've got work.
That's a shame.
All-
Don Brown was
all
gonna be a
weekend.
blast.
Well, I mean,
Wanting to go.
I like my stuff. No, we're shooting. We're recording a number of live music videos all weekend.
Cool.
So
it's
gonna
not like you're
be-
not doing anything fun.
Yeah, no, I mean it's not like I'm spending the weekend just
Sitting at home.
just doing
Sitting
like
at home playing Too
human.
Human.
Yeah. The number of worse things that I could be up to is extensive. Oh, did I?
Oh,
I survived barely, but
know,
nothing's gonna drop a health thing. So
When the dude turned
I'm
around,
gonna
I
die
just
anyway.
realized what his face reminded me of. Jacob CGI from Lawnmower Man.
Oh yeah, totally.
I'm getting severe Lawnmower Man flashbacks.
He was able to memorize Latin and in a couple of days. I still haven't. It took me weeks to figure out the Latin alphabet. Matthew did a great review of Lawnmower Man 2.
Yeah, I watched that recently. That was... Oh.
One of those quintessential bad movies.
Oh, back when VR was just...
The 90s obsession with VR was something else. It wasn't just this. There's another low-budget David Goyer script that I first saw on like the Sci-Fi Channel years and years ago, and I rewatched it a couple of years ago called Arcade. It was that. It had John Delancey in a minor role. It was very similar in that virtual reality. You know, you die in the game, you die for realsies kind of a thing. It's all about that full immersion VR.
Yeah.
And beautiful 90s graphics.
And the X-Files episode with it.
Oh God.
Hey, we don't smack talk that episode. That episode was written by William Gibson. Like actually, he wrote like three X-Files episodes.
How drunk was he?
Two of them are actually pretty good. So
that ain't bad.
That ain't bad, yeah.
I have. Anyone remember Virtuosity? I have never seen Virtuosity.
Okay, I did a live
bell,
tweet.
but-
I have a Storify of my Virtuosity live tweets, and yeah, it is something special to go back to. I tell you what, especially since I remember the ad campaign. You know, Sid 6.7. You know, there's like has like 30 serial killers baked into his personality. It's like, and I look at it now, and it's just like every last thing about this is so wrong and stupid. Like even just down to the idea of like we're gonna train law enforcement with this AI that is made out of that has Hitler's soul. It's like what? Why?
It doesn't seem
what?
so far-fetched nowadays.
The cops don't really need to worry about stopping Hitler. Like that's not a thing the cops do.
Well, not in the future. They do.
Like,
yeah, you never know. They might make future Hitler.
it's set in like 1997.
Yeah, but when was it made?
Like 93.
Technology, it was the future. We were
Like it's like yeah, like they're not looking like 50 years in the future. They're looking. They're like, hey,
man.
They downloaded
what's the world gonna be like after the Smashing Pumpkins release the follow-up to Siamese Dream? Like, that's really the questions that it's asking.
Man. You never know.
Never know.
That's the logical progression. Smashing Pumpkins, Robo Hitler. That's how it goes.
Look, man, I read a comic once where they decided it was a good idea to make twin clones of Hitler. You never know with people what they decide to do. Some things just seem like a good idea at the time.
What's the sure, everybody's all for saving Hitler's brain, but then you put it in a robot shark and suddenly you've gone too far.
Speaking of comics I've reviewed this and virtual reality, man, oh man, how did the Clone Saga not get that virtual reality is not another dimension? No, seriously, for those of
It's
you
like, you
out
know,
there
you're
who have
just
never
wearing
seen
a
this,
helmet.
For those of you out there who have never seen my Clone Saga reviews, there was a new Dr. Octopus whose whole thing was virtual reality and how they wanted to merge virtual reality with the real world. And so somehow dinosaurs just started appearing everywhere and computer monsters because they seem to be under the impression that virtual reality was another dimension.
Another place.
Well, according to Captain and the Games Master, yes it was.
It wasn't a documentary.
You lie.
I'll care about VR when we have fully interactive holodecks.
And then we have to worry about Hollow Hitler.
You never know. Professor Moriarty got, became self-aware.
Hey man, the Valkyries are actually helping me out. Every time they come down
to kill one, to capture one of the meat shields.
Pick somebody up, they knock these two assholes over.
Nice. See,
but I still died anyway because they caught up to me.
See, it's thinking strategically right there.
All right, I will put my.
Nice to see that your gun has all the stopping power of a stream of urine. That's.
I haven't gotten a better one in a while, so. So Vexel says, I think current VR could work really well with some niche things, and that is actually true. Like, VR right now is at a point where it is finally at least useful for something. Not necessarily like good, certainly not quite mass market just yet, but it is at least good at a few things finally.
I feel like there's a lot of potential. I've talked about this before briefly. I think there's a lot of potential in virtual reality movies where instead of taking advantage of the instead of you interacting with everything, it's about you seeing the story unfold from multiple angles.
I think that ghost thing you're shooting is actually healing, because its health is not going down.
Because I can see like say you guys have seen the movie Rope, right?
No. Oh my god, no, that thing is healing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yep. These are all healing.
Yeah.
Are they healing each other?
Are they still hurting you, or are they just healing? Because if they're just healing, I say ignore them then.
I don't know, but my sword seems to do enough damage to actually kill them. So.
Yeah, your gun wasn't doing diddly.
Immune to projectiles, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Like the game's feedback on stuff. Like I know that stuff is immune to projectiles because it has happened, but the game's feedback on that is nil. And my health. There we go. My health orb went flying off the cliff, so I had to wait for it. I might have a better. Yeah, let's check my equipment.
Yeah, the movie Rope is a Hitchcock film, told.
Nope.
With the premise being that you're actually as if it's all done in one take. It's not, of course. They just didn't have the technology time to do that, but it flows so naturally like that, and it's all taking place at this party over the course of 2 hours. About two guys who murder someone, hide the body inside of a chest, and then proceed to basically
I just want
see
to
if
point
anyone
out this is
figures
a
out what
lore
they've
canon.
done.
This is a stout lore canon of Havoc. it's a lore cannon. It shoots lore.
So I would
and that
be
lore is canon.
So I would be interested in seeing like a virtual reality version of something like that, where you see the story unfold from different angles and see just how things play out narratively, depending on how you viewed the story.
Wait, where's my chess piece? Why can't I? Oh, because I'm looking at blueprints. Never mind. Sorry, I was freaking out for a second and being like, did I sell my chest armor? But I didn't. There's actually a lot of complications with VR cinema, spherical cinema. It's really disorienting, and it's really difficult to watch over long periods of time. It benefits well from short experiences, documentary experiences, and things with kind of minimal movement, because camera movement in spherical video is really weird unless you're able to frame it in a way that makes it not weird. So like a vehicle or a basically roller coaster type experiences. So it works well for that's why like sports stuff likes to use it. 'Cause it's like, oh, hang gliding experience. Because it's like, all right, well, you're on a hang glider. It makes sense to your body that you are moving without moving. But unfortunately, like anything with walking or kind of conventional camera storytelling gets weird fast. Also, framing ends up being kind of underwhelming. Like there's a lot of techniques that you can't use, and no one's really developed the language for it yet, because we're actually kind of not sure if there is a good way, like if it ever will work out, or if it's always just going to be kind of weird and distant and dispassionate. And like maybe you can work with that, but like that's kind of, it's like it works well for interviews, short interviews.
I'm just saying that's the kind of idea I would have for this, for using technology for filmmaking, for cinema-based stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it would be a novelty since, traditional structures of filmmaking, editing, framing, directing, all that. But
I'm involved with a bunch of people who are like working on this stuff, like who are making VR movies, and so we spend a lot of time testing things.
Yeah.
And yeah. So I mean, it's interesting, and there's kind of questions, but unfortunately, like our research and play is kind of is not, the results aren't so great. It's not necessarily pointing in the direction that people would really like it to. So, well, I mean, I guess that's disappointing, but
no, like I said, let's get fully programmable holodecks at some point. Let's end human civilization that way.
If I can be, I think getting killed by, Lincoln Hitler hologram would be a pretty decent way to go.
There are worse ways.
For example, he could be killed while playing this.
So according to TJ, some of the frustration with this is that because Dan's armor is crap, he keeps using his combo meter to heal instead of building his meter for more powerful ruiners, which are great for huge mobs.
Yes, I have to use it to... Frick, like, look at that. I just went from half to, like, 10% in one swipe from that guy. And, yeah. It's super obnoxious, and... And, like, just the general combo meter thing is so oblique.
And I'm also noticing you've only gone up one level since starting this, which, like, if you were severely underleveled, you'd think in any decently scaled, you know,
You'd be
point
gaining
system.
levels faster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Balance it out
Even
more.
though you're dying tons.
How does
That's
depth
not a
perception
critique
work
of
with
Dan.
spherical video? Does it feel like you're basically looking around a mini IMAX dome? Yeah, it does feel like you're looking around a mini IMAX dome. Even when it is stereo video. Now, stereo spherical video is really complicated and honestly pretty weird. Not necessarily even a pleasant experience. Yeah.
The game is poorly balanced for anything other than tank and DPS. It's like, I was supposed to be like we could get a respec token or something.
Not to that level. Like, not to be a new class.
That would be nice.
Well, you have skill points to spend, as if that would...
I love how I took this one ability that lets me mind control things, but they don't actually do what you would hope they would do, which is like tank for you.
Oh no, because the enemies don't want to actually attack another enemy.
I mean, sometimes they will, but
Sometimes they just attack each other.
yeah, so like I've got 2 mind control guys there, and like, look, they're attacking each other.
Good job, guys. You really got this down.
Yeah. Now, the thing is that when the mind control runs out, they just die. So it sort of doesn't actually, like, she who bleeds fetid life. What the hell are these things? Well, whatever. Anyway,
No, we'll just chip them away from a distance.
we'll just chip them away from a distance. That's...
It's she who bleeds fetid life. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. You would think being in hell, you know, this place would, the monsters would be, you know, more imaginative. Because she who bleeds fetid life is at least like the first thing that looked kind of interesting, as opposed to just the same generic zombies you've been killing this entire game.
Yeah. Oh, well, no, I've been killing robots. Just the now I'm killing zombies.
Oh, well, I
the
could tell
hilarious
there's such
thing
a
about that, yeah, there's such a difference between them. I know. Also, they all use like the exact same conventions, and it's like you got your normal ones, and then you got your explodey ones, and then you got your frosty ones, and yeah.
It's a good game.
Frosty zombies in the LZ.
Yep.
It's a really good game, guys.
Anyone who wants to tap out can just tap out. I'm in this until
you're in it to win it.
I'm in it to win it. We are finishing
Completion out of spite.
Yes. Also, she keeps spawning more, and they have ranged attacks, so
you can't even focus on just killing the thing. I'll see if we can get close enough to melee.
I mean, I'm gonna kind of.
At least it's not terribly strong.
My lord.
That's right, circle strafe. It's always the best strategy.
Try spinning. That always works.
Try spinning. That's a neat trick.
You know what kills me? Do either of you watched Rebels?
I've seen a few clips here and there.
There's a bit.
Oh, and then
Vader's
she explodes.
In like one of the series finales. And we see, oh, nice, you're running in midair. Believe it or not. Any rate, no, Vader plays a part in one of the series finales, and he like just rips through a bunch of starfighters in his fight. And the whole time he's moving around, he's fucking spinning. I mean, he moves and he turns, and then he just spins around and zips, and it's like, okay, I'll give you points for that one.
All of these right here are the zombies that she spawned.
Criminy.
Criminy.
Cry engine.
cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. I guess spinning wasn't.
I have no idea. Like, how on God's earth are you supposed to play this game? Like, what is the intended?
Well, like TJ said, apparently it's poorly balanced for anything but tanks and DPS.
This feels like a game that they didn't play when they made it.
No.
Did anyone look at this game before they released it?
I mean, that sounds like a joke, but not really. Wasn't Battletoads one of those ones that they never actually play tested before kicking it out the door? Or is that Urban Legend?
That was back when playtesting was basically just devs playing the game to see if it actually like worked, and not necessarily what we consider to be focused playtesting.
Yeah. By the time this came out, by the time this came out, you would think this doesn't feel like anybody actually played it.
You know how many millions of dollars they pour into creating these things, and then they never actually make sure it works properly.
Well, I mean, it's not like, excuse me, this doesn't seem to be especially buggy.
Well, I mean, works in the sense of this is a game that is fun to play. Because if I was a dev and I was playtesting this and I was like, this isn't, I mean, I know playtesting is not necessarily a fun experience.
No.
But, like, if you're not enjoying it, then there's something wrong. Because people who make it should be the most enthusiastic about it.
Well, I'm just also seeing loads of fundamental design flaws. Just so many things wrong that just a little bit of play would, like I said, a directional. A compass. You don't even need a mini-map. Just a compass pointing you in the right direction would make worlds of difference.
I suppose that would make sense. The designers would know where to go, so they just didn't think about, oh yeah, other people don't know where to go.
Yeah. Like I said, even at least you know which direction you need to go to, so if you see a bridge headed in that direction, you might be on the right one. Did we lose Dan?
What? No, I'm here. I'm just...
You're just...
Dan is focused on getting this done. So I have
progress faster. Yes, we're trying. I'm sure he's trying.
So I finally watched Crimson Peak the other day. That was all right. I've started watching horror stuff just because I'm getting geared up for Longbox. And since I, took all that, it took like, 4 or 5 months to watch all of Stargate. Now I've got a backlog of horror movies and shows I need to watch through.
Meanwhile, I've been watching what's basically 1950s QVC.
Elaborate.
Apparently there was an old show up in New York in like the 50s called Bargain Basement, which is basically the precursor to QVC and infomercials. Which we're probably going to make use of that. Because it's an interesting little window to the era.
That reminds me, before I go on my trip, I need to finally do a Patreon riff.
I backed up into another mob of mobs.
2 years.
What was that, Dan?
Backed up into another mob of mobs.
Oh, goody.
It's a good game.
Yeah.
Why is this level so aimless?
And it's gone from... What's killing me is it's gone from this, big set pieces with
like,
big
with the tanks and crap, and it's like, all right, this is
the big
dumb
armor
and bad,
guys
but
on your side, and now you just got these schmucks show up who can't do any real damage.
Again, why aren't the tanks just rolling in and crushing this place underfoot?
Aren't there like airplanes that they were using?
Like bomber runs, or... one of the things I watched was I finally watched both Dominion, prequel to The Exorcist, and Exorcist: The Beginning. that was a very odd experience, basically, since they used the same sets and all the same actors, but the story is slightly different.
We're gonna try, hopefully, get a video out before I make the move out to California.
I see something.
It's been long overdue. It just shit's been holding me up here.
When he gets to the end of this segment, he's gonna find a single loot chest and have to backtrack to the big steppy.
Under normal circumstances, I would say that the existence of that sub-boss over there kind of makes me think you're on the right direction, but at this point, I don't trust this game.
Do you have any control over the camera at all?
No. Sorry if that was a little sharp. That's a touchy subject when it comes to this game. That is like getting... That is an open, seeping wound.
No, you're fine. Just like it seems like it would just be like a freaking control stick, like the left control stick that controls the camera rotation.
Oh no, have I not? I haven't introduced you to the control scheme. Okay, Lewis.
Yes.
Hold on to your butt meats here.
I shall.
All right. So, the left stick is your movement. The right stick is the right stick is your attack switch. So, for example, I have these guys, this zombie that is chasing me. I want to attack him, so I push my right stick towards him and I swing my sword in that direction. And it's not there we go. Now it's kind of working, sort of working, but not really. It's working really poorly. Also, all of my soldiers are now undead, and I should have actually just kept killing her. All right.
But why not just have a button? Like there are. You're playing this on Xbox?
I'm playing this on Xbox. Yeah.
There are 4 shiny buttons on the side that you know, like the X button could be for melee attacks, and like the Y button could be for shooty attacks.
Well, so Y is for one of my special abilities. X is for a potentially different special ability. I'm not sure.
Why are the special
B
abilities
doesn't really do anything. My direction pad, actually, here's a great one. So on the D-pad, if I push right, it gives me the damage debug readout.
Who cares? Why is that a thing?
Like, check it. I have a dedicated button for turning this display on and off. Now I can see how much damage I'm doing. Now I can't.
That reeks of developer tool that was not removed from the game.
Yes, it does. Now I can set the camera between strategic, ISO, and far. No, wait. Where we go? So if I hit up, I can. Okay, so close, near, standard, back, far, strategic, and ISO.
Why?
I use the up and down buttons on the D-pad to cycle between those camera settings, and also you'll notice that it immediately overrided it and or show me whatever that is. What is that?
What do the triggers do? Because it seems like the triggers should be for the specials.
The right bumper is for a different kind of special move that you need a combo charge to use, and the trigger does something. Oh right, B is my dodge. B is my roll, and A is jump and also interact.
Why is?
What do my triggers? Oh right, my right trigger is shoot, and then I think left trigger is, left trigger is wait, was that grenades or something? I don't know.
See, right trigger shooting, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But by that same token, shouldn't there just be a button that switches between melee and shooty, and then just have the same button for attack?
wanted to try to do what
Stream went offline.
Oh, stream went offline?
Oh, it's back. Okay.
Oh. They wanted to do what Arkham Asylum would eventually do. Like, that was kind of the direction that they were trying to go, is this sort of free-flowing combo combat. But they done screwed up a run.
Okay. This is the same kind of problem with people who want to use motion controls as innovation. There is a reason why controls have worked the way they have for so long.
Well, I mean,
because they work.
Well, but on that kind of note, like, there is actually, like, a lot of our, you know, standard accepted control schemes are not actually that old.
But they work.
They do work, but I mean, what came
really
before them also worked. Like, yeah, I do agree that, like, they work to a level where you do need to be critical about changing them. Like, you need to be kind of confident and make sure that what you're replacing it with
still works.
Even if it still works and brings something to the table. And so the issue here is that they had a concept of a free-flowing combat that they were unable to actually deliver on. Though I hear it opens up at level 60.
Yeah, I see what they were going for, and with the sheer amount of mob, good God, that was what, 4 seconds?
Ish.
Yeah, I can see what they're going for, and I can't blame them for trying.
See, here's what I would also argue. Maybe program it in that we can change the buttons. Because that way, if one system doesn't work, another system might work better.
The thing is that their entire combat system is based on this, so there's no way that they could change. Like, there is no way they could have a toggle on this. Like, they built it this way, and it kind of has to be because they have no choice.
I really
they painted
hate
themselves
to,
into a corner.
To sound like an elitist here, but you know, this is why I kind of prefer PC gaming.
Oh, this was supposed to cut. The later ones were, no, sort of, but no, but that's kind of by mistake more than intent. It was supposed to be no, because it was supposed to be a limited.
What's the word? Not elitist. There's another word I was going for.
But it was supposed to be a limited exclusive that was going to come out on Windows eventually, and like the whole series, like it was kind of going to be Halo-ish in that regards. That it's like, oh well, like, yeah, it's exclusive for now, but it's also a Windows thing. Yeah, well, because it was also part of, you know, like the whole Windows gaming, like Microsoft's cross-platform ecosystem. It was going to be part of that, but then it never was. So, all right, through the door.
It's like,
another hallway.
I can't. I'm trying to think of any PC games, modern stuff that does not allow you to change the control scheme.
I like how the pickup just fell off the edge of the bridge there. That's.
Yeah, it'll float back to me eventually.
It's like I can imagine like so many other ways to control this that would be so much easier and not necessarily it wouldn't be fun. It still would be a slog to get through, but at least it would control easier, and thus you might have an easier time getting through it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this is Gauntlet.
Others are saying
Legends only.
It might be good time to start trying to just run through the zombies again.
Or I don't know. It seems like those doors stay locked until.
Like all of these doors for the last 3 rooms have stayed locked. So I think all that's gonna happen if I try to run through is I'm gonna have a giant pile of zombies at the end of the level instead of a trickle of zombies leading up to the end of the level.
Okay, do I need to block Full Metal Bitch because like they keep saying like the occasional thing that I'm not sure if they're just joking or just being, or if they're actually like trying to insult you. They'll say one was Dan run like the
let's
bar for
just say warning for now. Like I think let's count this as a verbal warning that maybe it's getting a bit out of hand. So no, it's only 12:30 for me.
It's 1:30 for me, but I was gonna be up all night anyway.
Yeah, 2:30 here, but I'm usually up till at least like 4. So.
Just joking is what they're saying. Although, yeah, let's bring it down here, people. We're already stressed out enough by this stupid game. Okay, so yeah, Exorcist, the beginning, and Dominion prequel to The Exorcist.
Oh dear.
An odd thing here, because people generally accept that Dominion is a better movie than Exorcist the beginning, and they are technically correct. It is much better made, and the plot makes a lot more sense. Basically, the plot is the same. During World War II, Father Marin was forced by Nazis to pick 10 people who were under his protection to kill. Otherwise they would have slaughtered his entire village because Nazis. And so that made him lose his faith in God, and he becomes an archaeologist who helps uncover a church in an African village. The problem is this is farther down south than where Christianity had ever been to before, so there's a mystery behind this church of what exactly it's doing here around this time. They never really explain why it was right here, but the church itself is still a pretty mysterious thing, because when they get inside, all the statues normally in a church like this would have all their weapons aimed towards God as a kind of veneration, standing vigilant kind of thing. Instead, all of their weapons are pointing down as if they were holding something at bay. And as time goes on, there's this paranoia that's starting to run through people. The local African tribe thinks that the place is cursed, and that the Christians are, bringing, and the English military are bringing death and destruction and all that stuff with them, which leads to a conflict between the tribe and the British soldiers who are there trying to protect the museum. And the demon Pazuzu, who is inside of it, of course, they never name Pazuzu by name because it's a silly, silly name that works better on paper than it does in spoken word. Possesses someone, and Marin has to, exorcise them. In Dominion, it's this crippled boy who slowly gets healed over time before going full demon, and it's really kind of, like I said, it's better made, but it's not scary. And when you have the prequel to what is considered by many to be the scariest movie of all time, and you can argue that as much as you would like, you should probably try to make your movie frightening versus Exorcist the beginning, which makes a lot less sense. The conflict between the tribe and the military is not built up. There's an actual full-on battle, and it's horrifying and tragic and all that. But it's a lot scarier because it knows how to use atmosphere, and it knows how to do a twist, and it knows how to use what the Exorcist has used before, like scary demon voice and whatnot. But it's very nonsensical movie is the problem when you actually look at the events and the mysteries behind it and how characters act.
I will say I really do like how when the player character dies, they always fall straight horizontal regardless of the terrain. So they got half their body floating in the air. Little ragdoll physics maybe might have allowed that. I'm not a big fan of ragdoll physics in games, but you know, every now
My
and then.
my new
Armor.
favorite part is about how all of these guys have guns. So if you get even just slightly far away from them, they all just
Start
shoot
shooting
you.
them.
Away.
The Robo Angel must be getting sick of coming down from heaven every time.
Why did she even bother? She should just hover over you and wait. How long has this level been playing?
We've been going for at least an hour or two.
Ah, frick. I finally got a combo point and then died before I could use it to either heal or blow these guys up.
Yow.
I remember when there was light and goodness in this world. But then I entered hell. So yeah, those are my thoughts on Exorcist prequel movies.
Elite Undead. I mean, man, they couldn't even come up with some fancy-dancy names for that.
Ah, because it's just a swarm of them. It's just a swarm of elite undead regular
Like-
mobs.
Like Soul Fornicator or...
Yeah. Stump fucker, anything. And where are these extra troops coming from?
Eater of Livers, like something like that.
Kicker of Nards, anything.
Bone Grinder. Like we put all the creativity name generator into our weapons and armor, but not for the monsters.
Yeah, some procedurally named monster bullshit would have been fine, because nobody really cares about your glistening codpiece of soft
Swiftness.
Yeah.
You know, the only one we got so far is She Who Breeds Fetid Life, and that's good.
Well, there
but
was
it's only
one that was She Who Suckles the Dead.
That's good.
Yeah.
She Who Suckles the Dead should be a character in every game.
Yeah, that would really work in Stardew Valley. Oh, you got an achievement.
She Who Bleeds Fetid Life was my favorite character in Mario's Missing.
It really meshed well with
Mamma
Dear Esther.
mia, I send you straight to hell. I cast thee out in the name of God.
The special edition of her story was pretty different with She Who Breathes Fetid Life.
I tell you what, it really made a difference in Tetris. That was
boss.
Yeah.
Gone Home, it felt weird in Gone Home 2, but you know, once you adjust, it makes total sense.
You know, it was an odd mayoral campaign in Animal Crossing when I had to fight a campaign against She Who Breeds Fetid Life. But you know, she ran a tough campaign.
All right, this kind of feels like a boss arena.
Oh,
right?
seeing a save point,
kind of.
Yeah. You have skill
all right,
points.
I have skill
Spend your
points.
Skill points for all the difference it'll make.
No, those are my stats. I don't want to see my stats. I want to see my skill points. My skills. All right, so I have this one ability down here, but I don't so sentient power, click LS, click left stick and right stick at the same time. Gain massive amounts of combo meter by unleashing the power of Fenrir to attack all nearby enemies. Level bonus increases duration.
Now, we don't want the levels to durate anymore. We want to decrease the duration of levels.
No,
No,
what?
You know what I'm laughing at? Like maybe it's just not a boss fight. Maybe it's just a mob rush.
How would that be different?
Even odds.
Like we're not even
Screw it. I'm just gonna put him into here, and we're just gonna.
It's just gonna be another mob. Maybe slightly higher levels. Just a
I am almost level 25.
Just a gauntlet of more elite regulars. Parry, parry, thrust.
Also, all my pals somehow beat me here.
A tank. We could just have a tank.
They should have taken
and
the
destroying
tank.
everything and killing all the monsters. It had taken an hour.
Oh,
is that Fenrir?
Go, Potato Head.
Flank the beast, men. Surround it and
Oh, we got a dragon?
Puppy.
Alright, eyes glow green. Good. Chest glows green. Chest glows, heart glows green. Stomach glows. Why? What's the point of that?
Gotta shoot the weak points for massive damage. Crotch glows green. Garm.
Oh, he's just having a bath. He has to shake off.
Do people still use the term NARM?
I don't know that they ever did.
I don't know.
NARM was a term, I can't remember the exact context of it, but basically it was basically like it went down to something that's supposed to be terrible or painful, but it was but it would just end up being hilarious.
No, I haven't heard it in that context in a while.
Because like the idea was that someone was screaming "my arm," but like it came out slurred, so it just sounded like "narm, narm." Numb arm, that's it, yeah.
Man, that gun ain't doing diddly.
And Garm made me think of that. That's how struggling I am for anything of value as a dog shoots missiles at us.
Party on, Garm.
Party on, Gain. So my next review is Batman Odyssey.
Bad news is the game isn't over, not by far.
Oh, good.
Alright. Tell me in greater detail what you mean by that.
I would say give up on the shooty shoot and just go for stupid melee, because...
No, it's not doing anything.
So like this should be an awesome fight because we are fighting a dog that shoots missiles. But I got a comic next to me where Batman rides on a pterodactyl, and that is so much more interesting, even though the comic itself is terrible.
Okay, so you gotta take out the armor bits and then attack the fleshy parts.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've killed its head, it should stop, being alive.
No, we need to do the next part.
There's 2/3 this level left. That's a whole other play session.
Jeebus.
I can't even figure, like, because of the way that the targeting works in this game, I can't even figure out how you're, like, really supposed to,
aim?
Hurt those parts that it's telling me to shoot.
Tis nothing.
I'm sorry, he said that was supposed to be if there's 2/3 of the level left, so we don't actually know if this is like, this might just be the halfway point.
So where would you say this ranks on the games you've streamed as of late?
This is rapidly shooting to the bottom. It was already in contest for dead last, but it has. You gonna jump? You gonna nope.
Jump for the tree! Jump for the tree!
This bullet hell save. I wonder if I'm supposed to roll under those. Maybe that helps.
Give it a shot, why not?
Got nothing better to do.
It's not like we're going anywhere. Remember Wanted? I miss Wanted.
I suppose it's nice that this segment gives, you know, Puppy there a bunch of meat shields to focus on.
Alright, I actually had a good angle for a few solid seconds there. Yeah, look at that. Help going down. You gotta stand on exactly this side. Alright, now to find the angle to use to hit the next part.
Legendary, you know, this boss fight is spoken of alongside the great ones, you know, like Shadow of the Colossus kind of a thing. And then there's Garm.
I like how the missiles just kind of disappear after a certain range.
Maybe the missiles were inside of us the whole time. Okay, so if TJ's memory pans out, you kill Garm and then you fight Hell. And there may have been some more hallways, but it wasn't nearly as long.
Alright, I have found the next part I need to shoot. Now I just need to find the angle to shoot it from. Oh, that's kind of working. That was kind of working.
Oh, so you gotta hit Garm in his arms.
Alright, this angle is sort of slowly working.
Have your Garm spayed or neutered by a high-tech Space Marine potato head with a metal beard.
How can missiles be real if Garm isn't real?
Is anything real?
I finally, alright, a mere like 800 hours into the game, I finally figured out how the missiles actually work.
Okay, according to Chade, there's a walkthrough that says there are 8 more quote-unquote battles between Garm and Hell, which we assume is about 8 more platforms or walkways. Garm will get taken out by Baldur, the weakest of the Norse pantheon.
Are you actually shooting the missiles down, or are they just respawning
yeah.
before?
If they cross my gunfire, then they.
So the missiles are just balloons that are popping.
Kinda, yeah. Well, I slowly wiggle back and forth to try to find a angle where my bullets will actually hit the thing that I'm locked onto.
This might have been the movie, I can't remember, but remember like the Adam West Batman series, there was an episode where like Penguin or the Joker or someone had come up with some formula that transformed people into, like, you know, compressed them into, like...
That was the movie.
Yeah.
Dust.
Make them into dust, and then they were... But the thing is they were recompressed again in the Batcave, and then just... But whatever the procedure had done, when you touched them or, like, punched them, they popped and disappeared. And that's what's happening with these missiles.
I prefer to
there
think
we
they just
go.
wanted to program explosions. Yeah, they're just straight up despawning.
I did it! Yay!
This is the game that
Cutscene
never
time.
ends.
What did he just put on his sword? That doesn't make any sense at all. It's not significant if I don't know what it is. You can't just show someone, like, doing a
It was
thing.
very loose and wiggly on there too.
Look! It's
All
cool.
right, it's...
See, it's something you could make a cosplay.
Wait, was
out
it a
of because it's so
grenade?
cool.
What the... Well,
It's cool, Dan. See
Oh,
how cool it is?
I'm hanging by a 45-degree angle.
See, he just sacrificed himself. That guy, he was really important. He sacrificed himself. He always knew he'd be killed by a giant dog someday. It's ironic.
So
It's a good
your-
game.
So your character basically has fuck all to do with the story.
It's a good game.
this
that
was
was
made by
tier.
professionals. Like, so he has a grenade that, like, slots over his spear.
Yeah, it's the best design for a grenade.
Inventory full. Well, that's a legend. Wait. That's pistols.
See, Dan, it's best to put it on your melee weapon because then you like stab the grenade into someone.
And then it blows up in your face.
Exactly. It's a good design. It's
Made by good game designers.
It's the Brannigan way.
Good game designers who open up at level 60. Unlike your mom who opens up for a nickel.
Hi-oh! God, this is so terrible.
This is what we're reduced to.
Remember when there was life before this game? People seem to smile more back then.
Alright, we can't even use that one. Let's just... I'm selling...
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go preheat the oven for dinner.
Focus butcher pistols up distinct horizons. No, we don't want to go with pistols. Pistols actually have, like, crap range.
Ugh.
We want to stick with cannons because we've actually kind of invested in cannons. I'm selling the clob. I'm selling the pattern for the clob. We're not making the clob. Sorry, buy clob.
Storm of biting water. Oh, it's biting, all right.
All right, come on. No, my inventory's not full. I just cleared out a whole bunch of my inventory. Pick up the stupid thing.
I return.
What does it think is full?
I have no idea. Because,
What's-
like, look,
what's
I
that
only
one where
have,
all
like,
the-
one piece of equipment each.
What's that screen with all the runes? In that section where Mr. Potato Head is right now.
I sold
Like,
off
the random
most of those. I used to have way more of these runes, but I, like, sold them all. So that can't be it. I just sold like 20 of these off.
Okay, yeah.
Let's just keep selling more. Sell all the non-legendaries.
Mac, I need more liquid. I need more caffeine if I'm gonna get through this.
Oh, that's Berserker only. Okay, so I can... Yeah. There we go. Remember, press F to pay respects. What do you think about that actually having been included with an official release? It's one of those moments that like almost makes sense in production. That it's like how I totally understand how they got to that point and how they never quite arrived at the realization that it was so easy to just meme. That once it was actually put into context and it was going to be like that, it wasn't just going to... So in the abstract, when you're actually building the game, it's just input to pay respects. And while that's still silly, it's a little bit more clinical. So it's not until you actually get like it in the system and it's like got the button mapped to it. It's like press F to pay respects. And since they build them principally, like they focus on the console for all of their testing and stuff, you end up with the console version, which doesn't feel quite as weird because it has the, like, not just instructions, but it actually has like the glyph of the button. So it's like the green A. For whatever reason, that little tiny bit of disconnect makes it somewhat less absurd than it is on the PC. The PC version of Call of Duty, not Eternal War, Advanced Warfare has a scene in it where like your buddy dies and you go to his funeral and it gives you the keyboard, it gives you the command press F to pay respects.
Why not just have them pay respects?
Well, because it's the key of the unit. F is the interact key.
Why do you need to have a button to interact? Why do they make it a thing you can choose?
Because this is an interactive experience. You're in the game.
What?
Quick time event, so if you don't pay respect, what happens if you don't press F?
Then you just stand there until you press F.
Oh, okay.
Like the game doesn't... No, yeah, the game doesn't move until you enter the command, and then the rest of the cutscene plays.
Damage critical.
That sounds like good game design.
It's a good game.
And then Kevin Spacey shows up, and his forehead doesn't move.
I am lost.
Target engaged.
All right, I don't know if that actually does enough damage to be worth using, but it is kind of fun.
You know, I'm just trying to think of what you could name. What is a good thing to name Kevin Spacey and the Immobile Foreheads? Because that's a great name. I just got to figure out what to apply it to. Just the Immobile Foreheads in general sounds like. So wait, there was this heavily armed dude just kind of standing there doing nothing?
Yeah. Also, despite
Alright.
being out of range, I'm still taking a lot of damage.
Let's see. Food might be ready. Hang on.
That's over.
I have not, to the best of my knowledge, actually found any secrets in this game. I don't know what they look like or even what they might look like.
From what I read up, it's mostly just like achievements and, you know, doing stuff like that. Unlockable stuff like that.
Oh, like, wait, they're not like secret areas?
Not that I could tell.
Wait, so what are they? Like, how do you find a secret? Like, what secrets are there to find if they're not secret areas? Is it like secret combos? Like, what?
Yeah, combo stuff like that. I think an item.
But items just drop randomly. Like, how do you find a secret item if items just drop randomly?
I think it like appears in your inventory.
Wait, no. So that's the reward for finding a secret.
It's just some random item.
Like, okay, I can understand getting an item reward from finding a secret, but like, what are the secret? Like, are they rooms? Like, I would assume they're rooms.
I'd have to
like
look it up again. I didn't pay that close attention. I didn't care that much. I was looking for ways of making this faster for you.
It's dead, my lord.
Oh, I got a combo point. Let's use a ruiner that didn't do nearly as much as I was hoping it would. So there was this decision that I made at some point in the game, I don't really remember when, where I had to choose between human and cybernetic, and I still don't entirely understand the consequences of that choice, but they have apparently been huge. Like, it was apparently the most important decision that Baldur made in his eternal life. Oh, here we go. Ice dude. Alright. And look at it. Take, like, no damage. Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Frosty zombies in the LZ.
Oh, secrets are found in cyberspace. Okay.
You ain't leveling for shit, but it sure seems like you're earning skill points like crazy.
Well, that's leveling. I'm level 25 now.
Yeah.
I actually gained a whole lot of XP recently.
Woo. Well, it just seems like every 5 minutes the skill points thing pops up. Way more often than anything else.
Oh, cause I don't notice it and then I just leave it there.
Meeting resistance.
Also because like skill points in the amounts that it actually like gives them to you aren't enough to actually like change anything at any given time. Like they're only good in aggregate, so over the course of like a dozen levels, not one.
Target acquired. Target damaged. Damage critical.
I think we've run out of jokes. This game has tapped the reserves.
I tried
How
to
am I
talk about other
poisoned
stuff.
from way back here?
I tried to bring up movies. You guys didn't seem to care.
I don't remember what movies feel like. I don't remember the
Can you
sky.
get buttons in those?
Lewis, tell me about the sky. What is it like?
It's beautiful, Dan. It has all the
Really?
colors of the rainbow, not just
All
brown.
of them?
Is there popcorn?
There is
Is
popcorn.
the sky gay?
Do movies make the pain stop, Lewis?
They do, because then you're watching it and you don't have to push buttons repeatedly. Well, I mean, I suppose you could if you had to adjust the contrast or adjust the volume, but most of the time you're not pushing buttons.
That sounds nice.
Also, the chat is confirming that the sky is indeed gay.
The sky is indeed gay. Thank you, chat.
Excuse
I was
me.
looking at the sky the other day and I was just like, look at that sky. Like, I bet.
Excuse me
it
while I
just-
kiss the sky with tongue.
Yeah. I was just like, that sky, you know, just something about it. I knew before it did. I'm just gonna ignore that one. Screw it. I'm gonna try to run again. This worked so well.
Let's try
last time.
spinning. That's a neat trick.
That's a neat trick. Can I get through this door?
I thought those things had us.
I really do love how your player seems to be doing like 99% of the work in this war. Yet I've not seen them have any effect on anything story-wise. Like they wouldn't even let you actually take out the Garm boss. It had to be some other schmuck.
Yeah.
That I think is really rewarding. That really makes you feel good about playing their game, which really opens up at level 60.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to 60.
Yeah.
Like when the combat really comes together. All right, hurry up and die so the door will open. Dude, there we go. Oh, there we go. Please don't be an elevator fight. Please don't be an elevator fight. Please don't be an elevator fight. This elevator's going on too long. Things are going to start dropping any second now. I can feel it. Or is it just the...
Is it a loading?
Yep. Yeah, it's distracting you while it buffers the next area. It's just the longest elevator in human history. Alright, we're gonna try just... No. Not today. Not today, Satan.
Mini Satans.
Yes,
multiple
cutscene.
Satans.
We bypassed a fight.
There was only like 5 enemies too. That seems kind of.
Well, we can throw him a bone at this point.
Oh, I love the dead expressionless faces.
How can you tell the living from the dead?
Wait.
Also, now of how
well.
to help out.
And she's just like, oh, I'm gonna get this guy. And then she's like, oh man, you are so boned. You are like 8 different kind of boned.
Well,
I'm just gonna grab
like,
you
you know,
instead.
I'm gonna say, at this point, just let him kill you, and then the Valkyrie will come and get you anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's actually nothing up here.
That was an important scene.
Yeah, that was that. That didn't do anything.
There is no escape.
So did she just let that other guy plummet, I guess?
Pretty much.
No, she left the dead body to turn into a zombie and grabbed the living guy and bailed him out instead. All right. Is this, I feel like this is my door. All right. That didn't do enough damage.
Exo Omega, I'm not sure this game had an author.
Yeah, this is not a game I would describe as authored.
This is a game that I would describe as, kind of thrown together, maybe cobbled, if we're going to be generous.
So we would be talking, yeah, I think we could talk about the hypothetical author, but I don't think we could ascribe any intent to that author because, yeah.
This just reeks of God whatever. We got to get this out in 2 weeks.
But at the same time, I mean, like, okay, at the same time, like, this is Diak's baby. Like, he had an entire trilogy planned. There was, like, apparently just tons of content that got cut or was never, like, was cut in the conceptual phase. Like, they never even got started making it. And do we need to kill everything on this level to open this door?
Do you really need to ask?
I'm gonna go put some pizza rolls in the oven.
Oh man, pizza rolls sound so good right now.
I'm having some fettuccine and chicken. This is really good, and I'm very happy with it. It's giving me flavor and light and joy in this dark time. I'm taking solace in the flavor of poultry.
Also, I'm pretty sure all of my equipment is broken.
Yeah, I can't tell if you're glowing red or if that's just the ambient lighting.
I'm pretty sure I've died so many times that I would be surprised if my equipment isn't broken.
Your groin seems to be glowing red at least. So.
Yeah, and my cyber beard.
You've broken your cyber beard.
All right.
Or cybeard.
Playing 2 humans should be the marathon of esports. I feel like, so I almost feel like Desert Bus for Hope should be replaced with 2 human.
This or Desert Bus?
Desert Bus, actually Desert Bus. like Desert Bus is a hypnotic sensory deprivation exercise. Like, don't get me wrong, like the experience is in fact kind of actually awful.
Time for joy.
But
oh God, yes. I'm sorry. That's still good.
that's still, yeah. All right. Now we find out if I've actually got enough salvage. Bounty. Right, it's bounty. If I've got enough bounty to repair everything.
Which, I'm sorry, I can't not think of you just wrapping paper towels around your armor to fix it.
I'm gonna have to do this.
Which for all that the armor seems to be doing in this game, might as well be.
I hate when I have to do this.
Lewis, are you having to kill again?
No.
Okay.
Are you hiring someone to kill? Because that's basically the same thing.
No.
That no sounded more like a no, it's not, than a no, I'm not.
No.
No, I can't grab a digital copy of Batman Odyssey, so I'm gonna have to buy one off of Comixology.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, this is technically the legal way of doing this. It's just irritating because I've got a copy of it physically. It's just I can't scan it well because it's it's a hardback thing here, and even then, even buying the digital copy is not going to be great because DC and Marvel are not so keen about having a downloadable PDF or CBR copy of their stuff. So I'm basically going to have to like take screenshots of the pages.
Actually, that does remind me. I saw apparently there's going to be some Marvel comics that are coming out exclusively through Comixology, and or at least through Comixology through Amazon or something like that. But it's their actual titles that will be digital first at the very least.
That's it. That's potentially a game changer if the things are successful.
As I recall it, I can't remember what title I think it was an Iron Fist. Was their starter was an Iron Fist series. So it feels like testing the waters. I was kind of wondering, if you'd heard about that or Nash might have.
I have not heard about that. So here's hoping it's a thing.
Yeah. That's a
Batman.
crack in Diamond's stranglehold. That would be rather nice.
Secret Agent Lucario, I'm not entirely certain because Batman Odyssey is, just from what I've seen, is just insane on its own. The dialogue is very, very rambly, and the cover has Batman riding on a pterodactyl. And this came out in 2010, so this is interesting. And the interviews that I've read with Neil Adams about it are equally rambly and nonsensical. But I uncovered the trivia that Frank Miller was supposed to write it originally, and he was too busy with his other projects. And also, interestingly, Neil Adams says that he had heard really great things about this project that Frank Miller had to take away from DC because of Bob Schreck getting fired.
Bringing things full circle. Wait, is that going full circle? I don't remember anymore.
This wonderful project that he's sure is going to be really good. That was originally intended as a Batman project.
And it'll really open up at level 60.
Anyone who needs to bail can bail, like at any time. I won't hold it against you. I won't feel upset. Like 100 people have already tapped out. So, but I am in this until
I'll stick around. I've suffered. I'm going to get some sense of satisfaction in seeing this game
will
end.
I'm getting food at the very least. That helps.
Yeah, I have achieved some protein matter in my stomach, so the headache will go away.
Yes, this project that Frank Miller is working on. I hear it's supposed to be something about Muslims. He thinks it's gonna be really good.
I think it will be nothing if not respectful.
He's said
well
so much about
researched.
how much research and well respect he has for Muslims. So I really trust Frank Miller to really put this together. He also said that it was a really good idea to do one more day. Although here's the thing, again, with how rambly this interview I read with him is, I'm gonna read the quote. Joe Quesada saved Spider-Man from being destroyed as the character he was created to be.
Bang!
Yeah, it's slowly going in your head as you're trying to parse the sentence and figure out what the hell he's trying to say. And
Nerds were a mistake. I know exactly what he means, and I hate him.
Those are words that he.
I'm certain that was some form of English.
No, I know exactly what he means, and I hate him for it.
Please help.
He's being one of the nerds. Just like, ugh. Spider-Man got married, and it ruined him, and Spider-Man shouldn't have a woman. Cooties are bad.
For people who wanted to hear it again, Joe Quesada saved Spider-Man from being destroyed as the character he was created to be.
Yes.
So please diagram that sentence for me.
So, Joe Quesada, by erasing the marriage, saved Spider-Man from being destroyed, i.e. married. That a unmarried Spider-Man is in fact the platonic ideal Spider-Man in some essentialist context.
He's being destroyed as the character he was created to be.
Yeah. I mean, so that second half is basically nonsense.
See, yeah, he could just stop that from being destroyed, but it's that second part of the sentence that I'm still. Are we seeing the same cutscene over again?
Yeah.
Take him now.
But
what? But we just saw this.
I can't.
So here, I'll reword it so that it maybe is a little bit more grammatically coherent. But basically, he's saying that it's like there is a character that there is a theoretical ideal character that Spider-Man was created to inhabit, and that was being destroyed by the marriage, and so Joe Quesada saved Spider-Man from the fate of not being that ideal character by undoing the marriage.
I get that. I get that idea.
Oh, it is a grammatical monstrosity.
Yeah, it's a grammatical monstrosity that's making me tilt my head and say, wait, what the hell are you trying to say? Because that seems to imply that from being destroyed the character as he was created to be, you're saying that the grammar there seems to imply that he was being saved from not being married. Like what?
I'm really loving how the zombies just go flying as soon as they stop being mind controlled. It's really nice.
It's not. I mean,
well done game.
Yeah, the interview has lots of rambly bits like that. And the funny thing is, it is very reflective of the writing in Batman Odyssey. For example, the hilarious one here that I've already started reading from this, which is Batman is climbing on the side of a train. He is holding a gun. And as he's climbing, he thinks to himself, could have waited on drawing the gun. Now I have to climb with one hand. Stupid.
could holster the gun again.
No, it's impossible. You can't holster the gun. Sorry, it's the joke I'm making in the script I've got right here. Like, what did I actually write down here? I can't put the gun back in the holster while I'm blabbing. It took me an hour to get it out.
It's super glued to my hand.
This is such a bizarrely written comic because it also has it has both narrative captions that Batman is narrating, but it also has thought balloons.
Those what? Why would you have both?
But here's where it gets better. I think the idea is that the beginning of the comic is him like talking to someone. We don't see who he's talking to, but he's like narrating this great adventure that he's had. So I think the narrative captions are supposed to be his narration to this reader or whoever is hearing the story. But it also has the thought balloons in there too, as if...
So the thought balloons were happening then, the captions are happening now.
Yes.
So what's happening now is now.
But here's where it gets better, because the narrative captions, because of the nature of it being, like a story, get this bit. I scrambled upward to the top of the train, like the creature I emulated, I imagined.
Wait, what? You're a bat.
Bats are known for their...
I mean, they do scramble, but, like, they scramble very poorly. So is he basically just saying, like, I did an awful job at climbing?
I was awkward and kind of adorable.
Well, considering he's holding the gun while trying to climb one-handed, he is doing a terrible job.
So Batman was awkward and okay.
But what gets me is that he needed to say, like the creature I emulated, I imagined, when we are seeing his thought balloons, and that's not what he's thinking. He's thinking about how he should have waited to draw the gun. This is not a good comic.
Also makes you wonder what he thinks bats really are. But then again, I guess...
Then again, this is the comic where the cover has Batman riding on a pterodactyl, so...
Well, you keep saying that as if that's not pretty
rad.
Like, it is rad. It just...
Like, that's something I kind of want to see painted on the side of a van.
Oh, it is. It is as rad as you would imagine. It's just like, how did we get here?
Poor editorial decisions?
Yeah, basically the dialogue in this is very rambly and nonsensical, and the artwork is bizarre, to say the least. It's not like it's incomprehensible. It's like it's really overly detailed, especially as people are talking. He really likes to draw people with their mouths like you pause in the middle of while you're editing a video and you see someone's weird facial expression. Because it's like a transitional
force to be reckoned with.
Like every panel is like that.
To be reckoned with.
Every panel is someone's in-between face.
Ooh, you getting those
Has Batman
pasty
ever
cheeks.
met a bat? Yeah, in Batman versus Superman, he met a whole bunch of bats, and they swirled around him, and he ascended like Jesus.
No,
and
I'm
then
sorry,
at the
Dan,
end of
that
the
was a
movie,
metaphor.
and
Don't you get movies?
Then at the end of the movie, Superman died also like Jesus, and
Basically,
Batman
what we're saying is that everyone
resurrected
is Jesus.
him also like Jesus, because
And he
in
snapped the guy's
Snyderverse
neck like Jesus.
there is only Jesus.
Wonder Woman is also Jesus.
Wonder Woman is also
because she
Jesus.
is also magic.
Yes. And the jar of pee was also Jesus.
Was 3 G's eye.
It's like the communion wine.
Here in Snyderism, we take communion of wafers and Granny's peach tea.
Do not drink of this, for it is my death.
And lo, this was my peach tea. Do not drink of it.
Oh, you're right. I'm going to go check on it.
Going to hell. Oh, wait, we're already in hell.
"30 seconds of Valkyrie time." I was really hoping this door would be open.
Or a door would close behind you and...
Yep, and yep.
Whee! You know, if they play that one cutscene of the guy dragging the corpse and getting rescued by the Valkyrie again, I'm
No.
not sure how
They
react
played
to
that one. Oh, they played that one again because I remember I went back to get my armor repaired. And so when I came back in, the room had reset.
Oh, okay.
So it saves your room progress when you go back, but it doesn't it doesn't save your like explicit progress. So you're not gonna be like 3 rooms back. You don't have to restart the mission, but you know, you do have to redo whatever chunk of the room you had done.
The damage you're taking is really inconsistent.
Yes.
You've had guys just wailing on you for a while while you were juggling somebody, and they wouldn't do diddly shit.
And then you'll just suddenly keel over.
Yeah,
and die.
then you'll lose a good quarter of your life in half a second.
I have returned with pizza rolls.
Dream Daddy is still on the list. Its position is pending some logistical answers that aren't settled yet. So once we have the answers, once we have those answers, we will update you on Dream Daddy.
So Dan, I was going to remind you that you need to, find that clip of I can't remember there was a thing I was supposed to remind you to upload later.
The beard? The cyber beard?
Yes.
Oh, the cyber beard, yeah.
Cyber beard. Okay, are you going to be able to find it again easily? Because this is kind of long.
Yeah, I'll be able to find it, because here's actually the thing, is I know when I started, and I tweeted out the Cyberbeard, so I just need to
do some math,
and it'll get me within 30 minutes.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Are you on easy mode?
There is no difficulty mode from what I remember, but if there is one, then yes. I don't think there was one. I don't remember because it's been a few weeks, but Can I lure them away from the spawn point? Maybe? Especially now that the giant Baron Harkonnen wannabe, like, turned all of my soldier pals into zombies.
I'm going to give you this cat, Dan. You have to take care of it, and you have to milk it every day.
Gotta get out and plant the sheep.
Lovely fate. I love David Lynch's Dune. It is terrible and wonderful and beautiful.
Alright. Gonna just mow them down.
Pew, 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 pew.
Gotta.
Daka.
Choom. I do like how when you're juggling them with bullets, it basically looks like you're shooting them in the nards the entire time.
Don't you mean the garms?
Yeah, look in the garms.
All right, he that butchered men.
That's not nearly as evocative.
I mean, I gotta assume that most of these creatures butchered men.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been, seeing men butchered left and right. And even then, who cares if men are butchered? Because apparently you could just resurrect them instantly.
Easier business, I guess. Just watch our back.
Hey, we leveled up to 26, everybody.
Ooh.
And the door's still not open. Open door.
Only
Open.
34 more to go until the game really opens up.
Any thoughts on being actually unbeatable in this game from the very start? Look, if you had to redo any more of this game than you already need to, it would be atrocious. Like, it's already atrocious. Like, let's not make it worse. Oh, we need to go into cyberspace. Hey everybody, we're in cyberspace.
Nigel Mahoney, I've actually talked about the Shut the F Up Marvel article in a previous stream with Dan. I think it was the one of the Wanted streams.
Maybe. I don't remember what the Shut the F Up Marvel. Shut the F Up.
It was an essay that basically went into in response to that marketing guy who said, well, diversity is what's damaging our comics these days.
Oh, right, yeah. Now I remember.
And basically it broke down exactly, no, it's your really crappy business practices that have screwed everything up.
You now have the ability to summon fire within cyberspace using the X button. The Norn decryption module blueprint is complete. Hod's eye implant can now be something that went away surprisingly fast.
To summon fire within cyberspace. So here's this new ability that will only be applicable here in this one instance.
Is it just that this game wanted to be Warhammer?
Possibly.
Like, what are the odds that your ability to summon fire in cyberspace is going to play out?
Okay, so when we were talking with Designer Dude, what is that? Are those gloves? Those are gloves. Those are legendary gloves. All right, let's ditch more equipment again. Cyberspace was originally supposed to be a far more intricate part of the game, like that you were at some point. Why are these all blocked out? I don't know. Let's just salvage stuff. Oh, you cannot equip items in cyberspace. Why? Like what?
Because ice cream has no bones.
Like what possible reason is there for restricting that?
Yeah, like what's the point?
Oh, hey, Pure Storm Cannon of Toughness, level 26. That's our level. Yeah, let's make that. Though we need to wait until we're not in cyberspace to equip it.
Because reason. You know, if you can't equip any of this stuff, why even give you the option?
Why is my inventory still full? I just cleared stuff out of my inventory.
If this is all digital bullshit, why is there an inventory anyway? Are you just out of hard drive space?
Why do I
in your
have
potato
so
head?
many? Why do I have so many gloves patterns? It just keeps wanting to give me gloves. Some of these are like level 13. I should. All right. Okay. There we go. Inventory no longer full. Yeah. Yeah. I'm fairly certain that the reason for the limitation is one of like memory. Like it's a game technical limitation more than anything else. Also, I guess we've got skill points again. What should we put them into? What exciting thing should we drop skill points into? Should we... Oh, wait, I still haven't used this. Let's put them into this one that we haven't used yet, that we still haven't used yet. What was I going to say? Someone asked me about Jodorowsky's Dune, and I was going to say that, yes, I have seen it, and I think it's an entertaining watch, but I wouldn't really take it as anything other than that, because every movie, I shouldn't say every movie, almost every movie is a lot more exciting in concept than in execution. Like, particularly fantasy movies, like they always look rad when it's concept art and dreams. So yeah, Jodorowsky's Dune is a fun watch. Like, it's an entertaining watch, but I
There's no guarantee the movie itself would have been great.
Yeah, it doesn't guarantee that had it been made, it would have actually been any good. I mean, I don't doubt that it would have been interesting, because it still would have been a Jodorowsky movie. Like, it still would have likely been deeply fascinating, but yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking at the cutscene now. Have we entered into Vampire the Masquerade?
Yes, yeah. So we're talking with Hel, and she is basically an extra from VTM. Tits boobies, cleavage, titties.
Getting like a prototype Bayonetta vibe, like a failed prototype.
I mean, her design is also like ripping a lot of Shodan, and yeah.
Dude, that's the same expression everybody else has. How can you tell if he's taking a bullet to the skull?
And I know how to do it. Just think. True immortality, Baldur. Not the quackery the Aesir practice. Look closer, Baldur. As only a god.
We'll just sit here and see how this plays out.
Zafiro, the Spice Diver Dune fan edit. You mean, is that the 3-hour Alan Smithy cut?
I have freed him. And his appetite.
God, that expression.
Look, as only a god can.
She's freed Nidhogg, and Ragnarok has begun.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
Oh man, I just watched a great video a couple days ago, digging into the history of that reference. Like, well, the history of both the translation and that line in particular. It was really interesting. Who did it? Crap. I thought I shared it. Like, I thought I retweeted it.
Thousands of years of tradition. Broken for you, Baldur. All for you. Vishael, Baldur. To your health, my child.
Oh, is she gonna drink out of a skull? Is that what she poured a bunch of wine into?
Out the edge.
Or wait, and then it goes out of the cutscene into Baldur doing one of his idle animations where he's like stretching. So it's like, oh, I guess I'm gonna limber up to go chase hell.
Say with
Okie dokie. Maybe
Chasing
she
hell
knows where
through
the
hell.
potatoes went.
her in the skull, I suddenly want to rewatch Bride of Frankenstein.
Chasing hell through hell. Do do do. I'm a poet and I don't even know it.
Are the potatoes in here? I don't know why I've decided that he's really into potatoes, but I just...
Oh, hey, it's hell. There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Hell's potatoes.
All right, so I'm assuming that the easiest way of beating her is to actually just stand, like, kind of far back from her range and...
Yeah, it seems to be working.
My time has come. I need to go find that game facts thing on how to fight hell.
Oh, of course, mob spawns.
Yeah, they're weak, it seems.
Okay, FAQs. FAQ walkthrough.
Ah,
This
her
doesn't
laser.
seem terribly difficult.
Her laser's pretty. Her laser
Boss
hurts.
for hell. Oh, jeez.
What did you find?
Oh, I'm just like scrolling through this. They actually have like descriptive guides to every battle in each system, like 20 stalkers, 14 stalkers, 3 plasma stalkers. Like, dear God.
You
I
took
mean-
the time to...
Well, here's the thing. You have seen this game. Like, basically every fight is a boss fight.
Hell is a 4-stage fight. The first 2 are skirmishes with Hell, while the third is an add stage. The 4th and final stage is where you can finally take down Hell for good. She has the following abilities, which she will use during all her stages. These abilities are Drain Life, which steadily drains health from you when Hell is not casting anything else. Resurrection, which raises 4 to 5 Shamblers/Wolf Shamblers, depending on the stage she is on. Grenades, she will throw grenades at you when you are at range. These bombs will do random status damage to you if they hit you. As soon as you see her attack, you can roll out of its way to avoid the damage. Or Warp, when you are in melee range after a length of time, Hell will try to warp to one of 4 random spots.
Yeah, picked up on all of that.
Since Hell can warp...
Go ahead.
Since Hell can warp at will, finisher moves do not work very well on her. Your best bet is to use leap attacks, then standard slashes until she warps away. Hell does very little damage with her Drain Life ability, which she will cast almost all of the time, so you don't have to worry about too much damage racking up. Phase 1 ends once Hell reaches 75%. She will teleport out of the room, and the door will unlock, letting you proceed to the next room.
Like I said, I'm just darkly impressed that this person decided to count every enemy. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that I would have done when I was being paid to play games and write about them, but for free? Fuck that noise.
Most cases you can ignore the thing she's spawning and just focus on her, but when you start to get out of hand, use your fierce attacks on them to thin them out. These units are also helpful because they will give you health drops when you start to dip down on health.
I think that guide may also be thinking you are much higher level than...
Or just a better class.
Yeah. Because, yeah, that health beam that you didn't seem to... that the guy didn't seem to think was a big deal, sure,
zapped a lot.
Yeah.
Getting there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna brute force my way.
It's not like strategy's gonna really make a difference.
I was hoping there was gonna be something like, oh, if you jump onto the thing and like stand there with a cannon, because there was something you were reading earlier that was like, use a cannon.
Let me see if I can find that again.
Also, what the hell are these, and what happens if I blow them up?
Let's see, 2 human cheats is what I used originally to look for and find stuff. Duplicate items.
Not even power-ups, just there to explode. Doesn't seem like you got any pickups for it.
Games radar. To beat Hell. To defeat Hell the easy way, use a cannon and fire the LB special fire at her to avoid getting kicked. You should also build up your combo meter and release it right next to her. Just watch out for the undead wolf warriors and the other zombies that she summons.
Use your L2 to avoid getting kicked.
Mm-hmm. That's what it says. That might be for a different stage. Like, you know, like level, like when she's in her, like, you know, second or third or fourth stage or whatever.
Maybe.
I really do like how this game can't seem to go like 3 seconds without throwing a giant.
Oh wait, right. I made a better gun and then didn't equip it because I was in cyberspace, and you can't equip items in cyberspace.
Can you equip it now?
I should be able to. Actually, I can probably equip it while I'm dying. Let's see. Pure storm cannon of toughness.
Cyberspace bends to my will.
So I'm presuming that we are...
It does more damage.
So I'm presuming that the reason why we're fighting Hell as our final boss is because we're saving Loki for, like, one of the sequels that never got made?
Yeah, probably.
Come to my aid, children.
Oh, two health things too, right there. I'm trying to figure out whose mic has the flutter in it.
That might be mine. I got a fan in the background. Might be
Oh,
kicking
that'd
it
be
up.
it.
Notch down my volume a little. That helping at all?
I'm also eating. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Do you know what it took to kill you? How hard it is to kill
I have no idea what just happened. What is...
She's entering
Wait.
the next
Oh,
stage.
she entered her... Oh, that was her teleporting away. Okay.
All right. I'll start reading off what you have to do next. Okay, so Hell at 75%. Stage 2 will start in the next room. The only difference between this and Stage 1 is that Hell will now summon 5 Shamblers at a time instead of 4. Use the same
Wow.
Use the same strategies above to take her down.
These... The evolution in video game design, like, this is really, really putting, like, what was it, 2009? 2009, like, yeah, this was really putting Burning Crusade raid boss design to task.
Once Hell reaches 50%, she will teleport again, and the doorway will unlock to keep going.
Oh God, that face.
Oh jeez, you're gonna hate this next part after Stage 2.
6.
No. You will legitimately hate this. Stage 3 will spawn in your pathway between Hell in Stage 4 in the room. It is basically an enormous Shambler wave, approximately 20 to 30.
Oh God. 20 to 30.
As soon as they start spawning, retreat to the back of the room and take them
Wait,
down with
the
fierce attacks.
game just used the term wastrel whore.
I swear I will end her suffering and make sure you
What the hell is wastrel?
Will you? And what
Like, I'm sure it's a real word. It's just...
Wastraling.
by what she did to join you in death's embrace.
Oh,
Yet you
she just
denied
slit her
your
wrists
hand
again.
in her death. She died because of you. She lives now because of me. Human suffering is without end, Baldur. By its very nature, it cannot end.
I'm only sort of sure what's going on.
Ow, the edge.
Yeah.
I will carve into your flesh. Your agonized shrieks shall be
Blah,
your
blah, blah.
only
Humans are suffering. Yada, yada, yada. Just die.
I'm kind of appreciating the fact right now that I don't know what any of these characters sound like.
Again, just like all this dialogue is died.
I will carve into your flesh.
Oh man, do they all sound like Kermit?
That would
I would hope so.
I think our Baldur guy has a very goofy voice. Go with that face.
I say we give him like a faux Canadian accent.
That gormless face.
You're suffering. I'm gonna carve your suffering into your flesh, boy. Howdy.
Suffering is pain, don't you know?
Or maybe a little bit of Hank Hill.
Life?
Well,
I'll
I'm
tell
gonna
you
carve
what, this
every
suffering's not-
bit of pain into your flesh, boy. Baldur!
What you need to think about is...
I'll suffering and suffering accessories.
I tell you what, nothing beats suffering like suffering with suffering accessories.
Your science is profane and profane accessories.
I don't know why using my like rocket launcher ability like keeps dropping my target lock, but it does. It's
because it's good game design.
So let's just think about it for a second. The metaphysical implications here, the fact that she keeps spawning creatures to attack you.
Yeah.
So are these basically newborns, or is she teleporting them from somewhere else?
Well, some of them are the soldiers that I came here with, like that guy with an axe. He's one of my soldier pals that we came here with. Yeah. I don't know.
So
All I know is that we're on phase 2 of 4.
Eventually they're just gonna run out of dead people, do you think?
Well, what about the ones? Yeah, what about the ones who are not your buddies? So, are these new life forms that who we are greeting with violence instantly, or is she programming that into them as they are born? Do they have any thoughts of their own outside of this? Do they know what they're doing? Are they innocents that we are mercilessly slaughtering?
What are their hobbies? Their aspirations?
Are they allergic to shellfish?
I wish we had a proper target locking system where I could actually cycle between targets reliably. That'd be nice. That'd be beautiful.
No, you must have pray and spray. That's all you get.
Captain Blue in the chat brought up an interesting point, but if you can be brought back from the dead and you kill them, she can just recycle bodies. So are we actually just fighting the same creatures over and over again? Every single time.
You'd think with all the stuff you carve out of them with the magic bullets that they would kind of be less and less of them as you go.
No, it's possible. It seems to be regrowing their flesh, I would imagine.
Finish what I started.
This is an exciting final fight.
So what happens in wave 4? What happens in phase 4?
All right, give me a second.
I'm
This is the final battle between Hell and yourself. In this stage, her resurrections will raise 5 units this time, but instead of it just being Shamblers, she will raise Wolves between 3 and 5 per summon.
To master the runes.
that doesn't mean anything to me.
Once you defeat Hell, oh god.
It just means that the bullshit she summons is slightly stronger.
Oh, this is really? Really?
No,
really?
Let's leave it a surprise. I want to be surprised.
Well, no, it's the fact that that's it. That's the different stages. She just summons different crap. Really? That's it. That's a stage.
So she doesn't change. Just the mobs she spawns are slightly different. This was a good game.
What?
Developed by professionals.
You've been fighting these freaking things all throughout the game. You've been fighting.
No, I was fighting robots to start. I was fighting Dark Elf robots.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is you're fighting mobs every part of this game, and the final boss. I was joking before about the boss being a gauntlet of monsters, but that's really it.
I'm not shocked at this. I am thoroughly not shocked. I am thunderously, egregiously unshocked.
It's just you had more of an interesting fight with the frickin' Garm.
It's 30 seconds, Stubbs. We already timed it. It's 30 seconds. We already know this.
I'm beginning
it is
to
known.
wonder
It is known.
We've reached parity between amount of time spent in the Valkyrie sequence and amount of time actually playing.
We're getting close.
That's it. That's your final boss. The same thing we've been dealing with the entire frickin' game.
Well, wasn't that basically kind of how Avatar ended too?
Yeah, but you kind of
Avatar
expect that
in.
kind of laziness from a crappy movie tie-in. This is a big budget release. It's supposed to be the start of a trilogy. And again, the second to last boss had a more interesting fight than this.
And wow, you don't even get any break between mob spawns.
No, they spawn about as fast as I can kill them, because my DPS blows. I'm seeing how far away I can get. Just backing away here. If I unplug my headphones, I can just walk back to the stairs. We almost got it.
It's a good game when viewed at a distance. taking the what's his name?
I had to get Cycle going there. Oh, she's gonna drain life me and I'm gonna die. Alright, 1 sec. I'm off. Alright, I'm off headphones. I'm gonna...
I have to say I am deeply amused at the way Dan's voice has just kind of become this thorough fucks have been depleted. 5-year-old stutter.
4 stages of just summoning monsters. Just 4 stages of summoning monsters. How is that even different stages? Oh, the blob you could barely see properly is slightly stronger than the last blob.
See, you're in the anger phase, and I've already passed through that into acceptance and just deep numbness. I mean, I'll probably be angry about this tomorrow.
You could have done anything else.
No,
like have stage like final stage have her like grow giant sized, and you need to evade them. You can still have your stupid summons, but you can have something different about the stages. I did that review of Trails in the Sky. It was a Patreon sponsored review. Like stage 1 of the final boss was all of it was a robot, but like when you get to the last stage of the robot, it does different things, so you have to alter your strategy. It makes it different.
In the face with this. Oh no! Ain't nothing like a boss fight when the boss won't fucking stay still. I love teleporting bosses with all of my kidney.
Here's another question. She's just you're fighting her. She obviously sees that you can have that the Valkyrie is resurrecting you. Why doesn't she just leave? She knows you are immortal. She sees the Valkyrie coming down and resurrecting you. So what is she even doing? Just leave. You're not going to win because the Deus Ex Machina keeps bringing him back.
How long has she been at 50%? I love how little the health goes down to the point where this is a slog.
This looks much past 50%. Like, is the game facts wrong? It's for a different difficulty level or something?
Also, I'm liking how there are now multiple mobs. Like, she doesn't wait until all of one mob is done before summoning another.
Dan, have you caught anything we've been saying?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I'm fully into the anger phase right now, and I'm
into gnome acceptance.
And I have just been discussing a few things. First of all, that like we could have had anything else for a final boss. We could have had like you can still have your stupid Pokemon summon a bunch of mob horde battle bullcrap, and you could have still had that with her, but maybe have her grow giant sized or become a giant spider. Just something different that requires a different strategy.
Also, I'm pretty certain she's below 50% health at this
armor
point.
breaks. She is below 50.
Yes, I don't know what's going on. Maybe the game fax is lying in this, and she will
Or
become
the
a
game
giant
glitched.
spider.
Okay, that brown-coated Hoovian who thought the 30-second respawn time was a good idea in a single-player game. We know the answer to this. It is this long because that's how long it takes it to load the next game state.
But then, just before you came back, Dan, I had a different question. Because Hell can see you. Hell can see that a Valkyrie is coming down and resurrecting you every time you die. So, why doesn't she just leave?
The Valkyries exist diegetically. Like, they are an active element of the fiction.
Why doesn't she just leave? She sees that this fight is pointless. That she is never going to fully kill you because some freaking Deus Ex Machina is going to keep coming down and resurrecting you.
Hurt, I guess.
So why doesn't she just leave? There's nothing keeping her here. There's no point to this fight.
I am liking how she doesn't wait until one mob has been completely killed before summoning another. Because there's clearly more than 5 of anything.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We had an interesting fight before against the Garm. I mean, I would say, okay, it's not that interesting, but it was different. It was a giant hellhound that shot missiles. That was something. This is 4 rounds of the exact same thing.
What is Hell's goal anyway? I think we might have had to have been paying attention to the story and.
She wants to end
Fuck,
suffering
she wants
or some
to-
Final
she-
Fantasy bull crap.
She wants to start Ragnarok.
And yeah, before anyone like in the chat says that, yeah, like only 1 or 2 Final Fantasy games do that, but you know what? It's the first time I ever heard such stupidity, so that's what it stuck out with me. Kill everyone to end suffering. Up yours, you.
I'm dead certain I heard it in a bunch of the JRPGs I had to.
Oh yeah, because they've all lifted it from
Yeah.
Norse mythology. Like, I mean, really, this is going back to the text that every JRPG has cribbed from.
Yeah, I swear it felt like at least half the JRPGs I worked on. I was playing this. Oh goody, we're doing this. We need to end suffering and create a new world. And nah. Just make the 2 heroes kiss. Just get over with. Don't care.
Like, I would accept just plain greed. At this point in the world...
That's not deep and impressive.
Yeah, but sometimes you don't need anything more impressive than that, because it's still evil. And you know what? That kind of makes me want to take them down even more, because they're just that big an asshole. And the sad thing is, in the world we live in nowadays, we have learned that kind of cartoonish Saturday morning bullcrap is real. That people really are just that short-sighted and
Hey,
and evil.
target lock. Can you maybe? There we go. Maybe fine. Oh.
Is she healing or
Come
just
on.
not taking damage for?
I don't think she's healing.
No, she's not healing. She's going down. She's just
very slowly.
Yeah, I am thoroughly convinced that this game was not play tested ever at any point.
Yes, TJ Chef, that was the plot of Pokemon X and Y. Here's the problem with that, though. Why did only the fashionable people get to live? Team Flare makes no freaking sense whatsoever.
How many hit points do you think she's got?
11 bajillion.
All of the hit points.
What's gonna happen when my armor all inevitably breaks? Am I gonna be on
your
the same
weapons-
phase?
Your weapons break too?
Yeah.
Like, because there's nothing that makes a game more fun than fucking durability. I love durability in a game. I love it when my equipment breaks through everyday use. It really makes a game fun.
I don't mind
I think I've
durability as
dipped
long
back
as it's
into
just not,
anger.
as long as there are ways of repairing it and it's not just like breaks after 3 hits. That was an issue with Silent Hill Downpour. Again, I gotta point to Diablo as a positive example. It's easy to just go and repair your stuff, and you don't lose it permanently.
Yeah, there's at least 10 zombies.
Oh yeah. She'll summon up. She'll have up to 2 waves active at a time. But she'll only summon 5 per. Yeah.
This is just a hate fuck of a game, I think, at this point. The stream has devolved into hate fucking.
Pokemon Sun and Moon actually had like decent, had actually really enjoyable villains, because we had Team Skull, which were just, you know, goofy like basic level street gangs, who were probably the most successful team in history because they actually took over a town.
Skull Party.
Team Skull, and
They
the best
taunted
theme
that
song.
street sign.
And the Aether Foundation, you know, obviously they had other nefarious things going on, but for the most part, it was their boss is crazy. And you know what? I accepted that, and she was a terrible parent who was obsessed with other dimensional beings. I accept that. It's nice and basic and makes sense. It's not, I want to end the world, so I'm just going to keep sending zombies at you.
You know what's amazing?
What?
Kittens.
Oh dang
Kittens
it!
are pretty
I just
amazing.
forgot what I was gonna. I actually just forgot what I was gonna say. What
Team
was it?
Rocket. They just steal Pokemon. It's nice. It's nice and simple.
What was it? Game related, Dan? Or
It was game related.
Okay.
You know, team.
Is it how you are now literally spending more time in the respawn than actually playing?
Yeah, Aether Paradise managed to stick around.
There we
until
go.
People were actually considered,
Yeah.
joined it
Yeah.
for Pokemon
Triggered the next
conservation
phase.
And you know, Team Aqua and Team Magma were just environmental terrorists. Oh, goody! We finally hit 50%.
More like 40.
Nidhogg consumes the dead, and from
This
his
game is the
belly
anti-kitten. So phase 3, which is just a monster rush.
Yeah, I'm just gonna monster rush past them.
Why are you moving so slow?
Oh yeah, we were totally able to just run past them. All right.
These boots are made for walking.
Boots are made for. Oh, jeez, that wasn't even a boss. That wasn't even a stage.
That.
Crying out loud.
Yeah, I don't know why the guide totally oversold that.
Whatever, you know, it's what it is. So enjoy the same thing again, but slightly stronger summons.
Okay, it looks like that's more like 35%. Yeah, that's about 35% health. So yeah, I think it's split into thirds, not.
That makes a lot more sense. So okay, Team Aqua and Team Magma are just environmental terrorists. They're stupid environmental terrorists, but they're still environmental terrorists. They make sense in that regard.
I wanted to see Hell go flying. That would have been
All right,
fun.
here's a question. Do we think that going back and repairing our armor would in fact save any time at all?
Can we actually do that without like having to start the fight over again?
I would assume we would be on this phase.
That's all I fear. I fear that it would like start us over again, assuming we could.
Can you save now?
I feel like the answer is actually no. That just because of the sheer, like, let's assume that we could come back to this phase. Just the sheer pain in the ass and how much damage I'm taking and how much damage I'm not actually, like, really doing. I think it would end up costing more time to go and repair my equipment than...
Currently, TJ says no, we can't do that.
Oh, we can't even go do that?
Goody.
So yeah, Team Galactic was a cult with a crazy man who had weird reasons who wanted to live on his own planet. It was bizarre. But they all had the Mo Howard haircut. And like even the translators of the game have talked about like the game makes no sense and they had to like add in scenes to try to make it seem like it made more sense. Also, he he wants to create a whole new world by summoning the devil. Because antimatter is because Giratina is the Pokemon devil. I don't get that. Yeah, Team Black was Diamond Pearl. And again, going back to the simplest enemies are the best. Team Plasma was just PETA. And I really liked that. I liked that they thought that they were the good guys, and they dressed in knightly armor because they thought that they were legitimately good people. And N was just a pawn for Getsus who wanted to take advantage of the situation to use it to gain power, and use his own son as a pawn in that regard.
So this game is now absolutely at the bottom of the pile?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what was it that was at the bottom before this?
Kane and Lynch, Dog Days.
I can't imagine why that would be at the bottom. Grandma's pita tea.
Oh.
He has made us all sick. Pretty much, Esper. That was their deal. That was kind of their deal. The average day. The fascinating thing about this is that the grunts, depending on who you talk to, some of them legitimately thought that Pokemon Liberation was the right thing to do. Others were just bullies who wanted to use this for their own power. Getsis did all this as a plan for world domination. World domination, basically domination in general and power and all that, but basically saying, hi, I'm the only one with Pokemon, so I control things, ha ha ha. And he used his own son for that goal. Basically, Getsis is the worst dad ever.
So, we have that one ability that is supposed to be like gain a whole bunch of
combo.
We got that Wrath of Fenrir ability, right?
Yeah.
Where it's supposed to like fill your combo gauge and you're supposed to be able to go ham for like 30 seconds. Does anyone know how to actually like activate that?
Give me a second here.
Let's say, is there not something like a little tutorial in game that? Yeah, I mean, I realize that this game in particular, probably not. I'm just so used to everything having some little explanation somewhere in the game. Even if it doesn't mean it.
I'm gonna write Cliff Bleszinski a letter, being like, "Hey man, well, I have complicated thoughts on the idea of using copyright to settle a grudge against your business enemies. Thank you for getting this game off the market."
You have done a good and noble thing.
At the end of the day.
I think I got it here. It's supposed to be like a fierce attack, right?
I don't know.
Okay, let's assume it is for the
What's
time
a fierce
being.
attack?
Fierce attacks are a ranged form for your melee weapons. They deal almost as much damage as a regular melee attack will do, and they hit multiple enemies. Fierce attacks must be manually aimed and are completely different depending on what weapon type you are using. Swords emit a blue burst of energy traveling in a straight path. To execute a fierce attack, you must be at range from your enemy. Once there, press both analog sticks in the direction you want to attack and hold them. This ability can be recast immediately afterwards, so it can be spammed on incoming enemies.
That's not unintuitive at all.
Wait, press
both analog sticks in the direction you want to attack and hold them.
So hold still and don't attack, which means you're going to get ganked.
TJ says click L3 and R3.
But that wasn't doing anything.
Try it anyway, why not?
I'm thinking this game was made by squirrels. That's about where I'm at now.
Did that do something? It looked like it might have done something.
I think that was just the stick wiggling.
No, it looked like there were all those purple smoke things. Or actually, I got the 30-second delay. Never mind.
Cyberspace bends to my will, Boulder.
Yeah, not
Absolutely should not be able to get this far if you're this severely underleveled.
I'm not underleveled.
Press L3 and R3 to die quicker.
Well, in theory you're not, but you really, really are.
No, this is just how bad the game is. Like, this is it.
All right, let me try. Let's try the fierce attacks thing.
All right, what's that?
All right, that was the at range from your enemy. Once there, press both analog sticks in the direction you want to attack and hold them.
Hey, that one actually did something. Sort of. If you get the timing right, that one actually kind of did something. But
good news is you can keep reusing it.
But I've put all of these points, these skill points into this Wrath of Fenrir thing.
Maybe that's what you're doing. Maybe that is the Wrath of Fenrir. I mean, you did like jump and attack a bunch of people at once.
Well, it's supposed to get him a bunch of combo points, I thought, and doesn't seem to have gone up.
Hey, look, you search on Google, the top hit, Spirit of Fenrir. How the hell do you use it? I know it says to click both thumbsticks, but it doesn't do anything. What's it supposed to do exactly? A copy of your weapon flies around and builds your combo meter back up at a fast rate. But how can you tell? How can you tell when you can use it again? I still haven't figured that part out. A wolf symbol will appear next to your hit counter. Reach charge takes 20 minutes? What?
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 You can spend bounty to respec.
I don't feel like respec is.
No.
Just start using the fierce attacks. Just like do whatever you can.
Like, but there's no wait. So a wolf will appear next to your. A wolf symbol will appear next to your hit counter. So all right. But so this game has a problem with like UI elements that it only decides to show in certain contexts, but those contexts aren't the contexts you actually like need them in. So like there's no wolf head right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I can see anyway.
So we're on cooldown?
Everything is broken. You're glowing red everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm hungry like the wolf. It's a good game, Dan.
It recharges on death as well, I believe. Well, no. Maybe? Who knows?
They're good games, Brent.
The stream is the length of like 2 Sargon videos. Oh fucking hell, can we just sum this up in 5 minutes? Please? Can we sum up this fight in 5 minutes?
You know what, Dan? Dan?
You're gonna go?
No. You won. You won the game, Dan. It's over. You won.
No, I didn't. She's still alive.
No, she isn't, Dan. You know how you kill her? By switching off the game. Because then she can't hurt us anymore.
Just walk away.
The only winning move is not to play.
Cyberspace bends to mine.
There's your 80s reference for you. We won, Dan. I mean, let's face it, we are going to win eventually through pure attrition.
Yes. And when we get there, I will... Oh, I do like 9 damage a shot.
And she only has 46 million hit points.
What is there anything that says... I'm going to check a different FAQ. Because there are multiple. There are 3 of them.
I am now more interested in what's going on in the background, like with all these little weird people. Like, has she got some kind of Play-Doh Fun Factory thing going where she just cranks out people? Is that what those silhouettes are in the background? Is this where they crank out all those identical YouTube bastards?
Okay, I am gonna aware. Oh, good. The second walkthrough is actually more helpful. This fight is not hard. It's not difficult. It's long, drawn out, and annoying. Try to ignore. Basically, it's advising try to ignore the undead and chase her around. Once you get near her, try to use a ruiner to stop her, and then open up on her to cut her down her health.
Yes, the ruiner assumes that you have combo points available to spend.
Oh, and by the way, when you do eventually kill her, you need to run back through the small rooms back to where you first encountered hell, and just ignore the enemies. There is no benefit to fighting them anymore.
As though there ever were.
Yeah, but I think it's just saying you don't have to fight them anymore. Like, the doors are open now.
You know, that's a good question. Do I have alternate gear that I can just put on?
If you could, yeah, try to swap out gear.
Or even just, like...
Or you sell all your other gear. How's that for irony?
Okay, so... Pure Heartseeker of Breaching. Yeah, sure. Let's make that. There, we have a weapon again. Stout Kinetic Damping Field of Malice. Sure, we have a helmet again. Yeah, whatever.
Goodbye, Mr. Potato Head.
Hey, do we have a proper helmet?
No, it looks like
I haven't put it on yet.
Oh, okay.
Screw this game.
And I don't have any boots that I can make. So let's put this stuff on. All right. Pure Heartseeker Breaching. There we go. We have a weapon again.
Sentient weapon damage? Oh, fuck. Who cares?
Who gives a rat's ass anymore? I'm still arguing that we win this game by turning it off.
I don't understand why just the sheer depth, aggression plus 70, equipment state plus 12, loot, just all these stats. Who has time?
It's for the hardcore gamers, people who are really, really into the game. And it's fascinating lore. It's intricately woven storylines. This is Game of Thrones right here, man.
If that throne is made of porcelain, maybe.
This is Game of Our Bones. Game of We're Boned. It's a great game, Dan. It's a great game.
It really opens up at level 60. Just keep telling yourself, it opens up at level 60. It opens up at level 60. Krusty is going to show up. Krusty is going to show up.
They did this weird thing in The Simpsons a few seasons ago, apparently, where actually they did a flashback episode, and I call it a flashback episode. Basically, it takes place in an earlier season. So the idea is that it's actually after the kids return from Camp Krusty.
Okay.
It's just weird. Why even bother doing a follow up like that so long later?
Well, that did make a difference. You lasted about 7 seconds.
Hey, you know, every second
5.
counts.
I mean, I think I did more damage. Does my spider free? Oh, that's a good question.
I doubt it.
Does
but,
my spider?
But if it if it freezes the mobs, that
even
might
yeah.
at least...
Assuming for a second that I can get a lock on literally anything.
Well, the mobs are frozen, so...
Don't... Stop. Lock on the frickin' boss.
No, Dan. You need to kill all the rest. That's the important thing.
That's what the game is meant to do.
It's a good game, Dan.
John wooing the pistols there?
Yeah.
How are you shooting behind you?
The controls for the pistols are really, really weird.
I'm shocked.
Really? Are they now? Weird controls in this game, Dan. I would have never assumed.
Did you think Odin was the only one to master the runes?
What the...
Are you just shooting the corpse?
Oh, yeah. Target lock doesn't actually, like, break off until you, like, stop holding the
Completely
buttons down.
dissipates.
This game is shit.
No. Yeah. Also, she hasn't summoned anything new in a while.
Let's say there were a few seconds without mobs.
Yeah.
Every single other game of this type, it auto toggles to the next target. Why would you not have that? Why would you not have that?
It's even better. Like, okay, so if I want to go to the next target, what I actually need to do is flip to, so you use the left stick to like move your target around, but it's not just like tap left and right to like tab between targets. It's like you tap, if you tap left or right, it actually like swings your aim all the way in that direction. So it's like you break lock by shooting way off to the left, and then you tap right to retarget something that's actually worth targeting.
Screw this game. You know, Team 4-Star, whenever they play and finish an egregiously terrible game, they nail it to the wall. I feel like you should do the same thing, Dan.
No, I don't do that. That's not me. That's someone else's shtick. Mine go in the pile. They go in the pile of shame, and then they sit there ranked. But I don't destroy them because in large part because I might in the future want to talk about them, and it's then I need them on hand in case I need
for footage.
For footage. Yeah.
Are you going to try and get a video out of this, just if only out of revenge?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that kind of regardless, like after this, like kind of regardless of what I actually want, there will be some point where I'm just like, I need to mention to you. I can't not.
Just as far as epitome of shit game making goes.
What a piece of crap.
I really wish I had any better... Well, I guess I could have made that sniper rifle instead of the pistols, because the pistols control so weird. Would I put destruction of a copy of a game similar in the destruction of a book? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of reasons why people will do various symbolic destructions, and I just don't care. The thing is that as taken as a whole, like the destruction of a book, like burning your personal copy is not. Don't lock on the. Why would it lock on to just random mobs?
With the KFC's fork of folding justice, softness.
But yeah, destroying a personal copy is entirely different than, you know, mass burnings or whatever.
So the whole point about the pistols, like the whole, their quirk is the fact that you can target 2 things at once.
In theory.
Well, I mean, in practice, but it's just like that.
The targeting is so
that's
shit.
a waste. Yeah, it's a waste of time to even try to do it. Because get over to the health thing. Because you can't actually like efficiently. I'm kind of hoping to get a. I was hoping to get a healing thing out of at least one of those there.
Okay, for people's amusement, because it's been a long stream. This was just retweeted on Twitter. An exclusive look at my upcoming book, Ready Player One, except with girl culture. HMU Spielberg. Wow. Here's our expert. Wow, Felicity, he said. My internet name is Felicity, after the coolest American Girl doll. I never met someone who knew so much about Harry/Draco before. I laughed. Thanks, Sasuke 420. I guess not everyone is as serious as I am about the classic ships. Then I turned on the best song, Spice World, by the Spice Girls. I saw his eyes go wide as he got my musical reference. He was a keeper. In a while, Totodile, I said, which is a Pokemon.
You know, I'm wondering if I stay at range, if she's going to. Oh well, she just teleported on top of me, so she might summon stuff regardless. But she hasn't summoned stuff in a while, so I'm actually making something resembling progress here. I mean, aside from the fact that the camera, which normally refuses to not look at enemies if they're on the board, is suddenly just like, oh, no, we can just kind of free roam anywhere.
Hey, you're doing 21 damage to her now.
I am, yeah, and the pistols shoot pretty fast. Like, her health bar has actually gone down and went down an observable amount during that life. And yes, this is the final phase.
Did you think Odin was the only one to master the runes?
No, guys, this is the 4th phase, remember? Because phase 3 was that mob that we
was that mob
in the hallway.
Cyberspace bends to my will.
They're good phases, Bront. I want to hurt this game.
But it can never hurt it like it's hurt me.
Yeah, we're also accidentally playing as the worst class in the game. Because we were sold a bill of goods. It was like, has self-healing. You know, it totally sounded like kind of this rad endurance fighter. That it's like he had decent, well-rounded offensive capabilities and self-healing abilities. And it's like, oh, okay, that actually sounds not too bad. Like, you know, endurance is always kind of valuable in RPGs.
That's
so
generally what I lean towards.
And then we got into the actual game, and the self-healing is like ticks like once every minute for about 2% of your health.
TJ, don't you even joke about something else afterwards. I've read the walkthroughs. There's no skeleton after this. There's nothing after this. This is
Hi, Betty. Hi, Balder. It's me, the skeleton.
It was I, the lost skeleton of Gaddafi. This has actually been an entirely big joke. What are you, stupid or something? Does he play this game, you idiot?
Stop that giggling. It makes me uncomfortable. I haven't watched that in a while, but all my DVDs are in California.
I watched it like last year. I really have to watch the sequel.
I'm kind of not sure I wanna. It's one of those things where I'm not sure that you can really replicate it.
Well, he was working on trying to kickstart a third movie, and you know what? The supplementary material he made in it was still pretty damn funny. I ended up using a clip of it for a review, so I think he's probably still got it.
You know what I really like? I like that there are still mobs behind the fence waiting to get in.
That life was actually going really good, and I was headed towards that that healing thing until I decided to try shooting, and Balder decided to target someone way the hell off to his right.
No other game works like this. Why would you design it like this?
I don't think this was designed.
Okay, he was talking about Saren Skeleton in Mass Effect, not a hypothetical boss fight.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that the health bar has definitely gone down a significant amount. Yeah, this is absolutely a hate fuck of a game finish.
What's more is, this isn't technically the end because you have to run back to that room. And what's the point? Just end the game.
Drama.
Just end the game. No one cares.
No, you need your Diamanda Hagen accented drama.
I should put a stick-it note on my screen where her health bar currently is, so that I can actually mark progress. Actually, you know what? It's going down by like at least a pixel. Oh frick! Come on.
Eric, that is not a weed cough. I am still recovering from being sick even after all this time, and it's kind of getting irritating in that regard.
It's not weed.
But like when I can get up to her in melee, like every swing, it visibly goes down.
I have never actually done drugs of any kind, and I'm probably better for that.
No, this game wasn't designed, it mutated.
It was grown like a fungus.
Yeah. Or a compost heap. There's bits of shit game just kind of laid in a pile. Yeah, I think that's what's killing me about this more than anything. It's not like the game is excessively buggy. It's not like it doesn't run. It's not like it doesn't do...
We've only slipped through the terrain like once in the entire game.
And the Valkyrie did it once.
Yeah, but, that's...
Yeah, that's like...
I mean, out of thousands of...
That's pretty good
resurrections. Yeah, it's got a pretty good track record.
The enemies have, sometimes gotten caught in the terrain, but, once in a while, that's not a bad thing. It's...
My God, imagine if this had a timer.
Oh. Well, no, you can tell that the game's not bugging out just because things aren't so much broken, just as they're bad.
It's just not a good game.
Yeah, I guess it's just the fact that you can reach this level and be so horrendously underpowered. Even if this is technically where you're supposed to be, that the numbers just add up like this.
And it's so dull. It is so repetitive.
Yes. This is an absolute failure of design and lack of...
Camera. frick?
Yeah,
Where?
the camera.
We are still doing. We did 4 stages of mob bosses after a game full of mobs. It's just so boring and so dull and so repetitive. No one played this game because anyone who played this game for any reasonable amount of time would be bored by it.
Oh, I see it. I see the wolf. I see the wolf icon.
Where?
It's look below my where it says ammo.
Yeah, it's
right below
that.
it.
Now you just actually have to do it.
Is that what that is?
Best guess.
All right. Okay. I mean, look. Yeah. There we go. There we go. All right. Let's get up to her. Let's use my ruiner. And yeah.
I saw something happen. She's standing still. Oh.
It's over! What the hell's happening to her? Why did she just fall? She just fell onto a random, medical.
Her arm is just. Oh,
nice shot. Nice camera shot
yeah.
there.
This is her,
beautiful.
This is her surgery table. This was earlier in the game. Like it did make a previous appearance.
Sexy violence.
Like 40 hours ago.
You see, it's dramatic and poetic because.
And now you're here. We can be as we were.
I couldn't live
I'm sorry, you're an abomination.
Into the dark, and now you're here. We can be here together.
Make the pain stop.
Balder, you're wearing a different armor than when I saw you earlier.
You are just a memory. And
Stop the pain.
Make the pain stop.
Press X to pay respects.
You are just a memory, animated in flesh.
Stop the pain. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh right, Fenrir is like in your weapon. Like your weapons are.
Fenrir.
Your weapons are sentient.
Wolf.
All right, where's the exit? It looks like it's doing something weird on my end.
Oh, it's almost like you've been doing.
Or no. It was the connection to YouTube. That was YouTube.
Okay, it's back.
Looking at my connection stats, it's like everything was fine, but it was the.
Oh boy, you have skill points to spend.
Yeah, I
That'll
hit
be
level
super
27.
Better put some more points in Fenrir. You know that proved to be very useful.
Yeah, that
Kinda did.
I mean, well, sort of. And also that guy was lying about just running past them because you totally need to kill these ones in this room. It's not letting me out of the room.
Okay, give me a second here. Let me look into it.
But no, I mean, it's fine. Like, they're actually going down pretty fast. There we go. Door's open again.
Pure provoker. Yeah, this game is definitely provoking something.
Mostly it's provoking, my anger, my will to live.
Like, let's talk for a second about what an utter UI failure it is that they have a 20-minute cooldown, but no indicator. Like, the indicator only shows you when it's available, not its actual current status.
And maybe, if there was a way to check it, like, even in the start menu. Like, a little progress bar. A little progress bar saying, hey, this is how long we have left.
For 20 minutes.
Is that door open on the far side?
On the...
Does that look open?
It looks open.
It looks open.
It looks like it's glowing, which means you can go through it.
Why are you not over? Final boss is done.
Like I said, why doesn't it just end when you beat her?
Oh, because we need to die.
And not even a...
No,
not even a Metroid-ish.
It's not letting me out of the... No, because we just need to go. We just need to go back to the table, and Nidhogg needs to kill us so that we can start Ragnarok, and the rest of the story will be explained in the sequels. That's literally. I kid you not. That is the current state of this. We're going to go back and we're going to die.
Just kill him in the room. Just kill him in the final boss room. Why did they have to
teleport him to the, or teleport him into the room? Just story teleport.
Just giant cutscene. Like do it in the cutscene.
You fade out. He's walking into the room. Done. Why am I better at this than professional game designers?
Brothers,
I'm some asshole who reviews comic books on the internet, and I know how to do this better than you.
I think I've killed the same warrior 7 times over.
I hate you, game. I hate you in ways that I haven't hated a game in quite a while.
Like, what's more, you beat the final boss. What's the point of having more monsters?
We have verified that Loki.
Well, see, you use them to level up, so when you get to level 60, the game will really open up.
You have fought a brave
I hate you.
I am proud. But you
I can't believe there's still 155 of you here. Like, you're monsters. You're enablers.
If hell has fallen,
Crystal is going to lose her mind when she finds out what we did tonight. There we go. Cutscene. All right. She is going. She is going to freak out. Yeah.
We'll meet again. Don't know where. Don't know when.
Why is the HUD back up? There we go. There.
You need to make that last little bit of run. Where were you assholes 2 hours ago?
You could have brought in the tanks. We could have squished her under the tank. So when does Immigrant Song start playing?
Alright, so they're just nuking... Alright, they're just nuking hell.
So you're telling me we could have just done that the whole time?
Yeah, we could have just nuked hell, like, ages ago. But now, so the couple things that need to... So Loki needs to get away to Jotunheim, and Baldur needs to die.
So, do you have to run all the way there now, or are we
I think we're just in cutscene for the rest of this. I really hope I don't need to touch this controller again, except to turn off the Xbox.
I like that your booties are still glowing.
I miss my cyber beard.
Okay.
Decode the underlying signal.
Oh, see? This game knows what you gotta do. You gotta have a giant mechanical spider. That should have been the final boss.
Decode the underlying signal.
What are you doing?
Oh, why do I have control? Where are all the textures? Where are all the textures?
What? Whoa.
Jesus, game.
Whoa.
You can't escape.
What the shit?
We can't escape. It's forever.
Where's the floor, game? Game?
The floor is liquid
Game.
I'm
Where's
sorry.
the floor?
I'm sorry, Dan. I can't help you with that.
The Matrix is broken.
Go to the feasting hall. Will the feasting hall have its floor textures? Why the hell would... What is... The Xbox actually had texture scaling? Okay, I didn't actually know that. I thought one of their requirements was that you actually, like, your textures actually load properly. Like, look, the entire game has broken. We went through a loading oh, there we go. There we go. Now they popped back in. Okay. I did not know that this was actually a problem. Well, okay, sorry. Most of them popped back in. The doors are still not back.
It's a good game.
One last bit of bullshit.
But you see, Dan, it really opens up when you reach level 60.
We've been in this area before, like 20 times. Why are the textures gone?
The textures open up at level 60.
What the hell? Why is it just randomly suddenly broken?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm giving into the match.
Just all of a sudden, just all the textures are gone.
Oh god!
Oh god, the animation is
It's like they figured no one would ever get here, and they're just like, whatever. Hey, Dennis, the entire last scene, the textures all just break, and we can't get him to fix.
Oh god, look at those hands! Look at the hands, the way they're gripping those cups. They're like action figures.
Yeah, is the frame rate as choppy for you at your end?
Yeah,
Dan?
it's. Oh, there it goes. No.
My memories. Wife.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. On both monitors, it keeps slipping in and out. It's hard to tell because, in part, because lips just move in very uncomfortable ways at all times.
There is no beginning. There is no end. There is only
And yet here you are.
Baldur.
Drinking, talking, living.
God,
Too human for us guys. It's just too
I
human.
am no longer the Baldur.
Put the past behind you and live for the future. There is much to do, Baldur.
The future.
Who the hell is Hod? Actually, don't answer that. I don't care.
And the secrets of the sentient weapons died with him. The dead themselves walk upon this earth, and I am among them.
I like that the mug is moving independent of his hand.
Brother, we did not lie to you.
I also like how his teeth never connect with each other when he talks. That's really good facial animation.
It's a good game. It's a very good game.
It's a very good game, and the
We
animation
had the privilege of playing it. Well, Dan had the privilege of playing it. We mere mortals had to, sit and watch.
Level 60.
Level 60.
So,
man.
Hod is Baldur's brother.
I said I didn't care, Dan. I kid you, man. Thanks.
The chaos of cyberspace. So, Loki just wrecked his plane because...
Yeah, he just crash landed in Jotunheim to go recruit ice giants.
Well, yeah, because, this is a good game. Oh, the ice giants are apparently giant missile turrets.
And it's level 60.
Directed by Dennis Dyack.
Wait, he didn't kill you. You just walked away. I thought you had to die.
No, I got my mythology confused because I've been playing Too Human for like 800 hours.
11 years.
11 years. For the last two eternities, the last two cycles of this universe. in its making and unmaking,
TJ.
I have been playing TransJoeMan, and
TJ.
and I forgot that no I forgot that Baldur had already died, but the revelation at the end was that Hod had shot Baldur because Loki tampered with Hod's eye and made it think that it was seeing Loki, so Hod thought he was shooting Loki, but actually he shot Baldur in the head.
What does it matter? Because death means nothing in this world.
Because it's the death of the immortal Baldur that starts Ragnarok.
That was.
But how many times has he died already, and the Valkyries just resurrected him?
Well,
That's such
those
a
don't
satisfying
count.
ending.
Those don't count. Those are different.
It doesn't fit with the mythology because you could just resurrect them.
It's
Such
different.
a satisfying ending.
It's different.
Everybody just kind of grunts at each other.
It's
TJ, why? Why did you play this game 5 times? What did you get out of the second or third time that you didn't
I
get
will
out
stand
of
up.
the
I will stand up for TJ because depression is a hell of a drug.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not gonna Josh, just like
fuck you, TransJoeMan.
This game. That is fair enough.
Part of me, like, okay, there is some part of me that is like curious, and I may play with this like on my own, trying not the worst class in the game, just to see how big a difference there is between the best and the worst. I suspect the game as a whole is still, not good, but it might be at least bearable if you play as like one of the DPS classes.
Okay, it's 5 a.m. here, and this started around 8ish?
Your time,
Burned
yeah.
through Transformers and Joe pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But you know what? You cleared the deck, Dan. You go and rest our heroes.
We're all caught up. We can now. We can now
know what
accurately.
The worst game so far is.
Yeah. All right. We can now put these in their proper order. So let's get the stack of shame while the credits play, and okay. G.I. Joe, Transformers go back in their spot. So here's the stack, and I'm just gonna make this a little. I don't want to. Screw it. I'll just go here. All right. So we got the stack. Here was the standing last week. We're gonna update this. It's happening. It's done. TransJoeMan is worse than Dog Days. It is honest. It is worse than Dog Days. Holy crap. Holy crap.
And it did it while still being technically playable.
Yeah,
that's what.
Like,
kills
I
me.
think, like, I honestly feel like that right there, that this right here is the pretty close to the bottom before you're dealing with with just straight up broken games. And this is the thing, is that it's already, so this lowest tier, so MIB and Dog Days are both buggy games. Like, they're not Ride to Hell Retribution glitchy, but you will see problems. You will pretty reliably see problems. TransJoeMan, a few glitches, so it's actually managed with, but a few minor glitches.
it comes
but
by
it's
its
still
shittiness
managing to
honestly.
yes, very honestly, and it still manages to beat out two glitchy bad games. And I honestly think that the only way you're gonna get below that is to get into like just straight up baffling garbage, like
Well, honestly,
Ride to Hell Retribution and Big Rigs.
Glitchy games are at least entertaining.
Like that's why I'm saying like really like Ride to Hell Retribution, where it's not even necessarily entertainingly glitchy, it's just like straight up broken. You know, like almost impossible to play broken. Like the comedy in Ride to Hell Retribution can be fit into a 5-minute YouTube video, but you know, like, so there are funny things that will happen, but it is so repetitive in its badness that it's like, all right, just watch a highlight reel and you're good.
Like Big Rigs is entertaining. Just is like the nerds video of it was freaking hilarious. I still quote the commercial for Big
Rigs. Yeah. No, that was good.
Phasic molecular technology. Leave the game behind and exceed the boundaries of existence.
So, I feel like this has set a threshold.
You're always winner.
Oh man. Oh. This might actually be the worst finished game of
ever.
7th gen. No, not ever. Not ever. Because, like, if you go back, like, you know, standards change from generation to generation. And, like, if you go back to the Atari days, and certainly there's stuff that's just vastly worse, but...
Above the road, under the road, who knows?
Oh.
It's just so boring.
It is everything.
It's a slog.
Yeah, all of the rest of these, Too Human has embodied all of the problems of all of these simultaneously.
And amplified them. I mean,
in many cases amplified them. Like you're talking bad controls, you're talking poor balance, you're talking ugly design, you're talking incomprehensible plot,
a certain degree of system overload.
Yeah,
you've just got stats out the wazoo that don't really seem to mean diddly shit.
Systems that don't gel together. Really, really poorly explained mechanics. A dearth of enemy diversity. And a just lack of creative use of enemies. Like the fights aren't fun. The enemies don't complement each other very well.
Like
bosses that are just
of them
giant bucket of hit points.
Yeah, they're just run to the player and swipe at it in a straight line.
Or if they're a certain distance away, start shooting. Really, this one adds in something that most of these others didn't have just because of its complexity, in that you had just baffling, obtuse, inscrutable mechanics, like things that would just suddenly be immune to everything for no particular reason. That it's like, or for no discernible reason, like that it takes basically trial and error and guessing to figure out why you can't hurt that thing.
Hey, Steve Bloom, you're always everywhere.
Something that didn't come up tonight at all that I really remember was in previous levels. There were these shield generator enemies. They didn't look any different than anything else, but they would put a shield on everything around them, so you would just have a giant pack of mobs that you couldn't damage.
Ugh.
And so stuff like that. I mean, think about when we were fighting those like floaty squid guys and how it was like just all of a sudden like everything starts behaving weird. And it's like, are they healing? I don't know. I think they are. Maybe. Are they healing each other? Are they healing themselves? Like, there's no feedback on like what's happening to the game state.
Of course, Nolan North was in this. That's the other guy. Nolan North is in everything else as well.
Yeah. So just it is. You got your Dante's Inferno, lack of balance and incoherent enemy use. You got your G.I. Joe Transformers Terminator Salvation Avatar, endless tunnels of nondescript gray and brown. You got your Wanted, unnecessary difficulty spikes. You got your MIB awful aiming controls and really poorly conceived interface. You got your Kane and Lynch 2 Dog Days weird sudden glitches and just general unfunness. Yeah. Yeah. Too human, everybody.
Too human.
Too human.
I'm struggling to think of anything in this game that kind of impressed me. It was not even like the scenery was particularly interesting.
No, nothing was actually nice. Even the stuff that you can look at that's like technically competent is still really poorly conceived. It's like okay, someone did a good job of building that model, but the underlying design is bad and ugly.
Yeah,
and like nothing looks good.
You're running through hell, and I'm just like, what is this supposed to be? This looks like a video game level, not a thing. It's clearly designed to be a series of bad hallways.
Yeah. And the hallways are they're so badly designed that you'll respawn next to a door and you're not sure which door at which end of the hallway you're actually at. So it's like you're not clear if you're backtracking or not. And then the camera problem. Oh, geez, the camera problems. And
more like
now we're at this, and it's. Oh, there we go. There we go. It. I honestly thought it had just locked at the. Yeah.
Guess we're just too human, guys.
Oh yeah, and now that I have the firepower, because on a, I could backtrack and actually like get into some areas and.
Oh goody.
I have no idea what it's loading.
Too human. Too human. Too human. It's the too human. Too human. It plays like shit.
Too human or not too human?
Not to human.
Don't. No.
Always not to human.
No, don't. Don't do it. What is it doing?
Human. The flavor
I
of
feel
shit.
compelled to wait because just like
what new horrors is it about to unleash upon us?
I look forward to the next game, 3 Human.
I was just expecting it to like dump me to menu.
It's like that bad tooth that you just gotta poke.
It's 3:20 in the morning. Oh my god.
Just Tooth Human.
Tooth Human. Yeah, tooth you, man.
Few human.
I think I think it's locked. I am I am going to say
It won't let you win the game. It won't let you end.
Yeah, no. I'm going to say that has in fact locked, and
Such a great
When
game.
will this be made into a movie? Shortly after Metroid and Mega Man get movies.
Such a great game, Dan. But you know what, Dan? It's really gonna unlock you. It's really gonna open up at level 60.
That's when the combat system just really blooms, you know. He actually, there's an interview that he basically did with himself where like he straight up said that. He's like, the people who stuck through to get to level 60 got to see the combat system really open up and bloom.
I think you need to find that and tweet that.
Hey man, here's a thought. Maybe he should be good for levels 1 to 59 first.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I'm willing to give it. I'll be generous and let level 1 be awkward.
Here's an amazing dimension of it is that it's clearly in a lot of ways structured around multiplayer. Like it wants to be Diablo 3 in some weird ways. In that it's like, oh, we're kind of our platonic ideal is a 4-player group running around having fun together. Now here's the thing. Because of the lawsuit, it has also just because of the age, it has 0 connectivity support. There are no servers. You could not get a friend in to help you if you wanted. If you paid. If you prayed to Dyack himself, you could not get a multiplayer game of 2 human.
Mm-hmm.
So, if Crystal were here, she would be on a plane right now, coming to like stop me. So,
just the stream would suddenly cut, and we just hear the sounds of struggle.
All right, I'm going to bed, assuming that I can even sleep after that. Like that's one of those things that like puts a mental tax on your brain. Like,
on it.
It's a good game, Dan.
Why did we do that?
I don't know, Dan. I suggested that perhaps we should just declare victory.
No, I
You can't let the game
on some
win.
level, I am glad that I currently feel empty. That I have confirmed, I have indeed confirmed that there is nothing waiting at the end of that rainbow.
But we could have just looked it up because there are people much crazier than us who have done full Let's Plays.
We needed the organic dawning realization that there is no God, that Santa is dead, that the Easter Bunny is your mom, that the Tooth Fairy.
No, Dan, we have our new God. It's TJ.
So, all right.
We no longer wait for Christmas. We wait for level 60.
I'm gonna stop this. Plug your stuff. Plug your stuff, you two. Tell everybody where they can find you, and tell.
You can find
plug
me
your
curled
stuff.
up into a fetal ball under my desk. That's where you can find me. You can find me on YouTube, Isle of Rangoon, RANGOON.
You can find me on a top. You can find me on a topfourthwall.com. You could do a YouTube search for a top fourth wall. I review comic books and occasionally video games considerably less painful than this.
And we've done a video together.
We
You've shown
sure
up in some of our stuff.
We talked about Mylar.
Yes.
Mylar is infinitely more interesting than 2 human.
And you voiced the invisible plaque guy.
Go to bed, everyone. Go to bed.
Go to bed, Dad.
You angry?
Go to bed.
I'm going to level 60.
Go to bed.